So there's the cause and the effect. The effect of gravity is that the object falls to the ground, but the cause could be all sorts of other different things that to be able to prove, you have to take away those independent variables to make it scientific in quotation marks. Yeah.
Like ignorant system, I will tell you. That means, okay, I will agree on that falling now, okay, but now I will not agree on function of that force, what they are saying, because function of that force saying that that will pull the water to the center and water will curve, and then you will go and say, okay, good. If is that true, that means if I go to measure, in reality, the water will curve, and gravity will be proven.
Not just that, like, why can't you manipulate it like every other force, like magnetic fields, radio waves? Yeah, I know. Like, if in everything in science that we know exists, because we know how it works, we know how to manipulate it.
Yeah.
Electricity,
so
light.
Here's a bit of a thought experiment that you can do. So they say that tides are caused by the moon and the gravitational force. So that's the claim. It's not true in my opinion, but that's the claim. So hypothetically, if you've got the moon directly above you, should you be able to jump higher? Would that be a way of being able to make gravity? You know what I mean? So you've got two different very large objects. So, but no one ever measures that gravity is less. Oh, sorry, the force in inverted commas pulling things down to the ground is less when the moon is above them. It doesn't.
Or not just that. The way of things should change from time to time during the year also, depending on the gravitational pull of the moon. Because the more the moon is going to pull you, the less you're going to weigh, you know?
Yeah, you would assume based on the mathematical models that they're giving us and weight, mass attracting mass, whether or not it's Newtonian or Einsteinian, whatever, you should assume that would be the case. Now they'll argue that no, the mass of the Earth is way too big to be able to do that, and the effect of the moon would be so minuscule you won't be able to measure it. All these sorts.
I mean, if it can move the whole ocean of water, I'm sure it's going to affect like a rock if we put it on a scale for a whole year to see if it changes or not.
That's a good point, But then they'll argue that they're. Sorry, go for it.
It's okay. You can finish.
I was going to say that they'll argue that the scale will have to be some sort of independently checked, that its weight is always the same and things like that. There'll always be some sort of gotcha moment, and it goes on both sides, to be honest. But yeah, sorry.
Seems like they don't want to test it. I mean, we can have a control group on like 1,000 subjects or something on a scale. I mean, we can just.
I think that it's important to dig down into what things are, and when they're like mass on mass attraction, ask yourself the question: what is mass?
What is mass? Well, it's
Think about it.
What's the word? Atoms on top of each other, I guess.
Well, when you think of a concept of an amount of matter, that would be a mole, not mass.
What would you say then?
Well, when they think of mass in the concept of motion, mass is considered to be inertia, or the resistance to acceleration. So when they say mass on mass attraction, they're saying the resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. Is that coherent?
No.
Can you repeat that, please?
Can you do it, Jedi? Because I know you understand this and you have a better grasp of the English language. My accent is too heavy.
No, don't worry, man. My godfather is Slavic. I can understand him perfectly. Don't worry about that.
It's interesting.
Just say it again. Just it didn't stick from the first time. It just whiffed away.
It's just if mass is resistance to acceleration,
Yes,
and then mass on mass attraction becomes resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. Does that make any sense to you?
It should negate the resistance itself because it's a property of mass. Resist the attraction. Yeah,
it just sounds very contradictory. Resistance to acceleration is attracting more resistance to acceleration.
I get you. So the property of mass is the resistance to acceleration. Therefore, if you have two different masses, they should resist each other, meaning they shouldn't pull each other together. They should do the opposite because they are resisting each other, like an opposite magnet. Yeah.
Okay, to help you, mass, it's unfortunately not defined. Nobody can define what's mass.
Yeah, and so mass is just poorly defined. That's the issue. They use mass as this fundamental property, but mass is resistance to acceleration, and that doesn't actually work if you're trying to make that attract some stuff. That doesn't work logically, if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay. So I'm trying to dig down in an incoherent logic.
Grace, quick question. So Einsteinian gravity, is it still mass attracting mass, or is that why they had to change it?
No, and essentially not. It's essentially an object is so massive that it's bending space-time. And so they just have that connection to mass because they say it's so massive that it's bending space-time. If it's too small to bend space-time, it's not bending space-time and you don't have gravity. That's the big difference between, there's many big differences between Einstein and Newton, but that's one of the big difference. Like the other big, the major difference is they have different geometries, they have different inertial reference frames. So in Einstein, an object falling in free fall is actually stationary, and the Earth is moving up to meet the object. But in Newton, the inertial reference frame is the object. It's the object is stationary when it's sitting on the ground, not moving. Like when it's falling, it's in motion. So Newton and Einstein have this completely opposite reference frames, and so when people say, "Oh, they work together perfectly," they have no clue what they're talking about.
That makes perfect sense. Thanks for explaining that. And before you said that, because of the difference, it's if something's small enough, it's not going to bend space-time. Do they have some sort of formula to say? Is there a calculation that you could say, or does everything affect it? And it's just so. Sorry, my question. I'm not framing my question. So my question is there a cutoff point where something's too small to have any effect at all, or does it in the theory does everything have an effect no matter how small it is?
For me, personally, Einsteinian gravity, it's more science fiction than Newtonian.
Jack.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to wonder whether or not they have some sort of cutover period where it's like, oh, there's enough. It's big enough to now have gravity.
It's relativity, and relativity, man, that's everything.
They're essentially saying they're essentially saying that all of the matter is essentially so small that its gravitational the bending of the warping of space-time is so small that it's not detectable within the gravitational well of the Earth. That's generally the accepted rhetoric until they go to the Cavendish, and then they're like, little balls attract little balls. But like within the astrophysics community, they're like, nah, it's Einstein, it's all the way, like big balls bend space-time. You can't do that with tiny little snowflakes that doesn't bend space-time.
Trace, now I will ask you some maybe stupid question, but isn't that they made conclusion, if it's that Einstein relativity, they need to have the flat space, I think?
Oh yeah. All of the cosmos is flat. Like they look at the sky and they're like, oh yeah, all of reality is flat. Like it's so flat, it's like nothing else can describe it other than like the universe is flat, and then we just look at it like on that spectrum. But they believe like all of the universe started at this point and then exploded out in this bell curve, and then we're on this planar edge on the end of the bell curve expanding outwards. But it's so illogical, because you would actually have to then have one side that has no stars or anything, because it's the emptiness that you're expanding into.
Yeah.
And the other side has all of the stars and all of the past, because you're expanding faster than all of that shit, and you could see into the past, apparently, according to the Globers. It's so insane, but it's philosophically built on all these beliefs, and so it starts to make sense when you hold all these premises to be true.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you're reading a fantasy book and they have a really complex and thought out magic system. And so you're like, it makes sense that it works like this because of interactions and but it's still just a system that's been well thought out. It's not related to reality.
It's funny you mentioned looking into the sky and that you're looking into the past, because I used to think I was so clever looking at the sky saying, oh, that star might not even be there. It's taken so long for it to reach me. You know, it used to be one of the things I would like.
You're roboting a little bit, but I get your point. It also used to be something I used to think about. I used to think about, yes, the aliens don't know we're here. Because from their perspective, they're seeing the light that came off the Earth millions of years ago. So they're like, it's just dinosaurs right now.
What if someone, talking about gravity, when a solar eclipse happens, the waves should change, the gravity on Earth should change a little bit, because the moon is covering the sun. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like
it should change.
When you think about it logically, if the sun is holding the Earth going at 66,000 miles per hour, just imagine a fastball going at 66,000 miles per hour. You would need an insane amount of force to hold that fastball so it goes in a circle and not just goes straight off. And so there should be this insane amount of force holding this globe, but we cannot detect at all the sun's gravitation here on Earth. It's just undetectable. And so we just have to believe that the sun is holding this insane fastball of this insane mass and weight, but no problem. just holding it there.
Yeah, I mean, even that, like the moon is smaller than the Earth, okay? But the Earth is fixed to the sun. It can't go anywhere. It can only go around itself. But the moon can freely go around us, and it's smaller than us.
That's also illogical.
It doesn't pull it.
Imagine something balanced. If you had something that was attached to another thing and it was orbiting, and then you had something that was orbiting the other thing that was attached. Because of the weight distribution of the orbit of the moon, essentially, it would cause a wobble on the Earth due to the moon swinging around and the overall weight of the system changing. And so this would create like the Earth would constantly swing itself a little bit further away as the moon went in circles around it. Like, the system is unsustainable. But it just must be, because the Earth is a globe, and so there must be some way it all works out, and like gravity just must make it like all work out. That's the only solution.
Yeah, but like what I mean is, why the moon can freely go around the Earth and it's not affected by the sun gravity to just pull it towards the sun. But the Earth is bigger than the moon and it can't move anywhere, the poor Earth, but the moon can just go freely and it's smaller than the Earth and like lighter.
It makes no sense.
And when there's an eclipse, the moon and the Earth are like facing each other. So why the gravity on the Earth like changes? Because
why isn't it not changing?
We're supposed to be less affected by the sun's gravity because it's covered by the moon, because it's in the way now.
Yeah, well, it should be like a cumulative effect, because all of a sudden the moon's gravity is pulling on one side of the globe, and then the sun's gravity is also pulling on that side of the globe, and so you should have a measurable effect on one side of the globe. Everything is much lighter. On the other side of the globe, everything is much heavier. Should be super simple.
Yeah, so when there's an eclipse, it should be the sun is trying to pull the moon away, and the Earth, I guess, is supposed to pull the moon back. But the sun's gravity is higher than the Earth, so it should win. Or we should see, even if let's say they're perfectly, there's equal force because of the sun's distance, we should see a difference in the tide waves at least. That will prove gravity, I think.
It would be a supporting evidence for all of these pulling things, but that's one of the things that's really interesting when you look at it, is we got taught that the moon is causing all the tides, it's pulling it in a gigantic bulge around the Earth. But when you look at tides and the scientific literature, and you look at the data they have, that's not how they describe the tides. The tides circle the tidal nodes. And the tidal nodes or the amphidromic points are they don't raise or lower with the tides. They stay at equal height, so they're like level throughout the sea level, and then the tides circle these nodes. That's not what they taught us in schools. There's not this giant bulge going around the globe, but rather a lot of little humps going in circles around these points. That's completely different from the story they told us. It's not a moon pulling it. But there is some correlation with the height of the tides and the phases of the moon. And so throughout time, people have correlated the two. And now we have this whole theory that's taught to children based on the moon dragging all the water. But that's not actually what the evidence says.
Literature says, when the solar eclipse happens, there is no difference in gravity on Earth at all. And although the moon is pulling the Earth away from an angle, and the sun is pulling the Earth away from the same angle, there is no difference also. That doesn't make any sense. Why there's no difference?
I know, but the funny thing
they're both
is...
pulling away. What do you mean there's no difference?
I know. It's super weird, but the funny thing is, the Foucault pendulum, the so-called proof of Earth rotations, during that time, when the moon eclipses the sun, we get something called the Elias effect. And the the pendulum starts turning the other way or stopping. And so it fucks up their shit. How can that be a proof of the Earth rotation? As the sun or the moon eclipsed the sun, did the Earth stop spinning?
Because it should be. The moon is orbiting the Earth, everything is fine. In that way, everything works fine. So if there's an eclipse, now you have the sun pulling, let's say from the right side, and the moon is pulling from the right side also. So there should be a change in the system, because the pull tension is now different. But they're saying there's no difference.
It's also interesting. If you read Einstein's writing on the topic of the motion of the sky, he speaks about there could be an alternative to Earth motion, or that if the sky is moving, then there would be a centrifugal translation into the interior. And so that could cause things like Foucault's pendulum and other things just based off the sky moving. And that's Einstein himself.
I get you. Yeah, if solely the sky is moving, just it moving should have some sort of an effect. You don't need other outside forces. What about the carbon dating? I mean, they come up with these wild numbers, and I don't know how the heck they come up with them. You have any thoughts about that? I mean, I know they studied rocks and stuff, but
I know there's many people who know more about this than me. I know only a little cursory knowledge. I know that they have carbon dated fresh lava, and it was thousands of years old, according to carbon dating. I know that they carbon dated the shells of snails, and they knew those snails were only a couple of years old, or at the most. And they dated to thousands of years old, so I don't put a lot of stock into that method.
Yeah, because the thing is, they got the Earth's age of that. But to know, let's say, if it's 10,000, let's say you leave something that you made for like 10 years, then you carbon date it, okay? So you know how it looks, because you know the time that, was spent. You know what I mean? If you have a rock that's, let's say, 1 million years old, how do you know how that looks if you never saw it before?
Yeah.
You can only guess. You have to interpret.
Yeah, and if you really look into this, they admit that carbon dating can be erroneous, and so they go with their other theory, or more often, which is which sedimentary layer was it found in. And if you look at Geology Revisited by Wakey, he did a little documentary about essentially looking at how these geological patterns form, and in the wake of some massive volcanic eruptions, these layers have formed essentially overnight, which contradict the basic storyline that we get taught, that like these layers are formed over millennia of years as creatures die and things collect. But
you can go closer even.
But when we look at actually how things work with flow, if you make different densities of liquids or materials flow, like you can do the same thing with solids. You can make them act like liquid by pushing air up through them. And so when a volcano moves a massive amounts of things and it's all flowing together at once, it actually layers out like through its density or relative density. And so you get all this layering naturally over just a very short period, where in normal geology that's not accepted. That's not accepted. How the world could have happened. They have this whole idea that they want to push because that's what they learn to get the degrees they have. It's the basis of their knowledge, if you will.
You can make it simpler if you're gonna date everything based on that. If I give you a piece of metal that naturally corroded, and I give you a piece of metal that I put salt or some sort of acid on it, which is gonna speed up the corrosion, and I give you both of them without telling you anything, how would you know which one actually, stayed out for like 2 weeks, or the other one stayed for like 3 days, but I assisted the corrosion process? You can't tell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not after the fact.
After the fact, of course, you can't tell which is which.
Yeah, the effect is the same. It looks the same.
It looks the same. So sometimes rain happens. Sometimes waves. So there's salt that comes on stuff. Sometimes there's volcanoes exploding. Sometimes there's heavy wind. So how can you know it actually stayed there, or something else made it look older? You can't know. You just guess.
Yeah, that's the essential problem, making the assumption that it is one specific way when there are multiple ways of achieving the same result.
Yeah.
What's the same as start with an assumption, you end up with a fuck up, don't you? Because if they're basing their dates on these things that can't be confirmed, then all the other dates are out.
Yeah, I mean, like you have. We always were told Egyptians are like they built the pyramids and stuff 5,000 years ago, whatever. Well, yeah, you have new data now that they didn't build it. The pyramids are 13,500 years ago, and they just found it there. Because they just wanted to be,
Yeah.
They just wanted to be that way.
Carbon dating, what they do at sites is they get the stuff from around the site, which could have been put there after,
Yeah, I mean, even the Sphinx.
So they date it on the relics that they find around it, not the actual thing, because you can't carbon date rock.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's not accurate.
Well, how do we you can't say it's not accurate because because you can't confirm what your results are. That's the problem, yeah.
One of the reasons why I really recommend Wakey's documentary is because when you start looking into the layering of geology, a lot of the times you start finding weird anomalies, and they're not very highlighted, but if you dig, you'll find them. And you'll find petrified trees that stick up through all the layers. That does not imply millennia of different things rotting and ending up on the surface and creating multiple layers. That implies a fast layering.
Yeah, because otherwise the tree would have had to have turned to stone from the first
it wouldn't have time to turn to stone. It would have rotted away if it was over a long period of time. It just doesn't work.
Doesn't work at all. Well, you see it, here we've just had major floods in Australia, and you see some of the areas have been dumped mud 1 meter deep. And if those towns that it was in weren't there, there'd be another sediment layer of 1 meter deep, and that was created in 5 days. So it's from things like that, they should know that they're wrong. But they don't, because that would give them incredibility.
Yeah, it would undermine the story, because the story requires billions of millions of years of evolutionary nonsense.
No, it's just basically stretch the time and everything is going to work. You know, that's the way it is.
If you give me enough time, I can make anything work.
Yeah, where do they get this? Earth was created. Was it 8 billion years ago?
No, 13.8, I believe, or 13.2.
I think that was the universe, wasn't it? 13 was the universe. No?
No, I think. Let me check. I'm rusty on these things. Let me check.
Earth is 4.5 billion, I think.
Oh, okay. So Earth is 4 and the universe is 13. Yeah.
But you have a star.
That sounds about right.
But yeah, we're arguing over stupid numbers that don't exist. But you know, this is what they say anyway.
They discovered the star before Big Bang.
Oh yeah. The universe is 13. No, they're very accurate. 13.787. Give or take 0.20 billion years. There's a give or take there. Yeah, man, they're accurate, man, by the numbers. You know,
they're very specific about their numbers.
Yeah, they had stopwatch since the Big Bang. You're lagging now.
Get this. I know they claim that they get that from the background radiation. Yeah. So
yeah, but I mean the same thing with the rocks,
premise
man.
is built on background radiation, and you go, well, if you don't know that we're that they can't, you know, I think this rock is okay. How do you get to that?
Yeah, the thing is, with the same thing with the carbon dating, you don't know how it's supposed to look if it's like 1 billion years. So how do you know it's 13 or 20 or 10? You never had a controlled experiment to know what will happen in that amount of time. So how can you build off that?
Rocky, my wife studied the carbon dating.
That's great.
And she told me what I understood, like ignorant, because I didn't get it fucking anything. But she told me something like, this is only guess thing. It's nothing scientific in that. Maybe you can get something from 100 to 200 years and more. From that you are going, I don't know, some people will say even 1,000 years, but what she told me, she's saying something 100 to 200 years. Well, I'm also telling you like ignorant that, but how I understood. And she, how to say, put it, she said it, that it's a guesswork.
The problem is because things get affected by outside sources. Outside forces all the time. So
yeah,
even if your methodology of guessing is very accurate, let's say 100% accuracy, but you can't know was this thing affected by this rock was affected by rain or not, because that will speed up the problem.
I will give you one example. Weather. They are saying that it's climate change, that it's global warming. Now, is it global warming in the last 4.5 billion years or in 200 years?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it global warming for the last?
That's why honestly, climate change.
We need to know the temperature from the first year of from let's say from the state when the Earth was stabilized, or however we want to say. from the.
I don't think, honestly, it was ever stable. The weather always gets a bit hotter, then a bit colder, then hotter. Then, it wasn't. I don't think it was ever stable.
Yeah, but
we
for
don't
example,
know. We don't know though. Yeah.
For example,
well, we do know. I have information to share on this because the Icelandic weather station, national Icelandic weather stations, have been caught faking their data to go along with the rest of the world in their climate emergency nonsense.
Dude,
and so
I saw that.
People went back, got the original papers.
It gets colder, yeah?
Yeah, and it's the same. It's pretty much the same. It's just going up and down, but it's about the same. So
like weather does, yeah.
They just went back and faked the numbers, like when they tell the public, oh, in the past it was like this. But when you look at the actual data, the actual papers, no, they're lying. And it's been proven in my country of Iceland. All of the data from here
for decades
has been faked, and it's been proven now.
The ones in the UK also were caught when they measure the temperature. They go next to airports, so it will naturally capture. It will capture it hotter. So they say, "Oh, see, it's getting hotter now." Global warming.
Manipulation.
There's also a problem with so they now have built up areas where they've had a weather station there for a long time, but it used to be in a field, and now they've got maybe houses around with roads and footpaths and less grass. Yeah. So you've got areas that have heated up by 2 degrees, but
it's cherry picking. They're cherry picking data.
Yeah.
Listen, exactly. The other day was the guy, 3 days ago from Saudi, and he said that
That's me.
That's him.
Okay, Roger. Did you say that it's raining more and it's more colder?
Yeah, it is raining more. It is colder.
That means it's not warming.
Yeah, in Saudi it's getting colder. Actually, it's not getting hotter. It's getting colder.
Gosh, it's climate change, not global warming anymore.
Yeah.
Oh,
you also got to think about the sun cycle.
They switched it so fast. I didn't even notice.
You also got to think about the sun cycle. You got to think about the Gulf Stream or other oceanic currents that carry heat in the ocean. As these shift, different countries will have more heat than normal. This happened to us as the Gulf Stream shifted closer to Iceland. We got much milder winters. When the Gulf Stream wasn't here, we had really severe winters.
The thing is, it's not new. Like, I remember the elderly, they said like 50 years ago, Saudi was colder than now. And it's just getting back to where it was. It's nothing special. Yeah. It happens every 100 years.
We seem to have 8-year cycles here. So we go into a drought, and then we have after that we have 2 wet seasons, and then Lake Eyre fills up every 8 years, and then it dries out. It's a big salt lake, so it seems to be an 8 to 10 year cycle here.
And the issue here is we have a lot of admitted weather modification where they're trying to combat global warming by spraying aerosols all up in the air to try to cool certain areas, but this just messes up the natural cycles. And then on top of it all, the sun itself goes through its own natural cycles where it has maximums, where it has more output, and it gets hotter. And so we're going through these natural cycles, and they're just calling it climate change.
When Ice Age happened, when what they are claiming?
Ice Age, the closest one?
Yeah.
There was one in the north. There was a mini Ice Age. It was at the late 1600s. They claimed that was the closest one. Yeah. The River Thames froze over, and
that big one, that big one before, that's what you learn in history.
They're saying 12,000 years ago, yeah.
13,500. It's when the mammoth and the saber-tooth all died.
Yeah.
listen to this speculation. What if every 15,000 years it should to be ice age?
Yeah, that could be it. Why not?
Because that cycle it's doing like that. What if it's every 2,000 years? I'm now shooting the numbers. What if we need to have the weather that is very hot? What if it's burning one time in 2-3 years? It's only burning, and then it's again.
All you need for a massive ice age is just a massive volcano spewing a bunch of ash into the air, blocking off the sun.
Yeah, that's what happened in the 1600s.
We have that.
I live in Iceland, so when there's massive volcanoes, everything's covered in ash. You're not growing shit.
Yeah. And only because of Iceland, it was a problem. Almost fucking U.S.
Yeah, we blanketed out the world with our volcanoes before.
And now put it like Italy and what is there, Hawaii, and put it together, and there we are.
It's easy enough to create
Iceland,
one.
by the way, man? I don't know much about Iceland.
It's a decently good place.
Bigger landmass than Denmark?
We got bigger landmass than Denmark, but we got very few people.
Oh my god, that's so beautiful. I wake up at night like an owl to avoid people. Must be great.
How is during the summer? Is it warm? What is the
It's really good during the summer. Because of the Gulf Stream and all that, we have pretty decent summers, but...
Is decent, you mean cold or hot or...
I would classify it as warm. It can get a tiny bit hot, but it's never too hot or uncomfortable during the summer. I would recommend Iceland as a destination during the summer for a vacation, not during the winter though.
What is maximum temperature?
30 degrees Celsius, I would say, is about maximum. But that's on record-breaking days during the summer.
Yeah. Some summers
But 25, it's okay?
Yeah, during the summer it's okay. 20 to 25 is okay. It's normal. On a good day.
Because I'm planning to go to Iceland.
Oh, no. It's funny for me because in Saudi, summer is 50 Celsius.
Yeah, I know.
And you're 50. Oh my god. I'm like, what, dude? I can't walk outside.
Yeah, that's boiling for me, man.
No, for real. In summer here, the ACs in the cars stopped work. When you have the AC on max temperature, you don't feel anything. Nothing.
The highest temperature I've been is 45 degrees because I was going to Greece and Turkey, and there was a heat wave coming from Africa that comes every 100 years.
Oh, the Sahara one,
they went up to 45 degrees, and within the first 2 or 3 days, even though I always had a sun hat, I still got sunstroke because my body was used to that heat.
The hottest place is actually in Kuwait here in summer. They hit 60 Celsius sometimes. It's crazy. In Kuwait, actually, the car tires melt.
Rogi,
that's crazy, man.
Rogi, only to tell you, I grew up in the middle of... I'm on the border with Serbia, if you know where it is. That is near Hungary.
Of course, of course. I know Serbia.
There was 43 degrees in town near to one river. Nothing. You are not on seaside. You are inside of country, And I lived every summer was like it should to be at least 7 days 40. Other days are 35. It could start in May, like that.
Is the location of the place like Budva?
No, Budva is on the sea. That is like comparing. I don't know, Kansas with.
Oh no! Sorry.
With Florida.
I meant Podgorica. Is it like the same place? Like it's down and there's mountains around it. That's why it's very hot.
Yeah, Podgorica is inside. Let's say there is not. But still, that is hot. Yeah, let's say I don't know why, but we have that temperature also very hot. In the continental place.
Podgorica because it's like there's a lot of mountains and it's very down. That's why I have friends there. When there's summer, they escape to Budva on the seaside.
But for example, it depends of humidity. I think that hot it's not problem. It's humidity.
I live next to the sea. It's terrible.
I was in Italy, in town where it was like a 28, but you could not breathe outside. It was so sticky and you cannot do anything. It's so awful. People was going outside to in supermarkets because it was air conditioned, that they can breathe.
In the Bahrain in summer, it's disgusting. You can't even see anything. That it's like the humidity is crazy.
How is during the night? Is it cold?
Well, the temperature right now. I mean, now it's considered cold. Let me see the phone.
Because I saw some documentaries in deserts. I don't know that the temperature is going. It's fucking 50, and during the night it's 0.
Okay. Look, so now it's 16 Celsius, but we're inside the city. But in the desert, if you go in the desert, it's very, very cold. Yeah, it goes to 5, 6. That's no problem. Sometimes the water freezes. But because here we have a lot of, in Saudi, you have an AC in every room. Every room has an AC.
But the question, this is the question. There is 6 degrees, and then during the day it's 40, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Because here the UV is very high. The UV in Saudi is almost 10 all the morning. 10. The UV from the sun is very, very strong here. So even if the temperature is like 30 Celsius, you're like, okay, it's fine. You walk outside, you feel like your skin is burning. The UV is so high here. Sometimes in Google, I actually see it says 11 out of 10. It's like danger, don't go outside, That's the biggest problem here. The sun burns. It's not the warm, fuzzy sun. It's like the cooked sun. Remember, I went to EU. I stayed there for a month. I got a bit lighter. I came back. I couldn't walk outside for like 2 months. I had to slowly train my skin to get a tan back. Oh man, that snow looks amazing. I was so unlucky this year. I went in December to Eastern Europe. I wanted to see the snow. It snowed 1 day after I left the country. I was like, dude, what the fuck? I stayed for 39 days there. Come on. It snowed literally after I left. Immediately. My friend was like, oh my god, dude, you can never believe it. It snowed 2 meters in 1 day. I was like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. I came from a desert to want to see the snow, and it snowed after I leave. What the fuck?
I really recommend Iceland in the summer, because when you go through the night, it just becomes marvelous, because you don't have nighttime during the summer. You just have the sun going in this massive circle around you. And if you're in the northern parts of the country, you can see the sun the whole time. But in the southern parts of the country, it dips just below the horizon and creates this amazing pink, like purple, orange, all sorts of colors sky that just fills the sky. It's just so marvelous.
Wow, I never thought something like that could happen, honestly. I heard of places that the sun doesn't come up that much, for a month, but sun always visible. Never.
Yeah, during the summer, it basically never, because we're so northern, we never get the sun right above our heads. It's always at an angle to us, and so during the summer, it goes the highest it does in the sky, but instead of going down, because it's not going directly over us. It just goes in this circle and then dips towards the northern horizon, and then goes back up again. But I live in the south, so I get this beautiful effect where, when you think about light, light actually scatters in the air, and so what they say is the reason for all the beautiful colors of the sunset and the sunrise is Rayleigh scattering. And so, if you were just to consider the ball to be even bigger than it is claimed to be, then the sunrise and sunset would still happen at the same location because of Rayleigh scattering. Because as the sun sets, it actually, you can see it turning more and more red. That's the light scattering out of the visible spectrum. Red is the last color you see. And so when the sun is at the edge of the visible spectrum, it basically makes the sky looks amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of missing the point. We're looking at something like a Leonardo da Vinci painting, right? Like the Mona Lisa, right? And then someone says, "Yeah, but that's just paint on canvas, dude." It's like you're missing the point, man. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the point. Okay, we know how light works. Great. We still don't know. You know what I mean? We don't know what it is. Like, we're seeing art in the world. I don't think monkeys or dogs can appreciate a sunset.
Yeah, my point is essentially that if the Earth was much bigger than they claimed, we would still have to have the sunrise and sunset at the same location or distance away, because the light is scattering out of the visible range. And so night, you don't see the sun because the light is 100% scattered out of your visible range. But when you look at infrared and you look at the sky, the sky is all lit up, like the light that was previously there is now scattered into the range of infrared, and now you can see it. That doesn't work on the globe. The light shouldn't be able to reach us. It should be blocked by the globe.
Makes no sense, yeah. The globe does, it takes away from the real experience. Hey, like, see something beautiful at night and some guy rambles on about, gases, going off in space, right? And you're like, nah, man, I'm talking about that up there. It's like the Milky Way or something like that. Oh, look at that constellation. It's so pretty. It's like, yeah, but did you know there are like millions of light years away? It's just gas burning in the middle of nowhere.
And just to give Roji some more holes to poke in the bottle.
Just a second, please, before the hole. Karma, please stop sending those pictures. I'm envious of you, okay? Continue, please.
See, the question about gravity, right? The real question about gravity would sound like this. What causes the motions? The sun, the moon, and the stars. If the Earth was not a ball, this would be the question. So we know about magnetism, electromagnetism, electricity, right? So that's the real question. What's causing those up there? What are those things? I mean, what's causing them to move? We have seasons. We have all these things on Earth, systems. Because of that's gravity, right? That's where life lives.
Yeah.
Why? It's weird.
Look at the picture I just posted and conceptualize this for a moment. When you're at the equator or at the center of the ball looking outwards, you should be looking at a specific spot of space. And then as the globe rotates, everyone on that line around the globe, which is in line with the sun, would essentially see the same exact spot of space traveling over their heads.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that would be the truth of a heliocentric model. That would be one of the proofs of the heliocentric model. But we don't actually see that. What we see is a geocentric sky. And so the world is all of the stars are mapped directly down to the ground. And so when you're looking at the other side, if you imagine you're on the left side of this picture, and then half a year later you're on the right side of this picture, and you're looking at a completely different patch of sky. But in reality, they're not all seeing the same patch of sky traveling over their heads, and half a year later, you're not seeing a different patch of the sky. What is actually happening is there's this one set of stars that are above your head and are moving in a circle above the Earth, and that set of stars is mapped down to the ground. That's how we do celestial navigation. We have the GPs of all of the stars mapped down to the ground. And so there's at no point where any part of the night sky is blocked because it's behind the sun. Instead, in reality, the people that are on the other side of the globe, on the right side, in the light side, 12 hours later, when they're on the dark side and looking at supposedly the same patch of sky that you were looking at, they see a completely different set of stars. They see the stars that are on the left side, because all of the stars are essentially mapped onto the geocentric celestial sphere, and that celestial sphere corresponds to locations on the ground. That is geocentric. That's not heliocentric. And so the excuse the heliocentrists want us to believe is all of the light behind the sun is being bent around the sun to the backside of the globe. And as the globe rotates, the people who were watching the patch of the sky that the globe is facing actually don't see that night sky anymore. But rather, as it rotates, they see the light that's being bent around the sun to the backside.
Seems like they always find an exception when the formula doesn't work.
Yeah, this is so absurd that my astrophysicist friend, who I have been friends with since we were teenagers, who went on to become an astrophysicist, and he studied for so long. Meanwhile, I just looked at conspiracies and loved all the space propaganda. He was like my best friend. And this point was the point that made him go fuck, I don't have an answer. Because he tried to show me that the gravity of the sun is bending the light around the sun to the earth. And I'll show you the picture he posted me. I just need to find it.
Yeah, he doesn't have an answer. They don't have an answer for him.
It should be here somewhere.
The answer is that the earth is so big it looks flat.
Essentially, if you look at his picture, which I'm still trying to find, but it'll show you light bending around the sun and hitting the earth where the light of the sun should be hitting it. And so it doesn't really work. It is not going to the backside of the globe. And so what I basically asked him was how is it going to the backside of the globe? And how is it that when the earth rotates, the stars appear to move, and these stars that previously weren't visible to the people looking in this direction can now suddenly see the stars that were behind the sun just 12 hours before? And he essentially just gave up the argument at this point, and years later now he has quit working as an astrophysicist and gone back to school. This is just one aspect of how heliocentrism just doesn't actually work with what we see in the sky. We see the sky as geocentric. That's why the Greeks didn't believe in heliocentrism. They actually had a guy that proclaimed the world to be heliocentric.
Honestly, it's strange that when they come up with these ideas, they never see themselves always putting a rule. Then when something doesn't work, they don't see why the rule is wrong. They put an exception and just move along. That's very...
Yeah.
I think that's how it works.
Unscientific.
These guys are not just any guys. These guys are some of the brightest minds they had at the time. And their work was probably funded and directed by some patriot, some person with a lot of money. To go do this work, make it fit into this model. And guess who approves these models? The Catholic Church. So, it's all part. It's like Christopher Columbus, Admiral Byrd. Anybody who's gone anywhere to discover any whatever, there's always people funding these things so you can learn about it. We call it science. But we all know that's not the case, that we're just being told what they want us to know. And whatever it is, well, they know that, and then that's how they have power over it. They know what is, and we only know what they tell us. So Copernicus, right?
Yeah.
What does it work for? Yeah. Newton, he worked for the Royal Institution. Russians and just science comes from.
You're a bit laggy, probably, just a tiny bit.
I was just saying, can you hear me? Is that better?
Yeah. You sound good now.
I was just saying, like, the people that you read about that has, taking it from flat to geocentric, right, where the Earth is in the middle. These are the same people, right? The Catholic Church oversees this moving from flat to geocentric, which means it's now a ball. Okay, approved. Okay, and then all right, keep going. Now it has to go from geocentric to heliocentric. It's the same people, right? The Catholic Church has to approve that. Okay, good job, right? Later on down the line, some Catholic priest develops the Big Bang, right? Whoa, here we go, the beginning, right? The Catholic Church has to approve all these things, even though it goes against the Bible that they take to the ends of the earth, right? Rome. This is Rome. This is that little horn, that took out 3 nations on its way up, right? The Vandals, the Gatathams, whatever. Rome.
Honestly, a lot of scientists, they do just, they know what the funder basically wants to hear, so they test it in some way to get the what's the word? I forgot the word. Damn. Wait, just a second. What? So the results that they want.
Yeah.
A lot of them do. That's why in studies, it's, you have to just, if you want to take a study, actually, you have to just read everything. How they made it, who made it, who, and what's the methodology, because they can do anything.
Grace, did your friend ever concede at any point that actually, or did he ever say that he's no longer a glober, at least on the fence? Or
he's on the fence. Yeah, he's on the fence.
Yes and no. Before I started talking to him, his mom apparently had come across a flat Earth thing and just started believing it. And so he disowned his mother and tried to go on with his life. And so when I started talking to him about it, he became very, very triggered. But because we've been friends for so long and like he knows me, like he really wanted me to be a globe believer. And I mean, like I approached it from the aspect of like, I believe in the globe, bro. I believe in it. I just need the evidence to prove to the flat earthers that it's not real.
Yeah.
Like, I need the evidence, bro. And so because I just kept asking questions like from a devil's advocate point of view, like I don't believe this. I'm just asking, how does this work? Can you show me some evidence? And because he didn't have anything and everything he tried just didn't work, he kind of broke down and he had kind of a nervous breakdown and it took us a little bit of time just to like talk our way through that. And in the end, he did admit that like it could be flat, but like he is convinced that it is a globe regardless. Like even if it is flat, it doesn't matter to him, he says. And so what he did after he quit working as an associate helping some astrophysicists, because he is learned as an astrophysicist, he quit his job and went back to school and has been working on programming and artificial intelligence since. Like he tells me that like he doesn't care if it's flat or globe because he's gonna get hooked up into the metaverse and just gonna live his life there. He's crazy, man.
And you're still good friends?
Yes and no. I don't talk to him much lately. Like I got him to get back with his mom and like accept that like people can have different opinions about this, but like it's a very sensitive subject for him. He spent so many years like studying for this and then working. It's a very sensitive subject for him.
Well, it's a lot of trauma to go through.
No, it's okay. I was talking, but I switched to my phone, take a smoke, and I forgot that I was muted on my phone. It's interesting that he's into computers and he believes in this because, like, even when you copy a file, because what he's gonna do is gonna basically copy his brain and, theoretically, or not theoretically, even supposedly, and have it like uploaded or whatever. I mean, even if you can make a copy of a picture on a phone or a computer, it's not the same thing, It has a different ID, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not an exact copy, so it's not actually, even if it can happen, it's not actually you. It's just a copy.
Yeah,
it's not the same. It's not a duplication, it's just a copy.
While I agree, it's also, like, you have to understand the premise here, like, I was always the cool, handsome guy who got all the ladies, and because I wanted to, like, be different than the stereotype, I was like, I'm gonna study and be super, like, into these nerdy things, even though, it was expected of me to be a sporty type. And so, this guy was, like, super, he's 6.3 feet. He's bigger than me. He looks like an ogre, okay? He doesn't like his physical appearance. He's always had trouble with girls. I've always been trying to help him with this. And so our dynamic has always been like, I'm the one teaching him shit. And so I understand from his perspective that he's like, I want to escape this reality and want to be like this imaginary hero character in my computer game.
Well, it's kind of, if you're a coder, like in coding, computer science and coding, they have these things called like a variable, right? Variable X. Okay, you're this, and that's it. You know, you're nothing else but this. And then there's something called an object. So an object, once it has certain requirements now you're a more flesh. Now you're a thing. You know what I mean? But before you're that, like an object falls under something called a class. So, for example, a class, man, that's a class. Woman, that's a class. If you want to create an object from it, or human, human is a class, and you can create an object, and you're specifying like a make and a model of a car. You know, the make is the class, and the model is the object that's created. You know what I mean? So in that way, it's like simulation. You know, coders especially would try to think of the world that way, you know, so it might be easier for them to get sucked into the idea of simulation, that we're just a simulation, you know, not like computers, but, you know, in a different way.
Yeah, he loves that idea.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, it got popular with Elon Musk and stuff. Got very popular lately. He likes to push that idea.
Because they want to escape this world, right? This world.
It is weird, man. It is weird. Why not improve it instead of just...
Well, why not change your beliefs about this world? And that will change your world, right? For instance, you think it's a ball, right? Do you think your feelings of wanting to get away from here has to do with something that, because you think you live in a ball, because you think this is how the world is. That's why you want to escape, right? But what if you changed those beliefs? What if you didn't believe that? Yeah. You might want to stay in this world. You might want to explore it.
Good afternoon.
Hey, welcome.
I was just thinking to add to kind of a yes and to what you're saying. You take yourself with you wherever you go, so they can leave the world if they could. They'd still take themselves with them, and they'd still be unhappy.
Yep. Well, it's a world. It's in your mind. You know, you can't escape it.
The etymological definition of world is the age of man, or the age of a man. So, what is a world?
World view.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's your perspective for your time here. Everybody's world's different, but the Earth remains the same.
Yeah. Maybe if you change that, right, then the glass might look half full instead of half empty, right?
Yeah. Yep. Looking at the bright side of things. I believe faith works both ways. I don't just believe it, I think that it can be proven. But when people have negative faith, negative things are more inclined to happen. If they're investing their faith in positive things and have a positive direction, positive things are more inclined to happen.
Yeah, that's my experience, so I can at least correlate that.
It's kind of like you get what you expect out of things.
When you think about God, do you think about space? Do you think about that point in space, time, where the Big Bang all started? Is that where you think God's throne is?
Huh.
It's somewhere out there.
And Jesus is still a saint. Still.
Yeah. So, you know, when you sit, you know, when just normal people are just sitting at home contemplating certain like deep things, right? And they have to go there. Do you usually go to space? Because if you do, you might have the wrong worldview. I'm saying, you know. Is Chewbacca there? Is Yoda there? You know, is that lion from Narnia there? You know what I'm saying?
Flying spaghetti monster. Is that where that is?
Oh man, I forgot about that religion. Oh my god. But their afterlife is kind of fun, though. Their afterlife is you get massaged by these tentacles of the spaghetti monster forever and ever. It's like a spa.
I think that Futurama kind of did a flying spaghetti monster type episode, movie, or whatever.
They must be trolling, yeah. They must be trolling, yeah. They don't actually believe that. You think?
I have no idea. It's funny.
Well, isn't it FTFE? Isn't he? Didn't he say that his god was the flying spaghetti monster? I think he did.
Karma has a point on this. I've heard her tell me the origin of this
flying
religion.
Spaghetti monster thing? Yeah, I remember seeing this when it first came out. It's because there was this guy who wanted to wear a hat on his DMV driver's license photo. And they were like, you're not allowed to wear any hats. And he was like, what about the Jewish people who wear the tiny hats? And they're like, that's a religious exemption, so they're allowed to have hats. And he's like, I'll just go make a church. And then he showed up with a spaghetti grain on his head and had that on his DMV photo because that was part of his religion of the flying spaghetti monster.
Oh, actually, I'm seeing interviews. Yeah, he has the drain thing. Oh my god. Oh, so it's basically making fun of them.
Card. Yeah, you pulled the religion card out. Like,
okay, I respect it now. I respect the spaghetti monster.
It got weird. Yeah. That's hilarious, but it did get weird when the atheist types and agnostics started adopting it as their kind of patron saint.
Of course, they have to jump on something.
Yeah.
He wanted to prove that if it was a religion, they'll let it fly, right? It's my religion. Spaghetti. Yeah.
It's kind of same thing with the Transformers. We kind of bend reality because of, it's my belief.
It's also funny because it's kind of the position they want to push us into. They want to be like, oh, you're just flat earthers because of the religious view. But we're like, no, it's because we measured the earth to be flat. Like the other thing doesn't work.
Yeah.
But if we actually leaned into that, we could get religious exemptions and all sorts of bullshit. But we're just not about that. It also detracts from our arguments because we would just be playing into the straw man.
Yeah,
they'd be lying. Yeah, black holes have this circle around it, the sphere around it called the event horizon. It's where everything, once it goes past it, into it, turns into spaghetti. And that's why it's called the spaghetti monster. Yep. Because it turns everything into spaghetti. Like, true story.
People could talk about quantum, like string theory type stuff too.
Yeah. I was like, spaghetti? He was like, yeah, spaghetti. I was like, really, spaghetti? That's how you can explain it. Yeah, dude, like stretches stuff. Like spaghetti. Well, yeah. Spaghetti.
Not just quantum theory.
Like, were you hungry when you came up with that? Sorry, go ahead.
Not just string theory. You have also quantum physics, which the explanation is kind of strange. It's physics, but when it's very, very small, all the laws of physics don't apply. It's kind of
it's Hinduism
weird.
And it's Hinduism and it's the Kabbalah. They are saying that with their mouth, and that's where it comes from. That's where the model of the atom comes from. That's where the model of the solar system comes from, and the universe, the galaxy and the universe. It's the same belief systems. Brahma. Brahma is the universe. We're all part of it. We're all going to return to the source one day through technology, I guess. Crazy people, that's what they're saying. They want to upload their consciousness into space, into the universe. So, it's funny, but it's also not funny because it comes from somewhere. And because it does, it's even scarier and more serious. I don't think people realize the gravity.
It's also what if they just use like the modern AIs, like they can use deep fakes to fake your face, and then they can use ChatGPT to be trained on all of your texts and all of your information online, and then it can act like you. And you think your mama has been uploaded and into the cloud, and it's your mama, but it's actually just ChatGPT 4.
Yeah.
I never tried. I wanted to use it, but it was banned here, so never got the opportunity to use it. Seems very useful.
What do you mean it was banned?
In Saudi you can't use it. It's banned here.
So hey, there's a Discord server that has ChatGPT and its text. Here, I'll give you a link.
Oh, sure, DM it.
I'll post it in the stream.
All right.
You know how when you do it. Yeah. I
tried VPN. I tried a lot of stuff. I don't know why they keep detecting me. They're more sophisticated.
It's basically like taking all the top 10 results on the first search page and like summarizing, putting it together into one thing you can read. That's what it feels like it's doing. When you ask it a question. Well, I don't know how many pages it goes through, but it seems to be only like 20 pages on Google now for any search you do. There's not much to go through with me anymore. The internet just vanished.
I can just imagine how it's going to be, and then you're going to be like, Mama, how did you know all this information about quantum physics? And she's like, oh, I have access to all of the internet now.
Oh, is it going to go?
I'm not very active on social media. Is it as bad as it seems to be these days?
Do you mean like Facebook?
That's why people are nihilists. That's why people are stupid.
My Facebook's amazing because you just remove everything you don't like. All I've got is like tractors and off-grid living, and just like just make it what you want, man. They give you all the tools to be able to do that.
For me, man, I try, like, the only social media I use is Discord and, like, YouTube, if that counts, and that's it. Like, my YouTube keeps, like, from time to time, something that I've never fucking watched, I don't like. I always click on not interested for 20,000 times, and they keep showing it to me after, like, a week. I'm like, oh, do you like it now? Do you like it now? I'm like, no, not interested. And they keep showing me this.
Click on it, give it a thumbs down, and then get out of it.
Oh no, dude! The thumbs down and YouTube and up doesn't do anything anymore. It used to.
Doesn't?
No,
doesn't do anything.
Don't touch it at all because it's trying to figure out what you prefer. So even if he thumbs down something, okay, he doesn't like this. All right,
but he watches.
What about this? What about this?
But at least he watched some of it, so. You will keep pushing it to him so that he'll click it again and thumbs it down again so that we get more watch time.
Yeah, that's how the algorithm works.
And it'll put you in a box, demographics of people, right? This guy is most likely a terrorist because he's flat earth. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Because he doesn't believe us. Because look at all the stuff he dislikes and all the stuff he does watch. You know what I mean? Like, don't even touch it.
Yeah, I think they're always going to try to push narratives and stuff. But if you go in there and you train it yourself, like to what you like, it is a pretty cool curated list. Once you start getting rid of the crap that you don't want.
Once it gets to know you, yes, and you don't want it to get to know you. That's what I'm saying. You don't want it to know.
But even when it gets to know you, it's still just suggesting the same things you've seen. Like you're like, I've seen this video. Like I've watched it like 4 times. Stop showing it to me again. And like all these other videos I've seen, it's just the same things. It's nothing new. It's just my subscriptions.
Yeah, and like sometimes it goes like to the old stuff. Like for me, when I was a Muslim, like I think 6 years ago, I used to look up a lot of things, about Islam, this and that, and like debates 2 hours. Sometimes until this day, it shows me that stuff. Like once every 2 weeks, once every month, I just like, dude, I don't want to watch that anymore. And it's annoying. Like it brings up old things I used to watch, and it's like, oh, you want to watch it again?
I don't know. My YouTube's gotten to the stage where it doesn't even try anymore. It's literally just my subscriptions. There's not really that much fluff going in there anymore.
Yeah,
oh my god, dude! Look! Right now on my home, there's like a story in Islam about Juju Majuj. Basically, sum it up. In the end times, there's a people that are gonna come that are gonna eat everything. That's they're gonna eat everything. They're gonna drink the sea even. That's a story that's gonna happen in end times in Islam. Apparently, there's a video. Who are Juju Majuj? I'm like, dude, please. I never click on these things. That's the problem. But they keep showing it to me.
Yeah, but now that you've been searching and looking at all this flat Earth stuff, have they started pushing it onto you, the anti-flat Earth stuff?
Oh no! I think the bot they have for me is a bit retarded. It's very slow. Like so it's showing me Islam stuff that I used to watch 6 years ago, man. Like I don't watch that anymore. Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm gonna open it one day. And it's gonna be why the Earth is not flat. 10 reasons. No, it's gonna be also BuzzFeed to make it perfect.
You have to log out, and then you have to delete, erase your cookies and all that. Then you have to open it up in what's the word? Anonymous mode. What's the word? And then go to YouTube and see what comes up. It shouldn't be curated.
The problem is I have an account that's connected to everything, so that won't affect anything. It's fine, man. I got used to it. If I want to watch a video, I just have to scroll down for like 2 or 3 minutes to find something useful.
Yeah, and it's Google. So if you have Google, right, it has more data. So it knows. It knows the kind of person you are, your behavior, probably, right? Because you're out there shopping, right? You're out there doing shopping. You're out there working, doing stuff. I mean, there's all this data to aggregate, to bring in, to look at and form a more accurate view of who you are and what you would most likely think or do if you were presented a certain, world view. Reality, right? You think this guy would accept this? I don't know. Let's look at the bigger picture. Boom, pull up all these people just like collective mind. Now let's ask ChatGPT. It's a tool. Let's see how it...
YouTube's heaps better than it used to be, like, say, 2-3 years ago. It's really good in comparison. You can get on there and watch proper content. It's obviously got its biases and stuff, but at least now everyone's just there's less opinion. It's less opinionated as it was a couple of years ago. They've changed it big time.
Oh yeah, all the censoring, all the stuff. Like they just disincentivize people to say what they actually believe. They just like
They're even building.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go.
No.
Even like now people like they don't they want to swear, but like they say, "Oh frick!" Oh, I want to see when I watch a video of someone, I want to see who they are. I want to see the censored version. Like if they like to swear, I want to see them swear. You know what I mean? If they're edgy, if they have dark humor, I just want to see the person. It's very annoying for me that everyone has to walk on eggshells these days. It's like
you don't want to see the persona. You don't want to see the mask. You want to see
I want to see the real person. Yeah, and it's not their fault. They have to. They're forced by the system to oppress themselves, basically.
I went halfway down my feed and I got how to silence a flat earther. That's it. It does still have it. Yeah. Dave.
The algorithm knows what's best for you, man. Just
Dave
go with the algorithm.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I click on it to watch it anyway, so they're getting information. So
now they're saying, "Oh, it's working, guys, it's working." Okay.
I don't think they care. Honestly, I think it's all ad revenue.
It's data. It's the question like this. All right, so we got this open AI. What can we do? Right? What's the next step? We've trained it. We've done all these things. Well, now we train it with people. The data, like what kind of questions people are going to ask. People are going to break it. People are going to play with it. So they get to patch a lot of problems and they get real time interaction. People, right? So that's
not just that. By the way, do you know this thing? Are you a robot when you enter a website or whatever? In the past, it used to be just numbers. Then it became squiggly numbers and letters. Then became pictures, and now it's like very, very complex almost. That actually
now it's a digital. Now it's a digital priest in a confession booth with you, right? All the questions you're asking. All the things you're asking to build is you confessing who you really are, what you really look like inside, to a priest in a confession booth box.
What I'm going at is that thing, right? That they use to make sure for you to have to do it. That actually was you training the AI. Every answer a human gives, they send it to the computer and it learns. So they have been using us for a long time, people, to teach this AI. And now it's kind of it's the final stages now.
Every CAPTCHA you had to fill in to verify, right? Signing in somewhere. This is what it asks you to do. Prove that you are not a bot.
So we have our bot know how to be like you, basically.
Exactly.
Literally training them.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing too. And that's what they're doing. They're developing. Google is now starting to punish, penalize any website that uses AI generated content writing. Okay, it's training things to pick it up, right? Because kids are using it to cheat in school. So not only are we training it to do that, we're also training it to recognize bots apart from people. Isn't that? I was like, how? Like, how do you know that's not a person that wrote that? How do you know it's a bot that wrote that and not a person? Right? Does it matter if you can't tell the difference? I don't know I can't remember what movie I heard that on. Does it matter if you can't tell the difference? So stop playing with the bots. Play with each other.
In the past, I wanted to have some fun. I think that was maybe 2 months ago. I wanted to join the Alphabet Discord server. I wanted to have some fun, The problem is my profile picture at the time was like a cross and a Bible verse. I joined maybe 15 servers. All of them, they never let me talk, dude. They have me. like I don't have access to anything. I'm muted all the time. Like, what the heck? I just want to talk, you know? I was very
glad you came here. We're glad you came here to talk, because some heavy stuff to talk about.
No, well, like for me, I was truly curious. Like, are these people for real? Like, do they actually believe what they say, or is it just, you know, like a play along? Well, I never got the opportunity. They're very they're the opposite of inclusive, let's say.
You know, the CIA coined the term flat Earth and the term conspiracy theory. Did you know that? They coined it, propagated it to the world. What does that mean to you?
Well, they pick the most term that gives you give you less believability. You know, when you call it a theory, you know, or a conspiracy
You know
theory.
what the CIA is? Do you know who the CIA is? What they represent?
Honestly, I know it's like a US thing. They're not like the FBI. They're like Depot or something, but I don't know much. They do experiments on people. They do depopulation and a lot of stuff, but I don't know like what's their role exactly.
Well, one, they're an agency. NASA is an agency. NSA is an agency. What is an agency?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Specifically,
maybe like a group of people with a purpose.
What do you know about the CIA from the movies? I guess
not the movies. I know like they did a lot of experiments on people, like I think what's called K something ultra. When, for example, Nikola Tesla died, they took all of his research. Like, you know, I don't know. It seems like a group that makes sure that the government is always has power and expanding. That's what I think.
Intelligence. What does that mean? Like, what do you think in that central intelligence? What do you think that means?
Gathering information and engaging in disinformation if needed.
Yes, disinformation.
Or as we call it, you know, lying, basically.
All war is based on deception. Sun Tzu. All. You have to deceive the enemy, right?
Yeah.
Make them think you're close, you're near when you're far. Make them think you're far when you're near. Make them think you're weak when you're strong. Make them think you're strong when you're weak. Make them think the earth is ball when it is not. Make them think this is God when it is not. Make them think there's no God when there is. You know, all these tricks of the trade. If war is your trade. Yeah, they coined the terms. Flat Earth. Because I don't call myself that, you know. I'm just a guy. Well, if I call myself something, it's going to be one who catches fish and grows plants, food. And sometimes builds a house to live in. Because do you call yourself a globe earther? Or a glober? Okay, do any of your friends or anyone who believes in a globe that you know calls ourselves globe earthers? Do they ever specify that? Never? I don't think so.
No, I mean, especially here in the Middle East, people are more open to flat Earth than the rest of the world.
Bob was trying to tell you, you are what you do.
Yeah. And you don't do that. No one does.
Not even Neil deGrasse Tyson does the globe Earth.
Oh, dude, is he the guy that loves to talk? Is that him?
Yeah.
I dislike him hardly, man. So annoying. He asked the question and answered himself. Like, what the fuck, dude? I've seen a lot of like clips of him. He just asks a question, then answers it. Like, oh my god, dude! Just I don't know.
Speaking of AI,
he loves explaining stuff to people. Let me tell you.
I just sent a screenshot, man.
Like, you've never even heard of the magic speed.
What's that?
Oh, the magic speed? So,
yeah.
Look at the moon, right? So all the so-called craters are circles. So why are they all circles? Why haven't any of the meteors come in at an angle?
I don't know. Why Neil deGrasse?
Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, there's a magic speed that all the meteors that or asteroids or whatever hits the moon, that if you're at that speed or above, the craters are always circular.
You know what I think, man? I think
he used the word magic speed.
No,
he said
I think he's trolling. Like, he knows how people will take anything out of the mouth of a scientist and take it as a word of God, and he's just playing. You know, I think he's just trolling them. You know,
no,
that's why he asks.
Just a money-making atheist. That's all he is.
Yeah, he just asks dumb questions and gives them dumb answers, and people are like, "Whoa, wow, really?" It's like, yeah.
His God is money.
That's how it works, guys.
His God is money, and he'll say anything to keep the money flowing. And to keep the money flowing, he has to appear like he has the answer for everything.
Like, one time, I remember one guy asked him about the Tesla coil. You know, that Tesla, he made it and he tested it where he can light the light bulb from like far away and whatever. He wanted to basically beam electricity into the atmosphere to give free energy to everyone. That's why, you know, his research was defunded. Anyway, and he had the audacity to say, "Oh, Tesla, his coil would never work. It's just absurd. He had many dreams, but like, it will never work." Like, motherfucker, they cut off his funding because it worked. Because the people who were funding him are the oil companies. Why the fuck would they want free energy for everyone? Like, he has so much. Yeah, he has a lot of nerve, man.
To say he had a lot of dreams and they didn't work, that's ridiculous. He invented the electrical alternator. We wouldn't have electricity if it wasn't for Tesla.
Just some people, you know, they keep hearing their own voice for so long, they just, you know, they start to spew bullshit, thinking they know everything.
Oh, you know how we're too stupid to understand science. Yeah, so they got these things called science communicators to kind of translate for us all those big words that we can't really understand, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, make Webb. There's so many of them. You know, guys you see on TV. So it's like, oh, because we're too stupid. Okay, I get it. Sure.
The thing is, if you're actually smart, you can explain an idea like with 1,000 ways to 1,000 different people because you understand how it works. If you need to use complicated, convoluted words all the time without like having it in a layman's term for someone, or changing the analogy for someone else, that means you don't actually understand it. Because you're just reading the same script over and over and over again. That's how I know if a person is actually smart and understands what to... what he's talking about.
Yeah, and you know what words he decides to use? Words like so big. I was like, what? I don't understand. Why is he talk? You know, I don't understand that. Like, why is he talking like that? You know, like
because if you understand, you will have a problem. So he just makes it as hard as possible to understand.
Well, how big does a ball have to be before it starts looking like flat? So big is not a number. Like, it's not like 3,000 mile radius. It's not like a 2,000 mile radius ball. Like, I'm lost. You know what I mean? Not doing his job. It's not really communicating science to me. So I'm not really getting it.
You're only 2 millimeters off the ball.
Yeah, I totally didn't get that one too. I was like, nah. Ball was way too small. You need to make it bigger.
Or that they might have found one of them. Yeah, I would defer to the judge and Nancy on this. With my understanding that
Yeah, so science communicators, I think, in my opinion, is part of the disinformation.
Is
program.
That a real thing, by the way?
CIA?
Science communicators?
Yes. I know, right? Because I thought it was a joke.
I thought you were joking.
I looked it up and I was like, holy hey, it's real. Holy shit, this exists. Science communicator. This is a job or something.
Damn, what do you apply, dude?
Yeah. You know, like qualifying to shoot, right? To shoot a gun? Yeah, it's like that. You got to qualify to shoot words, I guess. To shoot the shit. Yeah. Have you heard Barack Obama say, "We do not have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society"? Making quotation marks.
I think I have.
Yeah. He said, "Flat Earth Society."
We don't have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society either.
Yeah. So who is the Flat Earth Society? Do you know who that is?
The first time I joined, I got like a rundown of someone telling me that this is not them because they have a lot of theories and so. I told them, never looked it up. I have no idea what they believe.
So Stalin said something about controlling the opposition, right? In order to control the opposition, we have to lead it, right? So in order to control Flat Earth, they have to lead it. And they came up with this model that it's a disk. So they removed the ball from their model, placed it with a disk that goes up. It's really stupid. But guess who's promoting this model? Flat Earth Society's model. Big channels on YouTube. Big so-called science channels, right? Like Vsauce. And anyone that talks about Flat Earth will always talk about the Flat Earth Society's model.
Yeah, when they attempt to refute the resurgence of Flat Earth, which has nothing to do with Flat Earth Society, they only address the Flat Earth Society and what they claim and not what we're talking about.
Yeah. It's weird that they have an official straw man.
These people don't exist. They're not like us. You know, we got all these servers, we got all these websites, you know, all these communities. Yet there is no community of these. Yeah. You know who these guys are? These globers. Like, that's the closest Flat Earth Society you're probably going to get to. Are the globers or the I'm making quotation marks with my fingers. The anti-flat earthers. Flat Earth was coined by the CIA, right? Conspiracy theory coined by the CIA. They made the term come out in the movies a certain way, you know?
Part of the controlled opposition.
Yeah. So there's Barack Obama, okay? Marketing and advertising this idea to the world, right? we don't have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society. And then he makes that face like he's The Rock or some shit.
Man, Obama was one of the worst presidents he ever had.
One of the most popular.
Yeah, because he's black, but who gives a shit, dude? I don't give a shit.
It's also the way he spoke. He was a good speaker and getting people to just follow along with nonsense.
Yeah, but his policies are trash.
Yes,
everything is trash.
But anything that comes out of his mouth, it's like, no, you couldn't ask for a better promotion, marketing wise, public relations wise, right? Propaganda wise. President of the United States says it. Everyone's going to remember it all time. Disc in space, flying up.
Yeah, it kind of was that. It kind of was that way before Biden. Now it's like,
well, Biden is something. I mean, hey, you had the first black president. Now you're gonna have the first brainless one.
The first senile one with what's it called again? It's not mania. It's when people start.
Do you mean Alzheimer's, or do you mean
dementia?
Dementia. That's the one.
Yeah. First, grandpa with dementia president.
Uncle Grandpa. He's president, Uncle Grandpa.
The thing is, he breaks everything that, like with his words, he says things that if any other president said it, it would be like on the news, Like, well, I'm not gonna say the word itself because this is a live stream and stuff. He had like, wait, let me find the video. Let me find it. It's in live stream. Like, if anyone said that, anyone would be cancelled immediately, but because they want him, they need him, so they never cover any shit he says.
Yeah, the same applies for a lot of leftist personalities. They can make threats upon your life and like incite violence and all day, but there's no repercussions. But if a conservative says something that just sounds any way they don't like, it's censored.
I also remember they had another speech. I don't know if you saw it or not. It was like, he was talking about when he was next to the pool, and he said, I like when kids like touch my hair or whatever, and then I like when they sit on my lap. I was like, what? Sorry?
Oh.
You didn't see that one?
He's been creepy a long while.
Oh, but that one was like a bomb.
But what if Obama said that? What if Obama said, the great Negro,
He's black though, so,
But he's black.
Yeah, I know. It's so retarded. It's so retarded. It's so I know that this past thing. It's so stupid. But that's what they would say. Oh, he's black. That's what they would say.
I'm old and I'm white. Forgive me. I'm sorry. You're just old, bro.
That's weird too, is because he goes from talking about his hair sticking up at the pool to then I learned about roaches. Like, wait,
oh
what?
yeah. Yeah.
He was 12. I was 30. I forget. I was 32. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
How about another one? Poor people are just as smart as white people. Like, wait, what? So there's no poor white people?
Black. He's black, basically.
I don't think he thinks before he speaks.
Ah, shit.
I think he makes black, but the racism, you know. Sorry. I mean, black people, less black people, not poor people.
I think they just let that man talk and then they retcon what he means.
Oh yeah, in like the speech writing, it's all edited. It's
they just go back and this is what he meant.
Yeah, this is what he meant. Yeah, we were just at his break before he spoke.
I don't know how you get away with if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black.
Oh yeah, that one too. Or remember Kamala? I think her name is Kamala Harris, the vice president. When he called her Mr. President on like one of his speeches.
Yeah, even his press secretary is like, oh yeah, President Obama. Oops.
Yeah, because they all know when in charge.
But like, honestly,
he's still used to calling Trump Mr. President. He's probably still stuck in there.
But like, honestly, Biden, I feel bad for him. Honestly, I feel like. I think he's being used, unfortunately. But you can't do anything about it.
So was Trump and Obama and Bush.
But this guy, if they tell him you're a dog, he's gonna start howling the next day. You know, he's like.
Remember when Obama?
I feel bad
using an earpiece.
It all depends on the magic word you use, right?
I remember that when Obama said he would rather have be a shadow president in his basement with an earpiece controlling the next president.
Yeah. He said that would be cool if we could do that. I was like, we can't do that, Mr. President. Oh, wink, wink. Oh, yeah. We can't do that.
We have a guy here, Mr. President. His name is Joe Biden. He doesn't remember his own name.
He was the vice president under Obama, and Obama sent him to Ukraine, and Obama was controlling the CIA, so he has all the dirt that we know now exists due to the Hunter Biden laptop, so maybe he had some kind of control over Mr. Biden.
Yeah, it's very possible. I just can't believe, dude, that people voted for him just because he's not Trump. How stupid is that? How stupid is that?
Hey, I can't even say how I feel about that because we're not allowed to talk about such things.
Just look at Chicago. Lori Lightfoot just lost Chicago. But all of the black people in Chicago, in the black neighborhoods of Chicago, voted for Lori Lightfoot somehow. Why?
There is this dumb herd mentality in a lot of groups in the US.
People that you talk about it, I'm going to take you off.
Yeah, the guys are right in the live stream text chat that we should really walk on eggshells around the political topics.
Sure.
But it's okay to like maybe mention a couple of things that are in the mainstream news. Any speculation around that we need to curb just because they go pretty hard with the banhammer.
All right. I don't know how to walk on eggshells, so I'll just skip the conversation.
So that's what I'm saying. Instead of walking on them, let's change direction and just.
I'm brutally honest. I don't know how to do that.
How about
You can always make an observation of flat Earth. That's the best way to change the
a good way to think about it is like if we go off topic, it's always good to pull it back to flat Earth because that's what the server is about.
Yeah.
All the way back to life, right? To lives. How do we know it's a lie?
Well, I've been asking everybody at like, what's the general mile or kilometer distance at which you should see a oblate spheroid within your field of vision? Like, when does the horizon turn into the ball? That should be common knowledge.
Never. It's refracting infinitely.
No one knows.
When does a ball turn into a plane?
Yeah,
I think I'll always revert back to my argument that the Earth is a load-bearing planet, and because it has so much mass on it that it flattens out. But if everybody left, then it would curve.
Well, within the globe conception, they look at pictures from reality, which is in perspective, where things get smaller with distance, and then the optics that they're looking through the camera or the eye have a diffraction limit where it would create a horizon, and things would disappear into that horizon line or the vanishing line. And so they take that, pictures from reality where perspective is real, and then compare that to their mathematical orthographic view where they don't account for perspective, and the mountain they're looking at is still the same exact size as if they were standing right next to it. Apparently, it would appear the same size if they were standing right in front of it, but now it's at 10 miles. And so in their math, the mountain is still the same size, but the perspective is converted into Earth curve. And so you can only see this much of the mountain because the limit of perspective actually blocks the bottom of the mountain. And so the mathematics works out to be like a globe if you ignore perspective, but if you account for perspective, there's no globe. And it's a really funny thing if you start looking into this, how the eye works and what's the diffraction limit of the human eye. It turns out the value is about the same as if you're looking at the how far away would the horizon be based on the observer height. So the math is the same. I highly recommend Life is Short's video concerning this. He made a really long comprehensive breakdown of all of this, and I'll post you a link if you want to look at it later.
Sure.
All right. It was nice talking to you all. I'll head out. I'll try to find a clip of a glober in the 3-hour video. Hopefully, I'll find it.
Stay blessed, man.
All right. Have a good night or good morning, whatever time it is. See you some other time.
Take it easy, Reggie. You too.
Thank you.
See you later. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, likewise.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Peace out, bro.
Now, he was a breath of fresh air compared to the average glober that comes in here, man.
Yeah, that's unusual, eh? He's just, like, not triggered?
Well, like, he had cognitive dissonance, but he was intelligent enough to, like, not just get triggered by it and just, like, listen, try to face it, still be a little bit, like, dissonant, but he had so much reason, that boy. I love him.
I think he was aware of his dissonance.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he gave his dissonance the shot it deserved, and we shut it down. And instead of just spiraling, he just was reasonable. It's so rare.
That's a good point, what you made, that he was aware of it. A lot of people don't realize everyone goes through a type of cog diss at some point or another as their mind is trying to process what's going on, especially when it's information that conflicts with what they already believe. But when you're like in denial of it, you can't even, there's no way to get out of it. You have to be aware that it's there first in order to be able to overcome it. It's awesome to talk to people who are kind of on the fence and they're just looking at both sides, trying to figure out, okay, what's really going on here?
He saw Globe Sophist melting down the first night he came in, and he was like arguing with us against him. Like, so he saw how like crazy it was. So maybe that helped him a little bit.
That's awesome. Definitely an eye opener when you get to witness people spiraling.
Yeah, I think it helps set the precedents of what you don't want to do, and so like you hold back on the stupid things that you heard the other guy say because it's instinctive in the moment.
Kind of learning from the mistakes of others.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. That's definitely a sign of intelligence when people can adapt based off of other people's mistakes instead of saying, well, I'm going to make my own mistakes, even if the same thing happens. Or to double down.
And sometimes it doesn't hit you, you know what I mean, until later. So, like the realization, like your conscious brain is like, yeah, okay, that makes sense, but your subconscious, hasn't really gotten that hit. You know what I mean? That. And then he realized. And that's when he knew. Fucked up. The horror. You guys ever experienced that horror? The horror of realizing that you've been lied to about this?
No. I was kind of excited when I found that out.
Because you're a sadist. That's why. I'm just kidding.
I was like, wow, I get to figure out what all this stuff is all over again. That's awesome.
Well, that comes after. That came later.
Like looking at the world with new eyes. But that was just me.
I think for me, it's like realizing that the Bible is true. That was the big hit. That the Bible has always made sense and been true, and has been telling us to test everything, and you see. But these damn scientists, in their freaking airplanes and cameras and TVs, keep showing you like all this stuff. Or me, but that's not real.
No, you don't know. You just don't know. They tested it all for you. You just have to believe what they say. They have this really grainy video that you can't really make out what's actually happening, but just trust them. It explains and shows what they believe to be true.
And that's what caused me to doubt the Bible too. So it's like I was always leaning towards the scientists being accurate, and the Bible being more of starting to be more of a spiritual book rather than the literal. Rather than literal, it started being more metaphorical. But then when I learned about the Earth not being a ball, and the ball went away, what was left? Well, what was left? The Bible, right? The Bible's cosmology was left.
Yeah, or reality was left. The base experience was left.
Yeah. Explanations. As far as explanations, I couldn't just not know anything, right? Like I couldn't not, like you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So it's like, is there even a baby? It's probably all just bathwater. Where's the baby? Looking for these babies.
Yeah, but that's kind of like we got to this point because we checked it. We went through the water. We looked for the baby, and there just turned out to be no baby here. So we threw out the bathwater, and now we're trying to fill the tub back up.
Yeah, right. Yeah. There is no spoon. There's no secret, right? It's always been right in front of you, your senses. This whole time, you're the one having the experience. It's your world, not mine, or his, or theirs, or hers. Just like every animal, They live in their own world. So do people. We might be walking around on the same plane. We're not living we are worlds apart. In a world where balls look flat when they're so big, right, comes a story about love, war, story of us. Oh, I'll watch that. Right? This summer, Arnold Schwarzenegger is. Will the aliens, you guys, any aliens fans here? Sigourney Weaver? The Ridley brothers. At least they didn't become the Ridley sisters.
Seems like we got a live one in the text. Hopefully someone can pull her in here, speak. Or him, I don't know what it is. It is verified, so it should be able to speak. You have control of your mic, Aqua.
Water.
First it told us it knows that a famous Minecraft YouTuber knows that the Earth is not flat, therefore it's not a globe. That is known as a logical fallacy, or called appealing to the authority. And especially here, you're appealing to the authority of a person who has no authority on the subject. That's very invalid, not a coherent form of reasoning. And so this person follows it up with, it's a globe, which is just another logical fallacy called a bare assertion. If you just say it's a globe and you don't follow it up with any reasoning, it's not actually logical.
It's a religious chant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how is being famous for playing Minecraft have anything to do with authority? Like, so what?
It's because he is citing this YouTuber as the authority, and because this YouTuber believes something that is therefore the truth. That appealing to the authority of someone who has no credentials or no experience or expertise in something is completely invalid.
Appeal to YouTube priests.
Appealing to someone's authority who is not qualified to speak on such matters, right, is not appealing to anyone. You're just saying, my friend is famous for playing Minecraft, that's why it's a ball. It's like, you and your friend then. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's defined as appealing to authority. It's kind of like saying, my mom said this, therefore it's true. Your mom might be the authority in your life, and you might like look to her for advice and all that shit, but that does not mean that it's a definition of the truth. She cannot define the truth just because she said so. But I forgive you, Aqua. There's nothing wrong with being a little fallacious. It's very normal in today's society. Most people don't even know what a fallacy is. They don't understand logic. They don't know how to be coherent. That's just normal.
It wasn't even funny. I mean, you can at least make it a little fun. You know, like, I mean, if you're going to be funny, it'll either be really funny or, you know.
You're welcome to continue trying, Aqua. Don't stop trying. Like, you can try to make an argument. I'll tell you if it's logical or not. You could also just not make a dumb argument and instead ask some smart questions. Maybe then you'd understand where we're coming from and why the Earth isn't a globe.
You know, it was funny when I tried to look for the curvature of the Earth. You know what I mean? You know why it's funny? It's like somebody asking me to go get a bucket of steam There I was. Got my bucket. Right? Trying to put the steam in the bucket. Steam will stay in the bucket. What the hell? Everybody's laughing at me. That's why it's funny. Because you're out there looking for the curve. As if, right? That's funny.
Yeah.
You're out there just like, where is it? Where's what? Waldo? Have you checked the toilet? Have you checked go check the forest. Go check the ocean.
You're constantly trying to stuff that steam into that bucket, and it's like, it just keeps going up, man. It just won't stay in the bucket.
It won't stay steam. Like I told you to bring a bucket of steam, not a bucket of water. It was steam when I put it in, bro, I swear. Go get the steam. I said steam, not water. You know, and then you go out again trying to. Well, don't forget to get a jar of lightning. Okay? Right. Jar of lightning. Okay. And you're out. Where is he going? He's out to prove that flat surfaces can exist on spheres. That's what he's out there to do. Why? I don't know. People are weird like that. Why? And it's like somebody punched you really hard in your stomach for no reason. You're like, ugh, why? Why? Can you see it now? Is it not obvious yet? Only I had eyes to see. There's some poor blind guys somewhere thinking, wonder what the horizon looks like. Sunrises and sunsets. I wonder what those are. Blind people. People weren't blind. Ask them if they think the world is a ball. They're going to think you're blind. Eyes to see. Guess what ears are for?
I sometimes think back, like, when Globers think about gravity and Newton, they're like, yeah, Newton discovered gravity. And to me, that's like, bruh, you think no one dropped an object before Newton? He was the first one to observe that?
There wasn't even a mic.
They're retarded, man.
The tree dropped an apple on his head. Yeah.
They act like Newton discovered the effect of the fall.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened. That they don't even know the story.
So we'll make one up for you. One day, as Newton was sitting under a tree reading his manuscripts, pondering the mysteries of the world of science,
while he was sitting under the tree, in between sipping drinks of liquid mercury and being an eternal virgin because he never had sex with anyone, he saw an apple drop and he was like, and he had a hemorrhoid and then a brain aneurysm and then he had a vision and then gravity.
And he woke up. The big headache. He was like, oh yes, gravity. The mass of my big head must have pulled on the apple so hard that it knocked me out, that the acceleration knocked me out. Right? How did you come up with that from an apple falling? Like, how did the idea of mass attracting mass, how is that even correlated with an apple falling to the ground? Like, how do you not think buoyancy, densities? Like, what? Doesn't make any damn sense. Because if that's why apples fall, then that must be also why helium balloons rise. And apples float in water, right? Because of gravity, right? Right?
Well, that's the claim. They claim gravity is causing everything, but they actually have no proof of it. And even Einstein or Newton is even like, do not ascribe this innate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. In other words, to Newton, who created this thought experiment for his friends in the secret societies, thought that it was so retarded that no living man with competent faculty of thinking could fall for it. Yet, now it's ascribed to him, and he's turning like a fucking drill in his grave because they put his name on it. Even though he didn't publish it, he didn't push it forth as a hypothesis. He didn't put it forth as a scientific theory. It was C.V. Boyce and Michelle Cavendish, who created the Cavendish balls, who did.
Well, that's the great thing about being dead, you know? You can't really say anything or change your mind or defend yourself, you know, whatever.
Yeah, you can just use your name and just throw you under the bus.
Yeah. That's what we do with dead people. Because people are, well, you know. Because people don't lie, right? Why would they lie? You know why they lie. You lie. We all lie. So again, yeah, that gravity, that mass attracting mass is so weak. What about magnets, right? Like, how can? Well, that's why gravity is the weakest. They say, oh, it's the weakest. It's so weak, so negligible. It's like, why do you guys keep using this fucking word, negligible? What is that? It means you can ignore it, like it's not even there.
Yeah, in other words, they cannot detect it. So it's kind of like saying, like, there's little unicorns controlling everything, but their influence and their size is negligible, so we cannot detect them. But you just must believe they are there because it's negligible.
You can safely ignore it, right? Like, safely? Are you sure it's safe to ignore it? Yes. I am 100% sure. Not 99.99% sure. You're 100% sure I can ignore it.
They do the same thing with the Earth curve. They're like, the Earth curve, it's negligible. You can't detect it. It's all flat. Like, the Earth rotation, it's negligible. Like, you can't detect it. It doesn't affect gyroscopes or anything.
Yep. Everything is negligible. And now we're only 99.99% sure of everything we think we know. Which means anything can be anything because of that 0.01%. Where do you get these numbers from? Is there a jar somewhere? There's like 100 stuff in there? Or 1,000? You know, like, you guys, where does these decimal numbers come from? You know, like... Oh.
I think the most annoying, most blatant contradiction I find within the globe believers is essentially science proves the globe, but science doesn't prove anything.
What?
They keep telling us how science proves the globe. The scientific consensus is that it is a globe, but science cannot prove anything. It only provides potentials and probabilities, which is just such a violation of the scientific method. Like, these guys just don't even know.
The issue is we don't even have science. We have scientism, and they're telling us this, that, and the other thing, and anything to make us believe anything other than fucking, excuse my French, I'm sorry.
Our senses. To believe anything other than our experience, our own experience, our own senses.
I cursed. I'm gonna bow out for a second. I'm sorry.
But you're right. Once you start outsourcing your experience and you start superimposing it with somebody else's belief, you are very easily controlled.
We live in this world where, truth is relative, and, you got your beliefs and I got my beliefs, man, and everything's okay, and as long as we can get along, and it becomes harder and harder to deal with people in the way that y'all do every day, and I've been tuning in for a long time. I'm not one of you guys in that aspect, like, being able to debate anybody or anything, but, they either get it or they don't, and those who don't, y'all push, y'all work hard to, like, just to get through to even, the most stubborn, and I've been, tuning in for a long time, and that to me is very cool.
It's like everything else, if you do something long enough, you start figuring out, these simpler, easier way to do it. You end up memorizing a bunch of stuff because you've said it, read it, done it so many times. As long as you don't quit, and as long as you don't give up or stop.
It's also having good role models and listening to people who you want to emulate. If you constantly listen to people who speak poorly and don't finish their logical syllogism, it's understandable that you're going to pick up that kind of habits. So even if you're not arguing a lot, just listening in can actually help you a lot. It did for me.
The reality is, man, most people don't want the truth. They just want to feel comfortable in, the group paradigm or whatever that is, whatever they're told, however it goes.
Well, everybody's not going to be... everybody's not going to accept the same key. If I use that analogy, everybody has a different lock, and I think the mainstream narrative pushers understand this view because it's all up in psychology. They have done multiple studies on the human population to figure out how we tick, and so they understand that there are certain archetypes of people who respond better to certain types of and ways of communication, and so what we're dealing with is like a comprehensive indoctrination system that targets all the individuals. We're just barely scratching the surface on how we can deliver the message effectively to the people, and we're constantly improving and learning from each other how to best communicate that, because we don't want to go down the path of manipulative tactics that they use to try to convince everybody of their bullshit. We want to expose those tactics, and we want to help them come to terms with it. But like you say, it's easier said than done, and it's a slow process. It's something that we bear responsibility to teach to our children, and so like teaching it to others is just a practice, to teach others, to teach your children how to be critical thinking and think about things. Because you can't expect to outsource that to the government or the schools. It's up to you to teach the next generation.
Looks like there's a new person here in the live stream, Tiger.
Look at athletes. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, Tiger has VC verified. So if Tiger wants to open their mic, talk with us, that would be awesome. Okay, well, I guess continue with what we were talking about. I just wanted to let Tiger know that we welcome them into the server.
For sure, it's a main priority to allow new people to speak and have a conversation. So if you have a question, Tiger, at any point, just open your mic and join the conversation.
Did you get a chance to watch that video that I sent you, Trace?
Yeah, I watched a few minutes of it so far. It looks pretty good. It's interesting.
It's just a neat little thing saying, like, what better way to live life than to actually know something? There's other things that are more enjoyable, but that's a pretty enjoyable way to go about life, is to know something with a certainty.
I agree. Before all of this, when I was like young and I just believed in the globe and there was no concreteness to anything and I didn't know logic, it was so unhelpful. I would work against myself just as much as I would work for myself, and so I wouldn't make a lot of progress because of it, because I wasn't conscious of my own actions in a way. I kept falling for the same fallacious rhetoric that I kept the ball up with, using that for my entire life to justify my bad behavior. And so I think it's an issue that like resonates through the entire society, because we don't have logic and virtue and morals as like a staple for our societies. It's all breaking down.
Yeah.
The bathwater is like subjects like astronomy. You know what I mean? Like you can try and build a house, okay? But if let's say there's a builder, an actual builder, a person who's gone to school, you might feel a little intimidated, right, by his knowledge of building a house, right? Because you got to learn all these things, and he knows what it is. But not so with astronomers or astrophysicists or theoretical physicists, because you know what I mean, like. They're studying real stuff, and then there's these, there's the globe Earth model, there's the fake stuff that they teach us. It's not like, you know what I mean?
No, I know what you're saying. Like you say, you're talking about the builder. Let's say you come across a builder who's been building 20, 30 years, and you're like, oh, I want to build this. And they say, you can't do that. And you're like, but I've seen it before. I want to build it. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Like, why would I believe what somebody else does? Why wouldn't I go test it for myself?
Oh, yeah. What I mean is, like, it takes courage, to challenge, say, the builder. You know what I mean? Because the builder knows what he's talking about. So for you to challenge him, it takes a little courage. You know what I mean? Because you have to respect this man's experience. But if it was an astronomer, like someone like Einstein, I thought, oh, you can't challenge Einstein. Like, you can't even understand this crap. I was like, well, I remember a little bit. Something about the speed of light and space-time, something like that, right? Yeah, well, what are you going to do? You're going to try to prove them wrong? Well, go ahead, read the stuff, see if you can understand it. Because unlike the builder, right, Einstein doesn't really have anything to stand on. And I was afraid to challenge it just because his name was up there. As giants whose shoulders we stand on, so a little bit of courage. Check him out, check these people out. Newton.
Yeah.
Copernicus.
These are the idols, the saints of the religion. You're not supposed to question these people.
Yeah. But when you do, you're gonna be like,
But yeah, what an amazing feeling to find the truth and be like, wow, like, these people really are wrong. Not just wrong, they're intentionally wrong.
Yeah, but imagine how it made you feel before you realized that. Your whole life, you felt like you were beneath them, like you were not, you're not smart enough to know stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a prison. It's like a little cage around your mind. You can only think of these things and hope for these things.
Yeah, they create this prison. Sorry, I was just gonna elaborate on what Bang was saying, because they create this prison as you're a child by glorifying these people and like acting like these people like did this remarkable thing for humanity, and so the kids who are very susceptible at the age when this gets indoctrinated into their minds, of course, set them as this unrealistic standard that they can't achieve, because that's what the teachers say. I remember asking my teacher, like, okay, how does gravity work? Mm-hmm. And the teacher was like, well, I don't know. It's not in the book. If it's not in the book, I can't teach you.
It goes
I was told it just does.
It goes so much deeper than just, everyone here in this particular chat is the 1% of like critical thinkers who figured their way out of the box. But we were all raised in this, I'm gonna say in America at least, this paradigm, with, Santa Claus and, everything else, and it just teaches people to, our whole culture, the Western culture, is like, you think the way you think, and your truth is your truth, and my truth is my truth. And no one really, truth is absolute by its very nature, it's absolute. There's only a few people who grasp that, but most people are content to look at things just however it's given to them and not question that. You know, and after being lied to and proven that, you know, Santa Claus is false, you know, it just, like they're desensitized to the whole thing, and truth doesn't even matter. And when they're made to feel insignificant and like they're just, you know, the Bible has been disproved through, you know, the Kabbalah, scientism, in such a way that, you know, I mean, it's really hard to, you know, you know, speak truth with someone who, you know, is caught up in everything else. And it's really only those people who have that true, like, that such a desire for truth that, like, you know, like they're willing to suffer for it, that they actually break through and end up here, you know. And we all end up here totally, like as a naysayer, you know, and have to, you know, refute it for ourselves and like, to those terms. But, you know, there's that 99%, and then there's that, like, 1% here, and there's, like, maybe that 5% that actually come through here that you guys actually, you know, converse with on a real level. And I thank y'all for working with that 5% or whatever it is. But I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, I don't think the percentage is that like that at all. I think the percentage is far higher than that. If you look at the studies or when they do the consensus check and ask how many people believe in the Earth being a ball, it's far higher, the percentage of people who question the ball and the percentage of people who believe in the flat Earth. Not everybody's quite on the level, maybe that on the more experienced people on the Discord or more experienced people in the subject, but there's a lot of people that actually believe that the Earth is flat, and there's a lot of people that are actually questioning that the Earth is a globe. And you can put the people who are questioning that the Earth is a globe. There's a lot of people also who don't know or don't care, and so the small percentage of people that we do get in here are people who are generally either very adamant for the globe or people who are just curious. So we don't get a full spectrum of the population, because not everybody's going to go into a Discord and just argue with someone, because that's kind of how the globers see it in the first place. They think this is going to be an argument. We don't want an argument, we want a conversation. But that's how they see it, because we have in their mind this other belief that they believe is false. So they come in thinking it's going to be an argument when it doesn't have to be. And that's why I'm like just caveating that while I understand that might be how it appears, it's probably not the true percentage of representative of all of the population.
No, I agree, because there's things that I've seen in videos and I'm like, oh, that's pretty amazing. Let's talk about that. But they don't even want to have a discussion about what we've seen and observed. They want to argue it and destroy it in every aspect of it. And it's like, it is what it is. You're looking at it. Why are we sitting here making a grievance over it? I agree. I think when people come in here and they have like a genuine conversation, and I've seen people come in here and, you know, they're like, well, how do you explain this? And how do you explain this? And they're not getting upset about it or anything. They just listen to the explanation, and then they'll say, okay, well, that's all I have to say. And then that's, you know, we're appreciative of that as well, because it's like, okay, now you're going to go sit on it and you're going to go research it and you're going to go learn some more about it. And we hope you do. And we hope you come back and tell us what you've learned.
Yes, and those people that make it all worth it for everything y'all do day in and day out, 24/7. And I've been here a long time, and I've been, and I just want to say, y'all do a good thing. And just from somebody in the background who's been around for a little bit, it is appreciated.
I just dropped a meme in the live stream, and it's probably the truest meme I've ever seen. And when you have the truth on your side, like, you're not scared of everybody else. Like I was telling Drace earlier, like there's something about knowing something with a full certainty. And like, you can't be swayed from that certainty because you know it.
Yeah, there's a confidence. There's a confidence that comes with knowing and experience. It's kind of like someone who has driven a car 1,000 times just goes in the car and drives. There's no uncertainty. He's confident. He knows how to fucking drive.
Yep. And that's shown by, like, when you get older and, let's say the government steps in and takes your license away and you lose that freedom and that privilege, like, you're saddened by it because your whole life, that's what you've known, is how to drive.
And even if they take that privilege away, it's not like that knowledge goes away. It's still within you.
Yep. Oh, but we can't know for certain that we're on Discord having a conversation.
Yeah, that's a new thing. That's essentially how they took science and said, "Oh, science doesn't prove anything because there's no certainty in anything. Everything's just a probability. I could be a brain in a jar." That's where that comes from. Like, that's how they destroyed science.
Well, they usurped science. They took the name of science, and because everybody in the science community at the top of their field were all in agreement, because for whatever reason, like, we can speculate on that, but for whatever reason, they're in agreement, and so therefore the science is settled. Like, no, that's not what science is. Science literally means that you're supposed to question it and go out and do the observation yourself and see if you get the same outcome.
Well, that's the magic trick. They tried to redefine science so many times that most people don't even realize what science is. Science is just adherence to a method. If you're not adhering to the scientific method, you're not doing science.
Correct.
You're doing pseudoscience, as per the definition of pseudoscience.
If it can't be falsified, it's not science.
Yeah,
there is no experiment.
Yeah, because the scientific method details how you can falsify or verify, because that's what the scientific method does. It falsifies or verifies through the null hypothesis or the hypothesis if this is the cause of that, or the cause of the effect. And so you know for certainty, yes, this caused the effect to some degree, or no, this didn't cause the effect to some degree. So that's the issue. That's the scientific method. It provides certainty, and because it provided certainty, they wanted that certainty applied to their field. Like, I want to be a scientist. Scientists have credibility. So I'm going to do science. I'm going to use the scientific method. But, okay, I can't actually apply the scientific method because I can't manipulate the independent variable. So let's just say that the independent variable is time. So I don't have to manipulate it. I just wait, and then I can just do science on everything. I can just look at a pigeon, and then wait. I did science. The dog taking a shit is doing science according to them.
She was a phenomenon according to them.
What is your thought on thought science?
Thought science is not science. It's just ideas. You can theoretically make a scientific experiment. You can think of a scientific experiment. You can imagine the outcome of the experiment, but it's not a science. It's not a science until you start trying to apply that in the real world, and you do that experiment, and you realize, oh shit, none of the shit I was imagining didn't work.
Right. Exactly. Like with gravity, when they say, oh, the idea of gravity works on a planetary scale. And it's like the idea maybe in your mind, the way you're conceiving it works. Now let's go out and apply it in the real world. Oh, you can't do that.
Yeah, that idea is so unscientific because it's claiming the cause of something, but it doesn't have any science for it. It has an idea, an explanation of how it could happen that would describe the results that we see. This is what Newton did. It's called back engineering. You have the results of 10. So you try to make your math work out to 10. And so when the math works out to 10, you're like, this is the equation.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that that's true. There are like 10 different equations or 100 different equations that you could use to get the same exact results. You don't know that that's the mechanism behind it. You need to validate that. That's what the experiments are for. That's what science is for. The science is not the idea. Anybody can imagine a Lord of the Rings and create a whole fantasy world. It's not scientifically validated just because you imagined it.
Mm-hmm. The one thing that we keep, I don't know if you did this when you were in school, Drace or Bong. You ever do proofs in algebra? I fucking hated them.
Yeah, mathematical proofs. I actually loved algebra because to me, it wasn't something I had to do. It wasn't difficult. I looked at the math and it solved itself. It was just fun.
No, I liked algebra. I just didn't like proofs.
Yeah, to me, proofs. I didn't.
No, I
don't. Yeah, I hate it because proofs to me it's a synonym for evidence. It's the same thing. So like, you can't just say it's a proof when it's not. To me, it's just illogical.
Right, you got to go down the road. You have to go step by step down the road and explain how you got there.
Yeah, you can say that the math equation works out and all that, and they can call it a proof. But for me, it's not a proof of anything. It's just the math equation works out. First, now if you want to make it a proof, you actually have to validate all of the parts of the math equation to make sure that it actually works out. Otherwise, you're just making shit up.
Right. No, like when they say gravity is a force, and they use like the mathematical equation of gravity and force and whatever other variables they have in the equation.
Yeah,
you look at the word force, and you're like right there. What is that force? Well, it's I don't know. It's just a force.
Yeah, well, in Einsteinian, it's not a force. So what they do is say, yeah, it is a force, but it's not a force, and so like we don't have to explain anything as a force because it's not a force. But then it's a force, so we don't actually have to give you any explanations or show that we can prove that it's caused by the bending of space-time because it's a force. They do this all the time where they're like, well, gravity is proved by the effect, which is gravity. So the cause, which is gravity, proves the effect, which is gravity. This is circular reasoning.
And then quantum mechanics comes along. Actually, it's a field. Yeah. Actually, everything is a field. Like a magnetic field. Yeah.
That's also hilarious because fields are non-physical, or they're immaterial, and this whole cosmology and everything in it is essentially materialism. So it's like when you go into quantum, you go into complete immaterialism. So they're just stuck in contradictions, one after the another, just like all over the place. And if you start learning logic, like law of non-contradiction. You don't go accepting contradictions as truth all the time. That's not logical.
Whoever sneezed, bless you.
Thank you.
When I was little, I put my hand, the light switch, the cover was broken, but I wasn't looking when I went to turn it on, and I got electrocuted. And the feeling I got, I felt like it was sucking me in. I couldn't move. Like it was like, and I was like, turn it off. So when they say gravity pulls things, mass attract, I think about electricity, and I look at magnets. You guys, when you look at magnets, like pull at each other, and there's like, but isn't that what gravity's supposed to be? Like, how can gravity be a thing when we already have that thing? Things that pull or repel. Depending on
Yeah, they do this all the time, where they take something like magnetism, and they're like, oh, look at magnetism, things attract, and the children are like, oh my god, it attracts, and they're like, yeah, just like gravity. They also do the thing where they make the children have a bucket of water and then spin in a circle, so the centrifugal force will keep the water in the bucket, and they're like, this is just like gravity. How damaging is that to a child's mind when it's not?
Yeah. I told you what they did with my daughter at school, didn't I?
Yeah.
Did you hear those days about how they play? She played with magnets, and then the next week they started talking about gravity.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned that first. It's just, I got the treatment with the water, so like, the fact that they're changing up their rhetoric is not helping for me. They need to actually address their claims and not just point at something else.
Right.
But in high school, when I got to space time, for me that was like the end of the road. Like all I could do is learn about Einstein and space time. But as far as like it being useful for the real world, like that's where our knowledge stops. You know what I mean? Like, this is only useful for like astrophysicists, stuff like that. I'll just go study like, I don't know, sports, fishing,
I fell into that whole shit like head first. I was like looking at Nassim Haramein, and I was like, okay, maybe all the alternative cosmological theories, and I was like, okay, if Nassim Haramein is correct, and like the reason why this like outer space is all black is because we're all inside this black hole, and like the center of the universe is where this white hole is coming out. Like all of these insane theories are just based in imagination. Like it took flat Earth for me to actually be able to like look at these theories and be like, okay, what matches reality and what's just nonsense that they're making up because they want something to be true. And it becomes so obscenely clear, like there's no foundation for like 99% of the things that are pushed to the public.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Because you're like the AI, we generate. It's like a text to video generation. They prompt, right? That's what they do, is they teach us. That's the prompt. engineering, right? They're teaching
they fine tune us. That's what education is. It's the fine tuning for the AI.
Yeah, it's the prompting as well, because you have to generate this image, this world in your mind, and then they help, by showing us some images, some movies, but you're in your own version of it, how you imagine it to be. Just like the AI, GPT-3. That's what they do with art and music.
That's how they teach it. That's how they teach it to make things. They just train it over and over again, repetition, same shit they want it to believe.
Yeah, and like us, it can only use what it has available to it, right? We have senses, so we use information. We can only use information we've heard and seen to generate this world, and they help us with their models, so we get a visual, how to visualize it. It looks like this. Okay, now we think it's more of like a cloud. The electrons aren't really, no, they're like zipping in and out of existence in a cloud. Okay, think about it that way, instead of
it's like a quantum cloud of potential around the proton.
And you're trying to visualize it. You're the AI trying to generate what the image. What does this look like? Imagination.
So do you guys think that maybe I know it's not speculation Sunday, but this is going to make a good point, I think. You know how when something is blank in your mind tries to fill it?
Yep.
Like understanding, like it'll fill the void. Do you think that's why they made such a place that no one can go, they say is right in our reality, but there's no way for us to perceive it in our reality? Do you think they did it that way so that we would be the way we are about it?
Yeah, they have studied the psychology of humanity. They've done it since the 1800s, so they understand basically how we tick, and so it's easy for them to play on our basic instincts. When we're fed something like. If you just look at the early NASA stuff, the quality is so poor, there's so little data, and because they have so little, their imagination has to fill in the rest.
Yeah.
Yes, but the idea, if they tell you a void is over your head that you will never perceive, you also use that. Your brain will probably use that as something to fill it, so that you understand it, so that it isn't necessarily a void in your mind. It's understood.
Yeah, and because they did this, all of these intelligent people, because of the biases that they accrued as children, now start writing all of this stuff that sounds compelling because they're trying to rationalize it for themselves. And that becomes the new narrative, the new doctrine, until the next generation. And the next generation is like, oh, I found an error in what he said because he was rationalizing it, and like, this is how it actually works. And it just continues on.
It comes from Hinduism, like space, and the models that we use. It comes from Jewish mysticism and the Vedas, like space and the atom. And all the ideas that we have today of evolution. Yeah.
I was just kind of pointing out. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just pointing out. Even if we find out tomorrow that all of the past was written for us here now, and it isn't actually true, and that's the narrative that we read, and it makes sense because we have this pattern recognition, people like us that are starting to hone our skills in pattern recognition, so we can actually research the past and piece together things that logically make sense. But even if we find out tomorrow none of that is true, like there is a logical conclusion that you can either work from or work towards in this situation. So the psychology and logic behind the cosmology that they pushed on everyone is something that, instinctively people grasp onto to understand, especially when they're told it's science and our reality. Oh, I monologued. My bad.
No, it's cool.
You're allowed to.
I was thinking about it. It's interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the victors, right? The victors did write the history, so and whatever history there was that would have been reliable, our ancestors did their best to pass them down orally. But then eventually came a generation that went to school, and then most of those, oral records just disappeared. Right?
Yeah. You can even see the records of it in the old newspapers of America from early 1900s, like at the start of the 1900s. People were getting jailed for teaching the globe. So how the hell can they get away with saying that everybody's believed in the globe for 2,000 years?
But since Jesus, what the?
Essentially, that's what they're trying to claim. Like, it's so absurd because all of, or most of America was a very religious community up until that point. Like, you can't really change history that much and expect people to, like, just go along with it when it just doesn't match a historical record.
You don't have to go back that far.
Have a good night.
Like we only have to know that, like, say, in the early 1900s, right? They released a radio program called "The War of the Worlds," and people thought it was real, right? But then later on, in 1969, right? They released another one, right, called "The Moon Landing." You see, like, we know these things, that they did this, right? That as soon as that happened, everybody believed the Earth was really now a ball and went to the blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? New generation of moon landing believers. I don't know. Ball believers.
Yeah. The thing is, it's really interesting to look at. Like, some of the elites have certainly held this belief that the Earth is the globe for a long time. If you look at Ptolemy and others, there have been kings and such that believed this, and people who were as sycophants to those people. But the general public just looked at the Bible and they just read in the Bible that the Earth was flat, and so to them the Earth was flat. They weren't in the secret societies that gave them the secret king knowledge that the Earth was a globe. So they didn't understand that. That wasn't common knowledge. It's like the Copernican theory, for instance. 60 years after Copernicus died and it was published, there were only 15 astronomers in all of Europe who believed that shit. So the rest of them were all geocentrists at that time, 60 years after the death of Copernicus. So to act like the Copernican revolution, like revolutionized science and all of the scientists just agreed with Copernicus is bullshit. Like 60 years after his death, there was only 15. And they were all Jesuits. What a surprise. And if you look into the history of China, for instance, China was the last country in the world that was flat earth based. They had a flat earth cosmology like for the longest time. It wasn't until the Ming Dynasty where they had a bunch of eunuchs, where they used the eunuchs to rule the country essentially, and the royal family just abdicated from the rule essentially. The eunuchs invited the Jesuits in, and the Jesuits used the knowledge of the Greeks to convince the Chinese that they were wise and full of knowledge. And the Chinese society at the time respected wisdom and knowledge above all else. That's what made you respectable in that society. And so, to them, they were like, "Oh, the Jesuits apparently are all these wise men who all have all this information. So let's get them in here and let's have them teach the children." And so they allowed the Jesuits to teach the children of the emperor, and the emperor allowed them to build temples all over China. And so the Jesuits started talking to all the public and teaching them how the royalty was going to be punished by the gods because they were so evil. And then they just happened to have an earthquake that decimated their food supply. And then, by the way, other Jesuits invaded with other forces. And the Jesuits, taking care of the children, took all the children in different directions. And the emperor was assassinated. And so the Ming Empire fell. And then the Jesuits brought up the heirs and took over the country, and then that's where the globe religion was introduced into China. That's if you start really looking into the history and where people accepted the globe religion and how, things start getting really freaking suspicious.
And the Jesuits derived from wait, what is it? Trying to remember. Hold on. Oh yeah, the Society of Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They started the Royal Society, where science comes from. They work with the Vatican to spread science.
They try to mimic, invert the Bible so much that it's almost ridiculous for people not to look into that.
Yeah. The Vatican is the little horn of Revelation.
I came to the conclusion that the globe is the beast, that you have to calculate the numbers.
No, Rome is the beast. Yeah. But they do use numerology and everything. You know, this whole 369 thing. You know, the as above, so below. Where 9 is 0. It's the God number, controller.
But everybody loves the lawless one. And the lawless one isn't the lawless with, like, the commandments. It's the laws of nature. Lawless. That's my train of thought. Huh?
Or one without God's law, you know. The law of God.
Yeah, I know that's what, but just saying that the globe is the lawless one, or the whole heliocentric model is, because it doesn't follow the laws of nature, it defies them. But yeah, most people think the law of God, but that is still a law of God. The natural laws are laws. Like there's something that falsifies. That's just the way the nature of it.
Yeah, the natural laws are the laws of the Creator, and the problem with the globe is that they're trying to find excuses for the natural laws, like relative density, for instance, could be considered a natural law. We notice that more dense objects than the medium they're in fall, less dense objects than the medium they're in, they rise. This is something we observe just like the second law of thermodynamics. Hot always moves to cold. High pressure always moves to low. This is just something we always observe, just like a natural law. Problem is, they have this idea that relative density is caused by gravity, like gravity is pulling all the more dense material underneath the less dense material, and therefore the less dense material is going upwards. And so all things going upwards because of buoyancy is caused by gravity. Gravity makes things go down, makes things go up.
Yeah, something is the cause of an up and a down, though.
It's incoherent. Let me give you a really good example for it. If you think about hot air balloons fly using hot and cold air. Cold air is on the outside of the balloon, hot air is on the inside of the balloon. Hot air is less dense than cold air. Hot air rises. Problem is, a hot air balloon can lift tons of weight against the surface of the Earth. The apparent imagined gravitational force on this tons of weight is actually far greater than the imagined gravitational force on the cold air that's just outside the balloon. And so they're actually saying that less gravitational force is overcoming greater gravitational force and lifting things away from the source of the gravitation. That's so incoherent and idiotic. And you can take it even further by taking... we have something called vacuum cranes. They use vacuum to suck many tons of concrete and stick it to the crane. And so there's no mechanical device holding the concrete. It's just a vacuum. It's just pressure differential. And so the vacuum lifts all these tons and then moves it to another place and then releases it. And that just destroys the idea that gravity is lifting all of these tons of concrete against the surface for no reason.
No, I agree with everything you say, but I mean, the fact that there is an up and a down is also a thing. Like the air above me is less dense than me, but I don't fall up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the natural law. Like there's an up and a down. And in the globe, there's no up and a down. That doesn't exist. That's just relative. That's just relative to you. To you, it's an up. To another person, it's a down.
Exactly. But yeah, no, there is definitely a straight up and a straight down. And I mean, people believe different things to be the cause of that. I know what I feel the most demonstrable evidence is that causes that, but
yeah. But the thing is, when you say the cause of the up and down directionality, can you provide any evidence for it? Because the globers can't.
Well, I mean, the most demonstrable cause of having a directional vector that I could make out is something that's pretty triggering to flat earthers too, because it's motion.
I get that. inertia can create something we like to call as artificial gravity. So motion can create something that looks like gravity, but that's correlation. That's not proof of causation.
Mario can't just stop in the game and ask himself, why is up and down down? Why can't I fall left or fall right? Why is there a plane beneath me and not above me? Why would he do that? Right?
It's all about mediums, what kind of medium you're in, and the seeking equilibrium and displacement of, larger objects versus smaller, and that's buoyancy and density and medium.
Yeah. So this new guy in the warehouse, right? He drives up and puts this heavy ass pellet at the top. And you yell out to him, hey, put that at the bottom, man. The only light stuff go up there. Because first of all, it's a hazard, safety hazard. Second, why would you put that heavy ass thing all the way up there? It's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, man. Thanks, bro. Okay, I'll bring it. You know what I mean? Like, why do we do that? Why do we want to put heavy things on the bottom and light things on top, right?
Because that's how they naturally even out. And also, it gives you structural stability.
Exactly. And because heavy things, right, they seem to rest on heavy things and dense things on the ground. And light things seem to, float around or...
Fuck about, yeah.
Well, heavy things are huge, and if they fall off of something up high, they're going to seek equilibrium pretty quick.
I like
you don't want to be anywhere near it.
Well,
I like the way things are configured.
The way I think about it is... sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, the way I think about it, weight is a human conception. It's not something that is inherent within something, because when we weigh something, we're weighing it within air. If you change the medium and you try to put the scale under something when it's completely neutrally buoyant, it's not going to weigh anything. The scale doesn't register anything because there's no pressure on the scale. The weight is just relative to what we experience in air. That's why when it comes to gases, they can't just weigh gases. They have to stuff a bunch of gas into a container until that gas turns into a liquid, and then they get a weight. They have to change the density of the container itself relative to the environment it's around and the scale to register a weight for the gas.
Pressure, right? I mean, that may as well be the weight. Oh, all around. Oh, you know what? Never mind, it's gas. It's like water. Water's heavy. What the hell is a vacuum?
That's a really interesting question because vacuums aren't empty. That's one of the things that, globers like to do when they're invoking gravity. They're like, everything falls in a vacuum at 9.8 meters per second, but it's not actually a vacuum. It's just less pressure. You cannot create an absolute vacuum. That's impossible. No one has ever done that. And so you've never tested an absolute vacuum. You haven't even tested if light can travel through an absolute vacuum. It's never been tested. The only thing you can test is light traveling through a low pressure system of a very low pressure, but you don't know absolute nothing. That's not something we can test. And so we can't drop things in an absolute nothing, a true vacuum. We can only drop things in very, very low pressure where the density of the medium is extremely less dense than the objects that you're dropping. And so the difference in the rate of fall is going to change based on the medium. And you can show this if you make the medium thicker and thicker and thicker, the difference between the drop of the objects is going to change. Eventually, one object is not going to drop as you increase the thickness of the medium, and one object is going to fall, the other one's just going to float there. Because you change the density of the medium to be equal to the object that's floating. But if you do the opposite and you remove the density of the medium until it's near vacuum, very low density, then the density difference between the two objects in the medium are going to be almost equally as, like, the objects are almost equally more dense than the medium, and so they're all going to drop at a similar rate. But in order to see any difference, because you lower the medium, the density of the medium, you're going to have to increase the drop rate or the length of the drop so that you can see any difference, because you just made the density that much less dense, and so you're going to need that much more space to see the difference in drop. And you can see this with, if you increase the density, you can always see this. This is something they can't deny. And so they're just cherry picking something they have moved to such an extreme that they barely see a difference in this tiny drop that they're dropping them in. And so they're making a conclusion based on a very cherry picked data set.
Don't you need a container to create a vacuum?
Yes, you do. Just like you need a container to create a pressure.
Pressure. And if space is a vacuum, then wouldn't outer space, need a container to create a vacuum?
It's not a vacuum. It couldn't be a vacuum. Like, that's why they say it's a vacuum, but it's a misnomer. That's why, like, some of them say it's a vacuum, and you say it's an absolute vacuum, and they're like, no. It's full of stuff. It's full of very little gas. And you're like, okay, so it's not a vacuum then? It's very little pressure, it's very little gas, and it's like, oh yes, but it also might turn into plasma. So there might be a lot of plasma there, we just don't know.
Then it's not a vacuum.
Yeah, it's never a vacuum. They just say it's a vacuum because it's not the pressure of that we live under. Anything less than the pressure we live under is essentially a vacuum to them.
Isn't plasma just another state of matter?
Yeah, it's just gas when it doesn't have enough pressure to be gas. Or it's excited enough to become plasma.
So it's not a vacuum. It's actually plasma.
That's what many of them believe. There are differences in that belief. Some believe it's a plasma medium. Some believe it's a gaseous medium where there's just tiny little molecules bouncing around, one molecule per massive amount of space.
The only plasma we care about is the Van Allen belt. We don't want to hit those plasmas when we go to the moon, right?
Yeah, that would be the radiation belt that's exciting the would-be gaseous molecules within a supposed vacuum that would turn into plasma, yes.
Do you feel anything? I didn't feel anything. We're fine. We feel fine. The astronauts that went, they didn't feel anything.
Yeah, no problem. You can just get deadly radiation 3 times. No problem. No problem. You don't die from that. Deadly radiation is not deadly if you're an astronaut and you're a Freemason. If you're a Freemason, you can get through. If you're not a Freemason, you don't get through very well.
We can safely ignore it. Negligible.
Well, it's so negligible that we can't go back there anymore. It would kill people, but like it was super negligible back then.
But not anymore. We lost the technology that made it negligible. It's a very difficult process to build it back up.
Yeah.
That's
absurd.
Too many words, Don.
I always found that so absurd because how can you destroy the technology? Did you kill every person who had an understanding of the technology? Is that what you did?
It's so dangerous we're sending mannequins this time.
Maybe they had a secret meeting with Russia to destroy all the technology. Okay, swear we're going to throw it in at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Hey, you didn't throw yours. Gotcha.
Yep. But the technology exists within the minds of man. It's not like you destroy the technology just by destroying the blueprints. You have to kill all the people.
Yeah, we just have to all.
Yep, that's a good point. It's a good point.
This little piggy went to the store and got shot. This little piggy became a drunk. Don't kill him. He's cool. He's drunk.
It'd be at least a little bit more coherent if they could name the technology that was destroyed. The photon mass capitulator was destroyed by this person at this time. Like, name the technology that was destroyed that we don't have anymore. It's always just the technology. We destroyed the technology. We can't go there anymore. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What they're implying is that they did so much without knowing what they were doing, or they killed everybody that knew what they were doing.
It makes no sense. They're supposed to have the lunar lander and everything, like, in this museum and stuff. Like, come on. You're supposed to have the technology in a museum. Like, couldn't you just look at it and be like, oh yeah, they use really old computers that are, like, so weak. They're like, I have a calculator that's stronger than this. Maybe we could do this again?
Yeah. It's so funny. The people fall for that mess.
We choose to go to the moon because it is hard. And because hope is there. And peace is there.
Hard. It's hard.
Because it's hard. Not because it is easy, but because it is hard. So,
it's great.
Yeah. I was like, damn, this guy's smooth.
I gotta say, it's really nice bouncing thoughts back and forth with folks that are quite intelligent. Thank you, guys.
That's why we went to the moon. And that's why we lost it. Because it is hard.
Has anybody seen that movie where they try to make it out like the reason they got to the moon is because they had all these black ladies doing the math? Is there a reason why they don't have the technology to go back to the moon? Because they don't have enough black ladies?
Because those black ladies got old.
Yeah, they died and now they don't have the technology anymore.
Yeah. They're like Joe Biden now.
There's more capabilities in an... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Nintendo Game Boy, but we destroyed the technology.
Got Chat GPT.
I didn't mean to interfere with your Joe Biden impression.
It's all good. The funny thing is, when you start looking into how they navigated to the moon, they fucking did that by hand, bro. It wasn't no calculator, no computer doing no shit. They were just aiming it with a joystick.
Yeah.
And even worse than that, they had a sextant on the thing just in case they got lost. Now, how are you going to use a sextant while you're halfway between the moon and the earth? Like, what the fuck? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about if you think you're going to use a sextant. You need the horizon for the sextant.
Why does he have a sextant? I know, right? What the why does he even have See, even in space, bro, it's like, wait a minute.
I think it was honestly just to give them a like this cloak of like authority. We're navigators. We have a sextant. That means we navigate.
In space, right? Looking at balls, right? Right? So this is for. Right? Not what that is for. It's not. Where's the theodolite? Where's it?
None of this shit functions. They're just. It's just believe me. I did it. If you don't believe me, fuck you.
Yes.
Like now all these navigation tools for space navigation, like the explorers you guys read about, and that's who we are. In the ocean of space. Is that why you have a sextant? Yeah. Cool. What else you got there? What you got there for navigating space? Got a compass? You got a compass too? Show me a compass.
They probably took a compass up there.
It points north. Where's that? It points to the sun, actually. Cool.
That's the best thing I've heard all day.
You see, Bong, once you're outside the gravitational field and the magnetic field of the Earth, you start picking up the magnetic field of the sun, and you can just orient your compass to the sun.
Isn't that amazing?
We deploy our solar sails, and it propels us.
Too late, Truman. We already discovered everything. All the planets, all the stars, all the galaxies, they've all been discovered.
All the land. All the best professions.
Yeah.
Even all of the oceans have been, like, scanned and put into these globes.
Yeah, they know the
too late. There's nothing left
more
to
than they
discover.
know. Sorry. Go ahead.
That was my fault. Go ahead.
No, I've been dealing with some lag here and there, so it really could be me.
Either way you both go, you start Flatsy climb.
I don't even remember. So it's fine.
All good.
Imagine being stuck at the door, right? Like, oh no, you go, it's all right, no, you go.
I've done that so many times.
Like 30 seconds, people just walking out.
I've been the one that gets stuck, like with the door open many times because I opened it for someone and kept it open because other people were coming. I've been that person too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that a lot as well, but I kind of have a rule, like, I don't do it too long. So, like, I do it for the first couple of people, and then I just stop.
Just stick your hand out, right? Just stop. My turn.
I just release the door and walk. Like, it's not my responsibility to do it for everyone. It's respectful to do it to, like, old people or people who are walking right behind you, being nice. But, like, I'm not gonna hold it for everyone. And, like, yeah. So you see a guy walking, like, he's gonna take the door. Yeah, just release it.
I pity the fool. Who just stands there and starts holding the door like, someone gonna let me in? No, you stand there. So we're all laughing.
And I mean, I don't mind at all. So I love smiling at folks, and I love like the best place to be like the Earth is flat and stationary is at like a random gas station that you're like traveling, and just drop that in there on your way out. Like, God bless, and the Earth is flat and stationary. Bye.
My favorite is actually I go with karma a lot everywhere, and so as we're standing in line anywhere or we're waiting somewhere where people can hear us talk, we're like talking about flat earth nonstop or some thing that will help them realize some truth. It's really fun because you can see the people like really like start listening in and like forget themselves.
Dang, I wish I had somebody like that. I'm all on my own, so I just got to figure it out on my own. I mean, I'm not alone because I got you guys. I didn't mean it like that. You know what I mean?
I get you. It's just really nice when you find someone to share it with, because a lot of the time when you're trying to address it to someone, they feel the need to defend their belief system, but when they're just hearing it somewhere else, it's easier for them just to take in the information and be like, whoa, did you hear what she said? Like, I don't believe it, but like, that was crazy.
Yeah, if I was doing that, they would actually think I'm crazy because I'd have to be talking to myself. And they still
when
think
it
I'm
makes
crazy
sense.
if I mention it.
Hey, that made a lot of sense. I don't know why, because the Earth is small, but that made a lot of sense. Thanks. Have a nice day. Welcome. That made a lot of sense.
I think it's a really fun way to spread the truth without getting any negative pushback, because it's not normal for people to just interrupt a conversation between two different people.
Agreed. That's why I like saying it as like a hello, goodbye. Not a hello. Usually a goodbye, because I don't want them to think about it too much. They can think I'm crazy, but dropping that seed there was something.
Yeah, I think every little thing helps. And our methodology like changes as we develop and try new things. We all learn from each other. Like, I could probably do more with just expressing the Earth is flat or the Earth is not a globe to random people. Like, that's something I could maybe incorporate more into my style. So we could all learn from each other.
Try to be really nice and to everyone, because you never know what anybody's going through, because everybody's going through something. Or you should assume they are anyways, because shit happens. And really just try to be nice to folks so they can experience someone being nice to them. I want people to be nice to each other. I want people to be nice to each other, and I want to be nice to folks. So it's just, I don't know. I'm raised in the South. You learn to be courteous and
I totally get you.
Opening the door for folks.
I totally get you. Like, me and Karma went to the store one night, and then we came upon this lady who was just walking around her car, and because we're just like nice people, we're like, is something wrong? Because she looked confused, and she's like, I don't know where my car keys are, and we helped her search for the car keys. She couldn't find them, and so we drove her home to her house. We took her groceries and everything, and she had actually been there for like 30 minutes looking for her car keys. No one would help her.
Oh man, I am the one to stop. I've literally been the person to stop and help somebody look for their car keys. They didn't know if They dropped it in their car, under their car, in the brewery, in the bathroom. Like, I was the bartender, so I had to, like, I just dropped what I was doing, and I went out and I helped her dig for her keys.
Yeah, the point is,
just
like,
there too.
the point is, like, yeah, you can continue.
I'm sorry, that was it. I was just saying how funny it was because she had just arrived and couldn't find him. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's all good. The point is, essentially, me and Karma went out and helped her and spent quite a bit of time with her, like talking to her, making her feel good and encouraging her, like, it's going to be okay. Like, you call your family and friends and like you can figure this out. Like, we gave her a little bit of help, but at no point did we try to push the Earth is flat on this lady, because it wasn't. We're just helping her for no reason other than just she needed help. There's a time and a place for everything. Like,
I agree. That would have been a terrible time.
yeah, she needed help and not a lecture. It's kind of like with my family, like my extended family, like all of my close family knows it's 100% flat because I've like talked with them extensively. My extensive family like doesn't know it's flat, but they know I'm a flat earther because I've talked to them about it. But I don't push it. Like, I don't force them to watch anything because I don't have that leverage. Like, with my family and the close relatives and friends, they ask me, like, hey, you want to watch this show with me and you want to do this thing? And I'm like, yeah, I'll do that with you. But then, like, later on, I'm like, remember when you were like, hey, you want to watch that with me? And I was like, yeah, I'll watch that with you. I got something I really want you to watch. Do you mind watching with me? And they're like, yeah.
Cashing in the favors there.
Yeah, and they're like, yeah. And then I show them all the flat earth proof. And they're like, oh, shit, I got to sit through this? And then they ask me questions and I answer them. And it's super easy. But for the extended family, it's not so easy because I don't have that leverage. You know what I mean?
I've tried to use that leverage with my husband. That does not work. He's too clever to fall for that one. He's an I don't care earther because sometimes I just can't help it, and I talk to him about all of it, and he has to deal with it. He married me, so he has to deal with it. Well, at least he's an I don't care earther. He's not just die hard for the globe and outer space.
But he's a man. He should have some logical faculty. You should be able to appeal to him on some logical level.
I don't know if I can. He used to be like miles ahead of me in how he could just be so quick-witted and always have some sort of retort, just playing around, goofing off and stuff. Like, people couldn't outwit him in, like insults back and forth between two.
I get that. I get that. That basically shows that he's pretty intelligent, but it also has a pitfall that comes with it. That, like, as you perceive yourself as more intelligent, you start building up that ego, and so it becomes hard to look past that ego and realize that you were wrong in some sense.
Well, he likes to say things like, well, you don't know that you're right, just like you don't know that they're wrong, or like one or the other. Like, I don't know. He'll tell me I don't know one way or the other.
Yeah.
I do know. You won't listen to my evidence.
Yeah, he's trying to throw doubt on your certainty, essentially.
It's not effective, though. If anything, it's really, I guess it's for him to get me to not really engage too deeply in it.
Yeah, I think it's also like, it's a defense mechanism. Like, when something threatens your worldview, it's easy to get away with ignoring it when you throw some doubt on it. And so if you just throw doubt on it and that's the last thing in your mind, it's doubt, you can safely just ignore it as like there's not enough evidence for this yet. That's why a lot of globalists try to minimize and say like, well, you proved that Aristophanes doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. Well, it doesn't prove the Earth is flat either. It's they're minimizing the evidence because they don't want to face it, because it would invalidate their point.
It all really is so simple, too. That's what's so strange about it. It is so simple. Where everything to the contrary that everybody does believe, isn't simple.
I think my advice would just be take it slow. Try to approach it on as logical a basis as possible. The more logically you can break it down, the harder it will be for him to actually deny it. As a man, even if the ego's in the way, like it'll eat at you if it's logically consistent as a man. It's kind of like for a woman, when it's morally reprehensible, it really eats at a woman. When it's logically inconsistent, it seems to eat at a man. That's what I find as being a constant, but it does fluctuate a little because there's no absolutes. Like mankind is very diverse, but it's more of a general rule than a not.
Do you think, broadly speaking, that like even men are moving more towards the emotional spectrum? Because I sure do.
Yes. Modern men have lost sight of the masculine, and you see them moving more towards feminine thinking. And in that, you also see females moving more into masculine thinking. And it creates this imbalance where, like, masculine women are not happy, feminine men are not happy, and so everybody's unhappy, and like it creates this degradation of society. Like men are most happy when they are men and are fulfilled. Women are most happy when they're women and fulfilled. It's super simple.
It's funny you mentioned that, and that kind of came up because that kind of came up a little while ago with an argument that I got into with some people, not over the earth or anything. It's kind of off topic, but I follow MMA pretty close, and
hell yeah,
there was a fight last month that was pretty controversial. And one round in particular that a lot of people got into kind of a debate over who won that round. And
talking about Volkanovski?
I was pointing out that like the people who thought that one guy won that round was doing so more on emotion rather than actual sound logic. And I just kind of pointed out, like at the end, just kind of like a little jab, because it's MMA fans I'm talking to. I'm like, that is more of a feminine trait, And oh boy,
Volk versus Makachev, right?
What?
You're talking about Volk versus Makachev, right?
Yeah. Yep. That's the one. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah. The fourth round.
Hell yeah, big card this weekend, boys.
Yeah, yep. Off topic here, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I guess we're going to check in real quick with Jenna. I just want to give you a quick chance to say hello.
If you talk about the UFC thing.
Hi, I'm new here. I've had a Discord for a while, but this is actually like the first time I've been on it. But I'm not new to Flat Earth whatsoever. I did want to chime in on the emotional versus rational thing. Typically, it doesn't matter male or female. The more emotional a person is, the less rational they're going to be. And it's important to ask rational and logical questions.
Yeah, like radical, like questions, like what do you mean?
What I mean, like Socratic questioning. Basically, you ask questions that only have one answer that to most people would be semi-obvious, you know, and it plants a seed in people's minds.
Yeah, I totally agree with you,
it's like a vessel. It's like a vessel. It's like a teacher, like mold people's students' vessels, like it's like a plant a seed.
I would like to take a note that Aqua here is a globe earther, just for everyone's sake. Welcome to the chat, Aqua.
Welcome.
Welcome. Yes, it's like that. Okay, I know. Okay, really cool question. So.
Yeah, I call it Socratic questioning.
What radical question do you want?
One question I like to ask globe believers is, when you look at reflections off of water, is there any observable convexity on the reflection of water, or do you see perfect symmetry in the reflection?
That's a really good question.
Yes,
that's
when you observe.
Good question.
Yeah?
That's a really good question. I was like the Arctic Ocean. It's like a beach, you know.
Aqua, focus. It's not.
Yeah, I know. I'm focusing on the question. Yeah, it's like
what she's asking you about.
I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually answer you. What she's asking about is specular reflection.
Correct. Yes.
Now go.
I'll ask the question again if you need me to. When you're, I'm going to ask it one more time, okay? When you are observing a reflection, say of like hills or trees, you're observing this reflection on water. Does it appear that there is convexity in the reflection on the water? I know you see like ripples on a calm lake, okay, but that's not convexity. Do you see symmetry in the reflection on water? Yes or no?
He left.
That one always gets them to just be so quiet. For some reason, that's the one that makes them all leave.
Oh, that's a good one. I love that one.
Thank you.
You should be a flat earther. I'm going to give you the tag.
I am a flat earther, sir.
Yeah, I hear that. I can clearly hear that. It's just you don't have the tag yet. I'm rectifying that.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I also flipped my mom to the flat side.
I did the same thing, so I'm right there with you.
Good. That's awesome.
Oh, he's back.
What the fuck?
Hey, are you still thinking about that question?
No. Some stupid like yeah. So. Yes. Don't listen to her. So it's a bullshit. Yeah.
And so, Aqua, look in the live stream voice text chat. I posted 2 pictures, Trace AI. Both are of specular reflections, which is what she was talking about. Can you see any distortions due to curvature in these?
The proper word is convexity, which if you look at like a concave mirror or a convex mirror, hopefully you know the difference.
Yeah.
There are a lot of grown-ass people that don't know the difference.
I can't answer that question right now because I'm in the living room, so
It's a
yeah, I can't
yes.
answer that reflection on the water question.
Well, it's a yes or no question.
Give me 30.
It's a yes or no question. Do you see perfect symmetry in the reflection in water? It's yes or no.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I'm glad you answered that. That would indicate that there is no convexity. There is no bulging or bubbling up on the surface of the water. If there is perfect symmetry, this would indicate that the water, as we learned in physics class, finds its level, period. And that's all across this planet, this planet, this inertial plane. And if you go look up the word for plane, you're going to get flat, level.
Yes, I know.
Horizontal, parallel. The words exist for a reason. So, just think about that.
So there's that.
What's
blocking the bottom of the oil rig there? Not a hill of water. So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
So Aqua, basically up, and he left again.
He's like, crap. Why are you running away? Wait, come back. I just wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth. Not a big deal. I mean, it kind of is a big deal if you think about it. You know what comes with the globe? Taxation and theft, scarcity of resources, global climate change bull crap narrative. This is all the crap that we get with the globe. We get globalists and all of this bull crap. And it all goes away when everybody realizes that we're trapped under a dome here on a flat Earth together.
Yeah, on top of it all of your rights, human rights and the Constitution and all that stuff was all based on God-given rights. And so they couldn't be taken away. You needed to create some belief system that supplanted the creator so you could take them away. And now the government takes all of your rights away and you have no rights.
Yep. See, when more people wake up and realize that the only things that are really real are, observable laws of physics and the the natural law of man, when more people realize that those are the only laws that are real, that's when people become free. Because this has more to do than just the shape of the Earth, and people don't understand that. It has to do with the freedom of humanity.
Yeah, the shape of the Earth is just the door. It's just the opening veneer. Like once you get past that, like it's game on.
Right. And it took me a while. Like a quick story about how I became a flat earther was I tried so adamantly and I pushed so hard to try to prove the globe only to sink back in a corner and go, it can't fucking be flat. It's fucking flat. It has hills and mountains and valleys and canyons, but it is flat. This water is flat.
That's exactly what happened to me, man. That's what happened to me.
When you actually try to prove the globe, you end up seeing observably, without a doubt, irrefutably, that all of the water on it is flat and level.
Yeah,
because
that's why
in physics.
That's why we don't need to prove anything. We just need them to prove their own claim, and then all of a sudden it all falls apart and they become flat earthers.
Yes. Yeah. That was, and it actually didn't take me long at all to catch on to the whole Flat Earth Society crap on Facebook, I was like, oh, that's the reverse psyop. That's the thing that makes people think it's retarded so that they'll keep believing in the globe. So, and a lot of people don't understand that either. They're listening to Flat Earth stuff because they bump the Flat Earth Society stuff to the top in the algorithms. And so that's all people see. They see Professor Dave's dumbass, you know, and all these other dummies pushed to the top of the list, and Flat Earth Society, not a single real flat earther wants anything to do with the Flat Earth Society because they're just a gaslight to keep people believing in the globe. And globers don't understand that.
Yep, and you can see it even like if you just look at the Flat Earth Society and what they say, and then you look at what all these Flat Earth debunk videos are saying, they're actually only talking about the Flat Earth Society. They're not even addressing our arguments.
Right. As soon as I heard something about this flat Earth is like, it's flat and it's in space and it's moving up at 9.8 meters per second squared to account for gravity, I was like, oh, nope, that's it. We're done. No Flat Earth Society, no globe. The globe, people like to say the globe is dead. Guys, the globe never fucking existed.
She cooking right now.
Huh?
I said, you're cooking right now. Okay. I hear you.
You know what's really funny is people are like, well, I can see planets and I can see Mars and I was like, all right, that's fine. But Mars is not terra firma. Mars is a light. It is one of the wandering lights in the sky. And if people really want to get down to it, they need to go look at Greenland, and Devon Island is where NASA and all of them have been faking Mars. So let's get on a roll. Space is fake and the Earth is flat.
I love that people say the globe is dead. There was no globe. That was perfect.
Yeah, people want to say the globe is dead. Guys, it never fucking existed to begin with, you know? And they're like, oh, well, the globe was being taught 2,000 years ago. I was like, says who? A guy that put a stick in the ground? Really? Because from what I understand, the flat geocentric Earth was being taught up until the 1920s. When the Rockefellers came in and took over the school systems and said, I don't want thinkers, I want workers. And look at where we are now.
That's all correct.
Yeah, I've definitely done some extensive research on this.
Yeah, Jenna Nasty, right?
I can hear that.
Yeah, you were killing it. You were killing it. Everything you're saying, so true. Nice to meet you.
You know what's really funny is the contradictory things that come from globers, like level is curved. You know what I tell them? You go walk onto a construction site, go find the lead foreman, and tell him that level actually curves, and watch how quickly you get a leveler tossed upside your head. You know, level curves. What was the other one? Oh yeah, I'm like, go to Google. Just go ask your supervisor. I tell them that Google's their supervisor. I was like, go ask your supervisor what's the real shape of the Earth. You know what it's going to tell you? It looks like a sphere from space, but its true shape is an ellipsoid. All right, so I guess cubes can be rectangles now. Ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, so it can be a sphere and an oval. Can someone help me? Oh, but it's also pear-shaped, right?
Yeah. they just say like the pear-shapedness and the ovalness is so minuscule that you cannot detect it on the pictures of NASA. It just looks like a perfect sphere in the composite images that we make.
It was super funny. I had a globe earther telling me, go count the pixels for the images of the globe Earth. And I was like, been there, done that. Ever run it through Photoshop and CGI detection software? Lights up like a Christmas tree on fire, buddy. Next!
Yeah, it's even admitted by NASA that like the blue marble, for instance, is just a composite. They took a bunch of images of low Earth orbit and then stitched them together into a flat map, which they then wrapped around the ball. Like, it's photoshopped because it has to be. If
That's what that Simon Peterson guy said.
yeah, Peter Simmons. Yeah.
Peter Simmons. Okay, yeah.
Robert Simmons. Robert Simmons.
Thank you.
Yeah. Roberts.
Whatever. I was like, it's something that sounds similar to that.
Yeah,
My bad.
Me and you both got it wrong, man. It's all good.
And you know what's really fun is when the Globers try to say that, I've got no understanding of physics and basic things like this. And I was like, are you listening to the Japanese physicist who says, in our field, we don't even use the scientific method. We fly by the seat of our pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You have a theory, you make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Did I quote it right?
Yeah. The best part is he's like, nobody in my field uses the scientific method. He was like, understands the scientific method. That's what
and
he
I'm
wanted
like,
to say.
tell me again what his PhD means. Like, tell me again what his PhD means,
That's right.
Oh, man. Oh, that's such a good one.
It's great. He's like, wrong. It's leaps
wrong.
of logic.
We just guess at everything and make theories and call it science.
The seat of your pants.
Yeah, by definition, that's pseudoscience.
Yeah, by definition, 100%. That is pseudoscience. And people want to be like, well, how was Einstein wrong? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe you should find the book, 100 Scientists Against Einstein.
Well, the best answer or best question would be like, can you prove that he was right? And they're like, oh, well, the stars and stuff. And you're like, well, is that an experiment? Is that scientific? And they're like, no, well, yeah, it's scientific. And you're like, okay, let's go through this. What's your independent variable? And they're like, I don't have one.
Their hypothesis. It was like when you guys had McToon on, and he was like, I measured it. What? You measured what? Well, I measured the angle to the sun. McToon has rage quit the chat. That was some funny stuff.
Variables always like time, isn't it, Drace? Oh, we just waited.
Yeah, that's the classic independent variable for them. Like, we're manipulating time by sitting on our asses.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And there's one question, and everyone asks, and I'm perfectly honest. I'm like, honestly, I don't know. When they ask me, well, what's below the Earth then? I'm like, well, biblically it says it's just cradled in a band of black.
Here's all you got to say is grab a shovel.
Yeah, you tell me. You go dig. You tell me.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Like, or you could find out who did grab a shovel, who did do the digging, and once you find out who did that, why would you believe anyone telling you what's below the deepest anyone's ever dug?
Right. Yeah. Well, also, I want to know who was the person that managed to, dig to the core and figure out that it's like hot and contradictory.
That's CB's point essentially.
Yeah.
When you look into how far down they've dug, the furthest down they've dug, they've never actually dug through the so-called mantle. Like,
right. They made it almost 8 miles.
Yeah, so that's imagining if you had a gobstopper and then you barely scratch the surface, and then you think you know what's inside it.
Yeah.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop?
The world may never know. Two. How many licks does it take? I don't know, but apparently it takes a couple of government physicists to tell you what it is.
Yeah, only like 8 miles into the Tootsie Roll Pop.
Okay, so like another thing I bring up that really stumps a lot of globies is why is my compass a flat disc for a ball Earth. Something's off there. Something's not right with that. And then someone was like, there are spherical compasses. I'm like, no, they are flat on the bottom and domed over the top. And astronomers call the star map the sky dome or the star dome. You know, it doesn't make sense that we have a solid magnetic iron core of nearly 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit when iron stops being magnetic at what 1,420 some odd degrees, and its curing point or its melting point is about 5,000 degrees, something like that.
Yeah, once it goes beyond the Curie point, it can no longer hold magnetic charge, and it stops being magnetic.
And then, well, they want to argue, well, it's ferromagnetics. I'm like, okay, that you're not explaining that.
The way they're arguing it is essentially as it's flowing, the flow can create the magnetic current.
Yeah, that sounds ridiculous when you think about how it can't be magnetic anymore once it's melted.
The way
and there's no amount of churning this hot molten metal that's going to make it magnetic again. That doesn't even physics.
The problem is to try to excuse how this could even be possible. They use molten sodium. And like that's not even the same thing. Like you can't just say like, oh, I saw a dwarf do something, therefore giants can do it. It's not the same thing.
Right. You know, like there's one guy who's like, you know, that Google he's over here like Google Maps proves the globe, and I was like, so I can get plastic Easter eggs at the store. Does that prove the Easter Bunny's real? Like, what are you trying to get out here?
I actually love Google Earth because for years on the Flat Earth debate with Nathan Oakley and QE and them, we kept asking for, like, can you give us the globe Earth model you guys keep talking about? Can you please present it? And so eventually they presented the Google Earth. And so we looked at it, and the elevation profile shows that the Earth is completely flat. If you took 1 point and a whole circle around the Earth to the other point, the elevation profile shows a flat Earth. So it's a flat Earth model that's visually bent into a globe.
Right. And that's what I tried to explain to him. I said, if you take 100 foot of straight line and you bend it around a sphere, it's still going to be 100 feet of line. You know, and I think that sometimes goes over people's head. If it's going to be 100 feet of straight line, you can bend it over a ball, it's still going to be 100 feet.
Yeah, it's similar to sextants. Sextants are used with the horizon, and it's always flat up to the horizon. And so sextants are even used on airplanes. So the higher up you go, the further away the horizon is. But when they use the sextant, they still have to assume that it's still flat up to the horizon. So regardless of how high you go up, it's always going to be flat up to the horizon. And then the other guy beyond the horizon looking towards you is also flat up to the horizon on his side. And then the guy in between them is also flat from him to both of them. So it's just flat everywhere. They just can't get past it.
It's funny, no pun intended, but they can't get around it. and you know, when you think about how the navigation works, you're like, okay, well, like my compass always points north, and west is a specific direction around north, and east is a specific direction in the opposite way around north. And then it started to make sense to me. It all started to make sense to me.
Yeah, that's logical. But on the globe, that's not how it works.
Right,
on the globe,
right.
You have magnetic declination. So when you look at your compass and you see north points at the North Star, you have to be like, oh no, that's not north. I have to go like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 degrees to the left, so west is my north. That's how retarded they are. They use the magnetic declination to go in circles because they think they're on a globe.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's definitely a clown world. Definitely a clown world. And I mean, more people are waking up to it, and that's cool. You know. But I also see a lot of people that are like, I don't care what shape it is. Like, was it Flatsy over there talking about how, what did you say, your husband or boyfriend or whoever is an I don't care earther? There's a lot of I don't care earthers too. And you know, it is a defense mechanism.
I just think it's getting more and more obvious as our technology advances. The P900, for instance, just destroyed the globe.
Yes.
Because the Greeks, they didn't have any understanding of optics. They didn't understand refraction. To them, they thought that the vision worked through the emission theory of vision, or they thought that there were invisible laser beams coming out of the eyes, and that's how you could see. and so to them, the boats disappearing bottom up must have been because of Earth curve, because the invisible laser beams from their eyes were perfect.
Right. And that was as Aristotle's observation of boats disappearing over this alleged curvature just because his eyes couldn't see them anymore. They didn't have the optical technology that we have now.
Now we can watch the boats up here.
Long distance photograph. It's like 300 miles.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of really good ones, but basically now we can watch the boat appear to disappear with our eyes, and then we can take up a camera, and then we can see the boat in its totality, and then we can watch the boat appear to disappear again, and then we can take out a star telescope, and we can see the boat in its totality again, but this time it's faded so much that most of its color is gone. It started to fade into a white silhouette in the sky.
Right.
And so the light from the boat eventually cannot reach the telescope, and nothing can be seen further than that. If the light's not reaching the optic, you're not seeing it.
Right. Well, that also ties in with the inverse square law of light, which I noticed a lot of globies have no understanding of. And I'm like, look, I tested out of high school, and there's a good reason for it. Because I have a comprehension that's pretty much well above, average, That's why we're here. We're all talking. We have IQs that are above average. So... Yeah, just being able to understand the basic things like entropy, thermodynamics, spectroscopy, and in the inverse square law and things like that really gave me a broader perspective of understanding the nature of this world. So.
Yeah, totally. It took me a while to grasp all of those things, but if you just give yourself time, all of that information is available. It's not like it's hidden. The experts don't have some secret knowledge that you cannot access.
Yeah, I've built playlists, of these things in YouTube. And, I'll present some of these things to globe earthers. And it's just amazing to see their cognitive dissonance in action when they nearly immediately reject the information without really looking at it. That's fear. That comes from a place of fear. That's a very low vibration.
It's really fascinating just looking at and seeing how they react to the information, because it's just so obvious sometimes, and they're just going so out of their way to try to twist out of it. We see it a lot where the last resort is like nothing is real. Everything could be. I'm a brain in a jar. I couldn't possibly definitively answer if the Earth is a ball or a globe or anything. I don't know anything. That's where they end up when they don't have anything, because that's the last position that they have.
And I do break through to some people. There are some people that finally get it. They finally understand, and that's when they start asking legitimate questions, and they stop being so much of a butthead, and they actually start listening. I really love those breakthrough moments. Like those really make me feel all warm and fuzzy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. We had one today. Roji was very receptive, and like it was very nice to listen to him, like express his thoughts and trying to work through these things, because he was actually trying to understand and trying to listen and asking questions, and not just repeating what he believes as if that proves it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean that's the whole thing with the globe, is it's a matter of belief. And it's belief on blind faith. It's belief from what somebody else has told you. And I go on the concept of, don't trust me. Don't trust anyone, Don't trust anybody about anything you've ever learned. Go and figure it out for yourself, because that's the only way that you're ever going to see the truth,
It's also like, if you hear someone say something and you memorize it and you repeat it, it doesn't mean you understand it.
Right.
However,
it just means that you have good memorization and regurgitation skills.
Yeah, but if you look into it and you study it and you figure out how they came to this conclusion, you can actually argue it far better. You have such a much deeper understanding of the subject.
Correct. Yep. If I had to argue for the globe now, there are concepts that I understand to where I might hold up a strong argument. Still, the basics, the obvious things for flat Earth really outweigh any point that anyone can bring up for the globe. I've really sat down and compared notes on this and been like, guys, I can't validate the globe anymore.
I totally get you. Like, I can argue for the belief system of the globe with much more detail than I could argue for any flat Earth cosmology, because I don't have a flat Earth cosmology. I'm not in the business of creating new cosmologies to replace the old one. I'm just in the business of destroying the old one because it doesn't match the reality I live in.
Well, the older one that's older than the old one is the original cosmology. If you've heard of Zetetic astronomy, Samuel E. Rowbotham's Earth Not a Globe, I really enjoyed that book.
I did as well. I don't subscribe to any cosmological model. There are many even flat Earth ones, but that's in order to narrow down which exact cosmological model it would be. I would need more information. Like, I don't want to fall for the same trap that originally got us into this mess by accepting something on faith or assumption just because it feels good.
Right. I had, it hurt my petty little feelings, not gonna lie, when I realized that, like, it's not a globe covered in water spinning in space. And then when I really understood that there's no way a pressure can be maintained on the outside of a ball in the expanding force of a vacuum, in the pulling force, it should pull everything up. So I was like, okay, it makes sense that we're contained,
Well, it's actually pushing, like, all the gas is constantly pushing out into the open volume. The globers would be like, super anal, but it's not sucking, you don't know anything.
Yeah, it's like, all right, fine then. It's just going from a high pressure to a low pressure or no pressure.
It's entropy. It's the second law. Like, more order moves to less order. Like it's the natural law.
But that's the dynamic of the Atmos, though, is that no matter how it can't seek full equilibrium because it is so dynamic with all of the
Yeah, that's their claim. That's their claim that like that the system is so dynamic that it's just collapsing in on itself because of gravity over and over again, and that's why it doesn't go outside. But they have yet to show that they have yet to show that gas is being attracted to the ground. Like if they were correct, and you would just put gas into a vacuum chamber, the gas wouldn't expand to fill the chamber. It would act like a liquid and just be attracted to the ground. But it isn't. It's moving freely and randomly and filling the entire volume of the chamber.
Right. And I mean, if you want to think about it, oxygen is, it's a lot of what is in the air. And then, of course, like the dense form of oxygen we know is water. And
they like to look at the gradient in the air that we live in and be like, oh, it's caused by gravity. That's why gravity is true, man. But the problem is we live in a temperature gradient and the humidity gradient, and so there's more humidity lower to the ground. All the gas is generated at ground level. And so naturally there would be more pressure at ground level. There's also the most amount of temperature at ground level, and more temperature means more pressure. And so as you rise, there's less pressure, and so the gas compresses and there's less pressure. That's natural. And so even higher up, there's even less humidity, but that's because the humidity is slowly condensing out of the air, and so there's less and less gas up there. So that's natural to be less pressure. But they expect it to all be caused by gravity and don't account for any of these things when they're assuming it's gravity.
And I wanna pull a Glober move and ask, what about the moon? What about the moon? Now I'm of the notion that the sun is this hot plasma light, and that the moon is its opposite counterpart, and it is a cold plasma light, and it's kind of transparent. Some people have been able to see stars through the moon, and then there's like flags with all kinds of different countries that that they have the star, the scene through the crescent moon.
No, I don't. We can't really make claims of what the sun and moon are because we can't actually test that. But it seems to me like the activation of things in the Atmos at that level, whatever they are, excite those in different ways for sure.
Yeah, I feel that there's some sort of it's definitely an electromagnetic field, or like a resonant frequency. Kind of like I can explain the stars probably better than I can explain the moon.
Yeah, the problem here is it's a trap to try to explain all of the cosmology, because what you're doing is what they did. If you try to explain what causes the stars, what causes the moon, how that all works, you now have the burden of proof, and you have to prove it.
There's something really cool, and most flat earthers that I've talked to know about it, and it's something called sonoluminescence. Anybody?
Yeah, I know what that is. It's an interesting theory for the nature of the stars, but it's a correlation. It's kind of like what the Globers do. Like they correlate a lot of things, but we need verification that it is.
And I mean, it is it's an interesting correlation to say the least, because
it looks similar.
We're told that the stars are gases, right? They're pockets of gas. Okay. Well, when you add, and then let's just kind of add in what the Bible says here about the lights being in the waters above the firmament. Well, if these are gas pockets in liquid and there's a frequency, now this goes like way out of bounds. This goes like beyond where we can go. This is theoretical, but
yeah, it's speculation.
Right.
Well,
But it would
here
make
we
sense.
like to phrase or preface things with like it's speculation, but like
Right. It's
I understand where you're coming from. I've heard this point many times, so I understand where you're coming from.
Right. And yeah, it's just speculation, but it would make sense that there are gas pockets somehow trapped in this liquid above, and that there's some sort of frequency that we can't necessarily hear on the outside that would be causing such a reverberation to cause that cavitation, that explosion of light.
Yeah, you can even think of it like this. Frequency, once it scatters, can turn into visible light, for instance. So the frequency of the stars, from our perspective, could look like visible light because it's scattered that much. But the source of the thing could be just sound or at some higher frequency that we have not yet detected.
Or
It's all
vortex.
speculation, though.
Like we can all do speculation. Like the man there, because some of those stars make like patterns that go
Right. I was just about to say
not,
that.
Yeah, not east to west. Like you can't say that about everything because it doesn't, and that's because they're making there's certain things that, like, so how do we know if there's a certain point that you go to that you can't see stars because they're somehow projected from the earth? So there's always these other things that can be variables that we can't
Yeah.
verify.
That's why the verification process is so important. We can make all sorts of ideas that have the same end result. So they would look the same. Like you could be like, oh, boats appear to disappear because of the Earth curve, or boats appear to disappear because of the diffraction limit of the eye. Like you could have different things that would look the same if you take those premises.
Well, I mean, when you mention the Nikon, like Nikon, modern technology is really destroying everything that we were ever indoctrinated with about the Earth, about space, about stars, and all of that. She brought up the geometric patterns. These things look like they're making a geometric pattern that you would see in a cymatics experiment. And they look like they're doing this in liquid. So it's not too far off, and it's not so much the speculation.
The problem with stars in the Nikon P900 is that they're out of focus.
Okay.
And so you can do the same thing with out of focus streetlights.
Gotcha. Okay. So that makes sense. I understand that.
Okay, but what determines what is in focus?
That's a good one too.
Well, I'm nearsighted, and so all of the streetlights look like that to me.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, when I take binoculars and I'm looking at the moon, it takes different adjustments for me to get to where I can see the moon perfectly through the binoculars.
Yeah, you can see it in focus, but the stars, we can't really focus on them with the Nikon. It just doesn't have the range for that.
Right.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
But yeah, like I said, let's come back down to earth on things that we can see, we can get to,
That's
we can
right. And verify.
and verify, and we can verify.
The radius has been falsified, by the way, many times. And I hope to do that.
The radius of Earth is way big. Oh my gosh, way bigger than what we've been told. Girl, I know.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do a test while I'm here in Mobile. And there's a bay area, so that'll be a perfect place because there'll be landmarks that I can figure out the distances to and where I'm at. So that'll be good.
Very cool.
Has anyone ever tried to test or know anyone who's tried to test like a really strong magnification with the moonlight? You know, kind of like magnifying the sun, except with like on a really, really bright full moon.
Oh,
I haven't heard
if you could start a fire.
Yeah, in the reverse, but cool things down. I understand you. I've wanted to do that test myself because I've noticed the anecdotal evidence that whenever there's a full moon, the side of my car that's facing the moon always freezes over. All the windows freeze over, but the other side doesn't. It's weird. So I would like to test something like that, but I've never seen anything.
The reason I'm asking is because like the Glober's like the big rebuttal to that, and it's real easy to like take an object and put like part of it in the moonlight and then part of it out of the moonlight, and apparently you could take like a laser thermometer and see a temperature difference there. But the Globers
I have a video of that.
Yeah, the Globers have a rebuttal to that like, oh well, that's because of radiative cooling or you know whatever.
Or the ambient heat.
That's an excuse.
Yeah, the ambient heat from whatever's causing the shade is heating up the area. Yeah, I've heard these things before as well.
But I think with the magnification thing, like if you got some, it would probably have to be a really, really strong magnifying glass. But if you were able to focus moonlight and then take that laser thermometer and observe, as you focus that moonlight, observe the temperature get colder and colder, boy, that'd be really tough for them to come up with an excuse for that one.
There was
that'd be interesting.
The video that I have of somebody who had actually pointed a thermal reader at the moon. They got a really, really, like a -13 reading for the temperature of the moon.
I've seen that. I bought one of those as well. Like if you point it directly at the moon, yes, it does show colder than if you point it not at the moon. It's interesting, for sure. I think if we got a really big lens and try to focus the moonlight into a point, that would be a really interesting thing to look at. But I don't know.
Wouldn't it be interesting to find out that like that light beam ends up being freezing cold? That would be some weird stuff right there. But I don't know. We haven't tested it yet. But
I don't know. I just know that in order to get things as cold as possible within science, we use lasers. So it could very well be possible that it could be having a similar effect.
And that's what I kind of wondered. Doing a magnification with the sun makes, you can set things on fire. So we're sitting here wondering if magnification of moonlight could potentially freeze things, right? Is that what we're asking?
Well, there's another point to be made when you want to talk about the full moonlight. There are moon dials, and these moon dials show you the same kind of shadow that you get with the sun when the moon is full. So either the moon is 93 million miles away, or the sun is closer.
Well, that means that the moon's not 93 million miles away, and the sun is closer than 93 million miles away.
Well, these are alternatives that work the same, that they're not factoring in, and they're assuming the one that, it could work either way, is what I'm saying.
I could never wrap my mind around how they tell us that, the sun is this like hot electromagnetic kind of plasma superconductor, and the moon's a fucking dusty rock. What? And now I understand that the moon's probably, more like the sun in that aspect. The sun has its electromagnetic field. The moon has its electromagnetic field. Earth has its electromagnetic field. And I feel like some this electromagnetic locking is going on.
The Earth would be the ground, like the grounding. Like you always need a ground when you have positive and negative. Yeah. So the ground is actually the ground.
Right. They call it a ground for a reason, right? Like almost like these words exist for a reason. Good point. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, if you've seen those quantum locking videos or, just plain and simple electromagnetic locking, to me, in my mind, that's what makes sense with how things are up in the sky and moving in their circular paths.
Well, see, that always that always makes sense to me when I think about whatever medium that things are in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, well, just because their buoyancy or displacement, there's displacement. You can displace yourself in the medium of the atmos more than you can do that in like the medium of water. I guess they've got submarines and they've done some crazy stuff with that. I'm sure it's way harder to navigate in the medium of water though.
Speaking of Navy, did you guys hear that Navy sonar technician who was talking about flat Earth? I gotta find the video again. But this Navy sonar technician, huh?
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But the Navy sonar technician, he was explaining how all of this works, and he's like, we send out you have to think about it. If we send out a ping, it goes in a level radial for all this many miles, and we're able to detect things on this radar, this radial. He's like, I honestly don't think it would work if the Earth were a globe. And it was just a really interesting interview with a Navy sonar technician, and I was like, I swear, all these people know. If you're, a flight radar technician, a Navy sonar technician, if you are in, the Air Force or anything like that, these guys know. They're just not allowed to talk about it.
Well, either they know and they're capable of thinking critically, or they're just like, you could get into that certain brainwave where it's like, just do it. Just don't ask questions and don't think about it. And just do it. Yeah. Like I thoroughly believe that there are a lot of pilots who know, but I also believe that there's probably quite a few pilots who just don't even, they're like, no, this is just how we're taught, and it doesn't really mean anything. And even though I could clearly see that I'm flying over a flat plane, I'm just gonna put the blinders on and not even think about it.
Right. I mean, there was that Dutch woman, that pilot, and she was like a pilot for 25 years. And she's like, I can't believe it took me 25 years to notice that my gyroscope wasn't doing anything special when I would enter the southern hemisphere. She's like, you would expect for it to do this. She was like, I could have just looked out the airplane window and seen that it's flat and not moving. Exactly. She was like, but all this time, 25 years of being a pilot, and she finally noticed.
Exactly.
So,
let me ask this.
That's just a great example of what you were talking about.
Hey, let me ask this question real quick. Does anyone have any links talking about NASA losing or destroying the telemetry data?
Shoot. I muted Discord, so I don't know how to link stuff and do all that fun stuff, but I've got a playlist of stuff.
I would greatly appreciate it. Anybody, anyone else in here, please send me.
You have the flat earther role, so you should have the ability to post links in or live stream voice text.
Ooh, I can do that. I have to figure this out.
I'm pretty sure that lets you do that. I mean, you're clearly a flat earther. You've been vetted and verified.
Been vetted day one. Let's go.
It's so nice to meet you. It was, just a breath of fresh air. It really was.
Awesome.
It's nice every once in a while just to talk to people who are operating it are whatever you want to call it, because man, I mean, putting up with people in day-to-day life, it like
It's hard.
it wears me down.
Yeah, it is so hard. I might be able to, because I can. Let me see. I'm gonna go into the lobby chat here. Let me see if I can share my playlists in the chat. Right? Is that what I'm trying to do? I think that's what I'm trying to do. And
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I can still hear you guys. Can
I wish
everybody
I
hear
could
me?
play Getaway Car for you guys. That'd be if I had my guitar right now. I would wonder if I could play Getaway Car. It just seems relevant to the moment.
Yeah, you guys, I have a YouTube channel if you care to follow, and I will go in and I will make my playlist public. That way, people have more access to the things that I have and the things that I've collected, because YouTube is a whole, and they like to
If I
hide
share
all
a
the good
song
shit.
with you, will you
Yeah,
subscribe to
share a
me?
song with me.
I'll
I love
subscribe to
music.
you. Right. Well, that's the only way I'm going to be able to do the due diligence of my being created. That's what I do that I enjoy very much, and I'm going to do it until I die.
Awesome. Let's see.
Looks like Yoke Smasher put something in the chat about the telemetry data.
Oh, word. Okay. Yeah, I was. You guys don't even understand. I've got a playlist. Like, I'm looking at my playlist right here, right? And I've got I don't know how many is in. I've got over 25 videos on perspective basics and horizon lines. I've got 39 videos called flat flights. 78 videos on space is fake.
Nice.
And
What's your YouTube channel?
it's my name, Jenna Massey. It's just a white J and a pink circle.
All right. Have you ever seen a channel I got turned on to recently, Sky Free?
Sky Free. I'll go look for it. Hang on, I'm gonna look for it right now.
Yeah,
I'm
Sky
distracted.
Free. I think they're a married couple, and they do a lot of experiments. Like they must have a property or be somewhere close to like a pond or something, and they do like a lot of experiments with like little RC boats and stuff, and like really really good work, like valuable work that I posted a video of theirs in this debate that I got into about this guy arguing for things disappearing from the bottom up, and basically all they did was they took these three little buttons and had them on their hardwood floor at different distances apart, and basically just opening their patio door and letting like outside atmosphere in caused the furthest one to you could literally watch it when they open their door. That furthest button disappears from the bottom up.
Yes, that is so good. I want to see that. I need that added to my list.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of their stuff that's like really good, because I was like, here you go, dude, put that in your pipe and smoke it. You said that a curved surface causes things to disappear from the bottom up. Well, we're going to actually do science now and control for that variable that you said was the cause.
Boom.
And we're going to remove that variable and put it on a flat surface, and you're going to see the exact same effect. So,
boom. How you like the flat smacking, Shonny boy?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, just thank you. You've made me laugh and giggle since you've been on here.
It's got to be fun. We have to laugh about things because it's already stressful enough, being in the position that we're in. So
I hope you check in the live stream voice text. That's me playing my guitar and singing.
Oh heck yeah!
A song I wrote. I wrote that song too. So Oh, Flatsy Klein and Kim
I
Hopkins.
saw Flatsy Klein. I love that. I was looking at all y'all's names when I came in. I was like, you guys are so awesome. I love
You're
it.
awesome.
Oh, thanks. I'm making all of my playlists public through my YouTube channel right now, so that I've got one called Flat Mapping, a whole bunch of different, moon
Ooh, there's
maps.
some cool stuff here. Oh, I've got to lead you to. There's up there in the announcements.
Mm-hmm.
You can what Indio posted about like the magnetic declination and time zones. If you look at there's one that's a 2-part video, but it's all by the same guy. He speaks German, but it translates it in and he speaks English in one of them. But you can tell that he's kind of struggling, but he's doing a great job. I mean, English is.
If I turn on closed caption, is that going to give me subtitles in English?
I would not do that because it gives you subtitles. You may have to just read through the subtitles. He speaks pretty fast. Like pause, read it, and kind of try to understand it because he is giving you some valuable information with experience.
I read pretty fast, so if I'm gonna figure it out.
If you go up to announcements, look for Indio's. He posts a lot of stuff up there, but it's about the magnetic declination. I think that's the one that's in 2 parts. But the time zones, maybe that's I don't know. One or the other is in 2 parts. You have to watch 2 videos, but the other one's just a single video. So, such good information, man, and he lays it out pretty well because he has to follow those guidelines because he sails all the seas, man.
That's awesome. Because, I hear from a lot of mariners, and there's a lot of mariner globe earthers out there. And I was like, how many times in a trip do you find yourself 16 to 20 plus miles off course? They're like, well, frequently, but that doesn't have anything to do with the earth being flat. And I'm like, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Because when you flatten it out, you're not off course at all, bud.
Good point.
Like, woo-wee. Oh, man. I can
some
shut her
people
down.
just have a way with words. Yeah, you have a way with words. You can shut her down.
Yeah, I'm able to just shut it down real quick and then, just be like, so you ever, I'm not a mariner. I wouldn't know all that much about, what it's like out at sea. But I know the questions to ask, so that's the fun part. You find yourself 16 to 20 miles off course according to your globe map? Well, yeah. Oh, we'll flatten it out. You haven't been off course at all, bud. Yep. Okay, I'm going through my YouTube playlist right here and making my personal playlist public. For any of you that want to follow along my channel, you want to grab some videos, I've got all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Let me see here. Okay, now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to see what y'all sent me. Oh my gosh. Oh, I got 64 new messages since 12 a.m. Let's go. What is this? Okay. Now, like I said, I'm new to Discord, so I don't know how all of this works.
What are you talking about?
Flatsy Klein, I'm trying to find what you sent me. Where would I mean...
Hold on, it's in the live stream voice text, so if you go to where the live stream is on the Discord, right above it, there's the live stream voice text. You should be pinged by me. It should have like a one of those red circles with the 1 in it, or maybe more because I don't know.
Okay, so I'm seeing a little green speaker on a flat Earth with a sun and a moon rotating with a red circle with the number 4 in it. Is that what you're talking about?
No, you're in the live stream right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you look above where we're all listed, that's in the live stream.
Oh,
You
okay.
can see everybody listed, and then there's a live stream voice text right above where the live stream is.
Oh, I scrolled too far. My bad.
Yeah, it's just right above where we're all listed that we're in the live stream.
Aha! Okay. Yes, I see now. Thank you. You're helping me navigate Discord, like I said. First time doing this, so trying to
You're good.
navigate my way through.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, heck, I had to get used to this stuff too. And even other Discord channels are set up differently, so it's hard to adjust to. This one's set up really nicely. They got it smoothly set up. Nice.
Yeah, doing some very good questions. Somebody said I'm doing some very good questions. Well, thank you. Aqua.
Oh yeah, if you haven't looked into the live stream voice text, you probably have a lot. I saw people like adding you earlier when you were talking because you were speaking so much truth. I'm sure other people added you in the chat.
I see a lot of people mentioning me, and I'm like, whoa, what did I just step into? All right.
Because when you were talking earlier, other people were responding that are just listening in and not
nice.
talking. Or people that were talking and that somebody else was talking and they were typing instead of talking.
Is this you, Flatsy Klein, Kim Hopkins?
Yep, that's it. That song. Yeah, I wrote that song on guitar and lyrics and melody and all the things.
That's fantastic. I play a little bit of guitar.
I performed it for a songwriting contest, and it's not very good quality because I didn't have such a great method of recording myself, but I did the best I could, and I just went with it because it sounded pretty good to me.
Well, I just clicked on it, so I'm going to listen to it. I don't know if it's going to play in the voice chat. Sorry.
I am talking about truth in there. Like, people that know the truth will understand the lyrics better. It's a skeleton key, just like it is in life.
Dropping little seeds.
You have to.
I've always wondered why it seems like there's a disproportionate amount of us that seem to be like musically and artistically inclined.
Oh, yeah. Like, I can draw and paint like crazy. Both of my grandfathers were excellent painters. I can play a guitar. I can play the didgeridoo. I've got a djembe drum that I jam on.
Hey, that's so cool.
You know, I can play
didgeridoo? Man.
I can play a ukulele too, and the mandolin, kind of. And I've got a bass guitar, but I really need to fix that thing.
I play acoustic. I play acoustic electric because I have to, perform and kind of do the thing. My voice can be a lot louder than my guitar, so I really try to acclimate to the sound of my guitar so that my voice kind of meshes well with it. So hopefully
you have a great voice. You have a great voice.
Oh, thank you. I like to yodel too, so.
Look, every now and then I knock a few beers back and I get out to the karaoke bar and, and I went to a new place for the first time, and it's like a place where like a lot of my mom's friends go, and they were literally the next weekend hollering for us to come back. I was like, oh boy. It was good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh boy.
I think it has to do with there's not tooting our own horns here or anything, but it does have to do with a higher intelligence. Something about being so artistically and musically inclined, we see the world differently already.
Yeah, I like to say that the the way that music, or like when you can produce a sound using your diaphragm, usually that if you can resonate like a music note into a valley, like from above the valley, that music note will carry.
Oh yeah.
That proves
Yeah,
flat Earth. That
when you're
proves flat Earth to me.
yes, because waves travel in this flat, spread out, straight line direction. And also when you're like singing into a canyon, people that can actually match that pitch when the resonant frequency comes up, that reverberation, and you're able to just catch that note. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. And it does prove flat Earth.
Yes, it does.
Because like I
tell
said,
me how
wave
you can project music into a direction if something is like gravity's pulling it down or something. Like they can go fuck off with that shit.
Gravity's pulling it down, guys.
I am projecting that noise out with my mouth, like out into like a completely. Well, I don't know. I could do it over a long area. Like if I had the ability to, if there was a valley, I could perform in front of a bunch of people with just the earth giving me enough like volume.
Yeah, but the whole point of it is the wavelengths, whether it's light waves, whether it's sound waves, anything like that. It's going to travel in a straight frickin' line.
Yep.
Straight line, and people are like, well, they're sending the signal up from the Earth to the ISS and back down. I'm like, no, they're bouncing a frickin' signal off the firmament, dude.
Or a straight line of sight. They can absolutely do straight. Marconi proved that one.
Yes, the Marconi transmission. I love that you brought that up. Love that you brought that up.
Yeah, it's proven that you can do line of sight radio signals.
Yep. There's too many things at this point. If I'm trying to like stack up proofs of the globe and then stack up proofs of a level, stationary, geocentric Earth, we say flat Earth because it's easier than saying a mouthful of that. The proofs stack up. It really makes the globe fall flat under a stack. Somebody was telling me something about seismic waves and things like this, and earthquakes and stuff prove the globe. I'm like, wait. You mean by the shifting tectonic plate? Those flat plates? What shape is a plate? And I just repeated this, and then I never heard again. And it was actually I think it was actually in this particular live chat right here, just before I joined the Discord, or sometime earlier, but still same channel. I've been flat smacking people in the live chat on YouTube and stuff like that. Tectonic plates? A plate? Yeah, all right. Go fuck off with your marbles. Whatever you have left of them, at least, losing them.
Yes, exactly.
So, yeah, and I was able to listen to your song a little bit while we were chatting. Girl, you have some vocals, okay? Awesome sauce.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go, and you upload these on YouTube, so I'm gonna go and let me see if I can go find you and follow you. I'm gonna go be your stalker. Just kidding. I'm not weird like that.
I've got some stuff coming up. I just have to work on it. That's all.
Let me see. Okay. And it's Kim Hopkins, right?
Yep.
Oop. Fat fingers. Yes. Looking for your music. Oh, awesome sauce. I'm gonna add that to my playlist. I'm adding
Well, I
you
sure do
to.
appreciate it.
Huh?
I sure do appreciate it.
I'll go ahead and give you a sub too. If you sub to me, I'll sub to you.
Absolutely. That's the way it works.
Awesome sauce. I got you, girl. Ooh, did I get who's talking crap? Who's talking crap? Oh, you guys always have this Bobby Steele's guy up in these VCs and crap up in the live chats on YouTube, and he decided to come troll me on my channel. Oh boy, it's really funny actually. I should read it
they
off.
have such class.
Well, because I had made a short, and I just do the shorts because, globetards don't really have that big of an attention span. Sorry, not sorry. You have to work on that. You can expand your attention span beyond 2 minutes. Just saying. But I had made a short, and I said, when you hear flat Earth, like, what does your mind see? Do you think we're not taking mountains, hills, valleys, canyons, mesas, and all these things into consideration? We know that they're real. We know that they exist. But when we say flat, it's just easier than saying a mouthful of geocentric level stationary inertial plane. And this guy, Bobby Steels, comes on and he says, "Are you new to flirting? What shape is the Earth?" And I said, "Hey, thanks for popping in, Bobby boy. Google says it's a sphere when fictitiously viewed from fictional space. But its true shape is an ellipsoid. I guess cubes can be rectangles by that logic. Is water not level in a glass, a bowl, a pot, a puddle, a pond, a lake? Physics dictates that it is. Does land not stick up out of the Earth's water? Observation says that it does. Geography and geology says that it does. And do reflections on calm lakes have any convexity? No. Can pressure exist without containment? No. The Earth is a level stationary inertial plane, and it's a closed system. It contains, that's the important word, contains, land, water, plants, animals, creatures, atmospheric pressure, barometric pressure, stratospheric pressure, and I can go on." I said, it has to be contained, or else nothing could possibly exist. Questions, comments, concerns? He goes, "Yeah, what shape you think the Earth is?" I'm like, "You just asked me that, right?" And I said, "Is flat a shape? It's round, but like a coin." "Why did you ask the same question?" And then I noticed that he's high-fiving himself, basically. Like, he'll make a comment and immediately go like his own comment. Like, what kind of a loser are you? So
I commented the shit out of that.
Huh?
He's like, "Yeah, I commented the shit out of that."
Right. Oh, you sure showed me, Bobby Steels. You sure showed me.
We are dedicated.
Yeah, and I asked him, I said, "Are you liking your own comments?" Blah. And he really did. It took him like freaking over 10 hours or so to come back with a response. And he goes, "So you're a coin earther? Wow, nice." Also, that's a fun delusion. Thanks, sweetie. I said, "Well, I'm not the one liking your comments, and there seems to be a like on your comment immediately after you make the comment. I'm not an FBI agent, but I can tell when somebody's high-fiving themselves. And I definitely did demolish you in the live chat earlier. So did a couple of others. But keep on strawmanning. Try proving the globe. Try asking Socratic questions. Try something." I said, "You make me feel like I'm talking with a bot or a child. Grow up and grow a brain, Bobby boy. Prove that large bodies of water actually convex, and maybe I'll believe in the globe again." Bobby hasn't said anything. Bobby's done for. He's still going to come back and troll. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. The only reason why he even came onto my channel was because I said in the live chat on one of your last live streams, I was like, "And for any Globers that feel like trolling, come follow my channel," And then there's Bobby giving me views to talk crap and boost my algorithms.
They're dedicated.
Dedicated trolls. Oh,
they dance. They dance for us. They need us. They need us. We don't need them.
Right? Dance, monkey, dance. Dance, space ape, dance!
I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So like, I like to call them heliosexual ball-sucking space apes when I get really mad. And I'm like, you're not getting it.
That's harsh.
It is harsh. It is harsh. But they actually think that we live on a ball and that they came from nothing and that they're related to a monkey and a banana.
Yeah, makes no sense. No logical sense at all.
Like, if we want to get into evolution, we can talk about how there's different types of monkeys, there's different types of apes, there's different types of humans, there's different types of lizards, there's different types of amphibians, there are different types of dogs, different types of cats, different types of birds. We can keep going. Where's the evolution?
You can't observe evolution, and they say that we come from monkeys, apes, whatever.
Right,
but we
but
don't
that's
see them
not-
evolve. Why did they stop evolving? Why did they only do it once or twice?
Well, what if I told you that there was probably, most likely, a really screwed up genetic experimentation that happened, like, I'm talking thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years ago, around the time of creation, well, sometime, shortly after the time of creation. I believe that ancient societies were far more technologically advanced than what we've got going on right now. And that they had an understanding of the earth, the frequencies, the light, the waves, everything. They understood all of this, and they were able to split cells. They were able to do genetic experimentation. Nothing new under the sun, right? So that's probably where the whole human monkey missing link comes from. Just throwing that out there. But something came from nothing, and we came from apes, and we're living on a spinning ball of water. But when I throw a wet tennis ball, guys, so,
yeah, you
fun
can
stuff.
You can only see this ball on a screen. You can't see this in real life. Show me where the Earth curves. Like, somebody just show me where the Earth curves. Point at it, please. Somebody come and point at it. Somebody come measure it. Somebody come do something, because I don't see it.
Who's that Dave guy? Not Professor Dave. I'm talking about that Dave guy that has like his poodle beagle thing that's always on his lap, and he's doing flat Earth debunks and stuff. He tried debunking the record distance photo of the lighthouse from like 275 miles away. And he tried to be like, look, see, there's curvature in the picture. But when I went back and I researched that all of that, I could see that somebody adjusted the photo to make it look like there was curvature. The original photo has no curvature. But what's funny is the curvature doesn't go from personal perspective outward. It goes from your, left to right or right to left. And I'm like, somebody messed with the original photo just to be like, look, there's curvature. Like, is that really what's going on? Are Globers so pathetic that they're literally making crap up like a 24-hour sun and adjusting photos to look like they have curvature when they don't?
I think this one is what you're talking about, but maybe not. It's in infrared, though, so it's flat.
It might have been in infrared. Let me see this. Oh, crap. Man, I've got to get used to this Discord. Let me see. Did you send me something?
I didn't tag you in it. I just posted it in live stream voice text. I didn't tag you.
Oh, okay.
It's right above the
Yeah. I love this picture. This is an even better picture because that's damn near. How many miles is that? That was well over 300 miles of.
Yeah, I got the math I can post right after. Hold on.
Yeah. Definitely post up the numbers. Because that's what globies always bitch about. You don't have numbers. You don't have calculations. And then they want to cry that the numbers don't lie for the globe. And I was like, you're right, buddy.
man,
You're right. The numbers don't lie. But people lie about numbers, you see.
Exactly.
Numbers don't lie, but people lie about numbers. So who's lying to you about 8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah, that's why I usually always post the math with it, because, like, and then they just divert to the next subject.
Yeah, I got one guy that I'm debating with in the comments on my channel, and I told him about things like this, and I was like, buddy, if I were to put the math down for you, what would you learn? What would you learn if you didn't go do it for yourself? You know? Sad times.
Man, we're not here to convince you. We're here to challenge you, to make you come to your own logical conclusion.
Yeah, and there's like a level of narcissism and gaslighting that happens with Globers, like so bad sometimes, because
fallacies are a part of the heliocentric model, period.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be fallacious to defend it.
Right. I had some guy calling me a liar, and I was like, is that a Globie's last resort when I've just shot down every little bubble they've put up? And their last resort is to sit there and call me a liar? Well, please tell me what I lied about. No, I didn't lie about anything. I answered that, I answered the questions to my honest ability. He was asking about pillar reflections on water and saying that it's inconclusive for a flat Earth, after he had stated that it also works for a flat Earth and a globe Earth. I was like, okay, all right. So by that logic, we can say that pillar reflections, or in other words, the sun's reflection on water as it stretches because of the waves or the ripples. I said, by that logic, if it can work on a globe Earth and a flat Earth, then the Eratosthenes observation is inconclusive. By your logic, it's inconclusive. And because it can work for a globe and a flat Earth, But a lot of globers like to bring up the Eratosthenes experiment in Alexandria with the, light and shadows as some sort of 2,000-year-old proof. And I was like, hang on, dude. Hey, does anybody have a clip of Carl Sagan saying that it also works for a flat Earth? Can someone play that?
Exactly, because it can and does.
And it does. The Eratosthenes observation, the only thing that did, which was crazy because they said that it had to do with perfectly parallel light rays. And I was like, you guys got me so fucked up. It proved angular light rays, and it proved that when the sun is directly over a large object at high noon, like directly dead center over it, it's not going to cast a shadow in any direction. The object's not going to cast a shadow, but an object that's several miles away will cast a shadow because it's not directly under the sun. Like going through art class from middle school to high school, you learn about light and shadows. So that's one thing where I was like, nope.
I learned about perspective in art class.
Yeah, that too.
All buildings going up in my view.
Yep.
And like downward from the top. Like I had to do that to the vanishing point. Or the vanishing point. Like I had to draw stuff to make it look realistic in real life. They showed me how to utilize perception in a
right. And to reiterate something from earlier, I have noticed that a lot of flat earthers have been art students. They are artistically inclined and musically inclined. So being able to see and understand light, shadows, perspective, vanishing points, horizons, distances, angles. And these globies think that we don't understand anything about light, shadows, angles, ABC all the way to Z. They think we just have no clue.
Way better than they do. Yeah, exactly.
And it's not that I'm trying to be like, we knew better than you. We're better because we're not. We're not better than anyone else. Okay, we're trying to better society as a whole. That's it.
Because everybody can learn this. It's not something that's just exclusive to some people. Some people weren't exposed to this kind of thing, and some people were.
Right. And I think testing out of high school and not going to college really saved my ass from further indoctrination.
I didn't go to college, but I went to college for music.
See, that's legit.
I took all of my music classes and then dropped out.
Hey, that's legit though. I started my own business when I was like 21, and then I had some shit happen, and then I hit the road, and it's just been, it's been adventures since then. I've been able to go to a lot of places, see a lot of things, observe a lot of things, and understand the world that I live in. So,
good on you, for real.
I've been able to travel. I've been traveling for about 10 years, and fun story. Okay, I'm not a carny. All right, I work Renaissance festivals all across the map. And it's freedom. It's awesome. I get to go to cool places. I get to go see cool things. I meet cool people. I make good money. And it's freedom. I make cash. The government's not trying to take my money. But just being able to get outside of the box that you live in a lot of the times, go exploring. I really think that's what the globe does too, by the way, is it's a globe. It just closes off anyone's ability to explore and to be wondrous and want to know more. It's like, oh, there, that's all it is. Here's the globe. That's all it is. There's nothing more.
Well, you can't tell humans that there's a fence around them.
Or they're gonna want to get past it.
Yeah, like let them think that they are free when they're clearly not free.
Right. And people don't understand, and I explain to these globies all the time that again, this is more than just the shape of the Earth. This is far deeper than just the shape of the Earth. Now, if you ask me, flat Earth is the bottom of the rabbit hole. It's like the final key,
The skeleton. I call it the skeleton key to all of the deception.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It just everything in the rabbit hole ties all the way back down to flat Earth and the deception. If they can deceive you about where you live, then they can deceive you about anything. Anything. And people, what does it matter? What do you mean, why does it matter? You have a whole bunch of rich pedophile bastards who are telling you what to think and what to believe. And you're asking me why it matters? Yo. I hope any Globie listening to this right now really takes that one in. Just chew on that for a minute. A bunch of rich pedophile globalists, okay, are telling you what to believe. And you wonder why it matters? Let you sit on that.
Emphasize globalist. Some people on here, on this server, don't say globers. They call them globalists. All of them.
Globalists, globies, globeheads, globetards, heliosexual, ball-sucking space apes.
Oh, man.
I never claim to be nice. I'm just honest.
Well, no, I understand where you're coming from. I really do. You have an interesting way of saying things, and I like the way you say things.
Thank you. I tried to just keep as cool as possible and just ask questions, just keep planting those little seeds. Every time that's the most potent seed you can plant is in the form of a question. Absolutely every time. I had somebody who wanted to dodge every question I asked, and then he kept telling me that I kept dodging the one question that he asked. I was like, I already answered that at least 5 times. Now, answer the other 10 questions that you've dodged,
Yeah, exactly.
And it's funny.
I'll answer a question and answer it and still being asked, why didn't I answer a question? I'm like, I did. I did answer it. What are you talking about?
Right.
And I'll answer it again, and they'll tell me I still didn't answer it, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, he was getting this God complex after me, and I was like, all right, fine. Pillar reflections, it's inconclusive. For globe or flat, fine. We'll just call it that. All right. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Answer my question now. Fuck off. Sorry, not sorry. Answer my questions. And then finally, he just came after me, like I said, with this kind of a God complex where he's like, you must admit this, and this for me to answer your question. I was like, so I must admit to something that didn't frickin' happen in order for you to answer my questions?
Exactly.
What? All right, Priminome, Ultinimo, I don't even know how to say his name, but he's trolling on my stuff. But I think I did finally get through to him about, reflections on water, because that's what that was ultimately about. He's like, pillar reflections on water. I was like, okay, call it inconclusive. Next thing, how about reflections in water, period, of natural scenery? Is it symmetrical? Do you see convexity? Like what I jumped in the chat and I started with, and he's like, I think I'm starting to understand what you mean by mirror flat. And I'm like, oh my God, a breakthrough, maybe.
Yes.
It's always great when you get those breakthroughs. Look, it took 150. It took over 150 comments back and forth with this guy of him gaslighting and strawmanning and me pointing it out to him before he was like, okay, I'll concede a little. I was like, good. At least you concede a little and you're willing to think about what is being presented to you instead of just batting it down because it just doesn't fit, your confirmation bias.
It's always the simplest answers that they won't accept.
And it's I usually ask questions that are a yes or no answer, I was asking him about that emergency landing that happened, that like mother that died on a plane next to her husband and kids. And I was like, so technically the path that they took should have landed in Hawaii, but they went out of their way to emergency land in Alaska before continuing on to the UK. And I kept asking him, was it like Hong Kong to UK, depending on the path? Where should the emergency landing be? And I said, A, Alaska, B, Hawaii, C, the butthole on Priminome's face. He dodged that one too.
You even made it fun.
I get so fed up with them sometimes that I'm just like, I'm going to add another multiple choice.
Yeah, but you made it fun. I said that you should get points for making it fun.
I'm telling you. I do make it pretty hilarious. Like, if you decide that you want to go just kind of looking through some of the comments on my YouTube shorts and stuff, no doubt you're going to be laughing. You're going to be laughing just because it's just like, I don't know. I don't even know.
I need to subscribe to you. I'm going to do that right now. Hold on.
Yeah, don't forget. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, it's just Jenna Massey. It's just a white J in a pink circle because, I'm plain basic. Plain. Plain basics. Oh, I should name my channel that. I don't know how I change it now. Got no clue. I started talking to my dad about this whole flat earth thing. And I'm pretty sure I broke his brain a little because he just kept going, but what? And then he'd like ask a question and he'd be like, but, and then he'd ask another question. But he's like, he went back to being like a super Mormon, and he is back to believing that like the Book of Mormon and those books are the truest of true, truer than the Bible. And so he's rejecting, as a Christian, he's rejecting what the Bible is saying when it pertains to the earth, because his Mormon doctrine is, the most correct. I was like, your Mormon doctrine doesn't have any explanation of the nature of the earth. It doesn't, That's in the Bible. That's not in the Mormon literature. But I asked him a lot of questions that he got stumped on. I mean, ultimately stumped on. Just basic physics question. I'm like, Dad, is when you fill your bathtub up, is the water level?
Hey, also, I was wrong earlier. I think it's going to be in the new releases videos where Indio posted. Yes, okay, yeah, about the magnetic declination and the time zone. There's only one video for the time zones and two for the magnetic declination.
Can you do me a favor and pick any random short on my channel and go drop those things in a comment or comments so that I can.
Looking for you, but I couldn't find you.
Should just be a pink J. Or are they censoring me? I gave you a sub. You should be able to find me pretty easily and sub back.
Yeah, I didn't find you as a sub at all.
Really? I have a few videos. It's like I said, it's just a white J and a pink circle. I don't have a. Hold on. I will drop a. How about this? I will drop one of my videos in the Discord chat if that'll work. That way you can find my.
Yeah, that should work just fine.
You want the one where I'm half naked in the bathtub talking about what goes up must come down? That one's fun.
Oh.
Yeah, everyone wants it. Everyone wants that one. Come on, it's fun. Don't worry, you don't see nothing. You don't see nothing. It's a modest bathtub little short video. It was pretty funny. I'm so cocky sometimes. Okay, live stream voice text. I am going to link that right there. Okay. Alright, I linked that if you want to go to the live stream voice text here in the Discord and go to the channel. You could probably subscribe from there. Did you find it?
Yeah, I got it.
Awesome. Just waiting for the laughter. Yeah, Toby Dog. People do love defending their pedo slave masters. Freaking disgusting.
I got it. I'm subscribed to my lady.
Awesome. Did you like that video?
I just saw the one short, and yes.
Hard dicks and airplanes. What goes up must come down eventually.
That's what I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Awesome. Awesome sauce. One big pond. Ah, that's cool. I like that. He's a smoking monkey. I'm a chimp. He's a pimp chimp. Look at him. Look at him smoking that cigarette. Call him Pimpo Chimpo. Yeah, I really. You know what? Can I save this? I'm totally saving. I just saved that image from you, Flatsy. The flat Earth in infrared, 255 miles, 0% curvature. Yeah, I'm saving those while I'm remembering to do so.
Alright, get it. Hostile witness.
Flat smacking.
I've been flat smacking today. And I was flat smacking yesterday. I will be flat smacking tomorrow. No mind
And
the
I'll be making
gypsies
the
rovers
clovers feel
follow.
the sorrow.
Oh yeah, or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm be flat smacking today. I'll be flat smacking tomorrow. I'm gonna make the globe earthers fall flat and feel the sorrow.
Get 'em.
I mean, look, we all went through this like battle, right? This like depression, this struggle with our own cognitive dissonance that we had to work really hard to shake and to get through. And you know, we have to let them know that, yeah, I used to be you. Frequently in debates, I'm like, do you realize that I feel like I'm arguing with a mirror of my past self, trying to prove something that doesn't exist?
I mean, so true. That's so true.
And that's why I'm here. I'm like every hardcore glober, you can tell that some of them, they mean well, and they've got some questions, or they're trying really hard to just bring up what they think are facts that can prove the globe, and it's just getting shot down one after the other, and it, we all went through it. I used to be you guys. I used to be you, Globies.
I mean, one of the toughest things to come to terms with is that you have been duped.
Well, I mean, that's the ultimate like breaking out of the matrix right there. I really think that's what does it. When you stop, playing so much video games, and you stop watching porn, and you stop doing stupid stuff that just what it does is that kind of stuff, it blocks off a certain part of your brain. And once you stop partaking in all of that crap, that part of your brain opens up again, and you're able to be like, oh, well, let me think about this. Because you're not preoccupied on like getting your next fix on Facebook or porn or getting snacks or whatever the fuck it is, So, open up. Knock, knock.
You literally go through a period where knowledge and truth is what feeds you. You stop everything to figure out the truth for a minute.
Oh, yeah. Because I basically had to I reached a point where I went, okay, stop. Assume everything you know is wrong. Assume that everybody that has ever talked to you has lied to you. And go from there. And at that moment is when you start seeing through different eyes. It's almost like you are gifted with completely different eyes to see through. Knock, knock. Somebody please say who's there. Knock, knock. Who's there?
Who's there?
Oh, thank you. Not space.
Not space who?
Not space Sue. Who's Sue? She must have been one of the lady astronauts.
Well, you forgot about sweet Sue and the promises you said you'd do.
You know what's great is how the joke came out. You know, NASA stands for need another 7 astronauts. Well, it turns out that those 7 astronauts never freaking died anyway. They didn't die. They all coincidentally had twin siblings, you know, with very similar names that happen to work at like universities and crap. I'm like, wow. Okay. All right. So those astronauts didn't die. What else are they lying about? What else are they lying about? You know what really like kicked this into high gear for me was, well, I guess about 2-3 years ago when they were pushing the COVID agenda pretty hard and they were like, trust the science, trust the science.
Hey, be careful. We don't want to get a strike on the channel.
Okay. I'll be careful about it.
Not trying. Yeah.
Well, we'll just say that a couple of years ago, and we all know what we're talking about, there was a whole lot of, you know, trust the science, trust the science, trust the science. And I'm like, but hold up. That's like the least scientific thing you could do is to just trust it. You know, questioning the science is the most scientific thing that anyone could do. So, you know, when I thought about that, I was like, well, what other quote unquote science are they lying about? If they're lying about this, clearly they're lying about many other things, you know? And that was another turning point, an awakening point for me too. So I'm gonna leave it at that so we don't get no strikes.
Food pyramid's a big one.
Oh yeah.
There's some bogus science.
I'm guessing that, like, because I've heard that Discord sometimes has an issue where it just like will completely poof go offline if you talk about a certain group of people that rhymes with news, and I'm like, but they control everything. They will tell you that they run the show in the world.
Yeah. There's some evidence that points to some things, and some evidence that points to many things that complete, like puzzle pieces.
Yeah, and it sucks because, like, yeah, you can't really talk about it. You can't be super specific about it. But I'm just gonna say one thing: when it pertains to history, most of what we're taught is probably incorrect, right? Because history is written by the victor, by the winner, and, you know, the spoils of war go to the winner. And I'm just sitting here going, the Germans or the Nazis, they lost. So who won and who wrote about it? This is a very perplexing question.
I have read some stuff, and I've watched some stuff.
Yeah,
and
I know.
I can't really say it all here, but I'd love to say it somewhere that we could say it. You know, where there is that we can.
Right.
Can't talk about the ones that are in charge.
I mean, we'll never know the truth about all that stuff, but I mean, and I was told, and I don't even know if this is true. I don't know if anyone could actually verify this or not, but I was told one thing to keep in mind is that before World War II, there were no central banks in Germany.
Correct.
After World War II, there were central banks in Germany.
Correct.
Exactly.
There was a certain quote unquote monster of a human being who tried really hard to stop that from happening. And this certain monster in Germany had even called for peace up to 5 times with no success. And I honestly think the guy was too soft, to be honest with you. How else do you lose? He was a softie. And you know, a complete and total opposite of that was taught, just like the complete and total opposite of the shape of the earth is taught. You know, it teaches it's actually flat. You know, they teach us that people who certain people in history
looking at it, man.
Huh?
It's a very nuanced way. I like it. It's very windy here. Please forgive me.
Oh, I can hear that. I was trying to hear you. Go ahead and repeat yourself with the nuance. You were saying something about a nuance.
You just have a very nuanced way of looking at things, and I like that because you don't see white or black. You don't see good and evil. You just see like human events, like the logical deduction from all of it. It just seems like it's not what we've been told.
Right. And I mean, that's all I can do is and that's one thing about me. I will always just look at something and I'm not going to be picking a side. I'm sitting here tearing it apart critically. Okay. And I'm just asking, critical questions and trying to understand this. When you understand that history is written by the winners, well, the winners aren't always the good guys, you see. The winners aren't always the good guys. And this particular monster of a leader in Germany was demonized. He was demonized. And what we were told about the go ahead.
He was canceled.
Yeah. The 1940s version of canceled. Absolutely. That's a good way of putting that. That's a great way of putting that. You got a lot of prominent people in history that did their due diligence to do a tap dance on Germany. Winston Churchill was definitely one of those guys.
He was a bastard.
Oh yeah, bad guy, very bad man.
Oh, we were. I mean, we were too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like taking. We all were. It was all fucking shit show.
Yeah,
but the guy in Germany was worse than the guy on Churchill for sure.
Are you sure? Because we carpet bombed innocent civilians in Germany.
Yeah.
Like melted kids to the cement. By the way, like they were melted to the cement, just alive still.
Yeah, it's actually pretty disturbing when you go down that rabbit hole. And we're being very careful about what we say here because trust me, I've been in some very hardcore. I'm just gonna say WP, okay, WP chats, okay. That's not necessarily how I am. I'm not like prejudiced against anybody else. For any reason, human beings are human beings. Sometimes there's trash human beings. But going down that rabbit hole, it can be kind of scary. I've been to the 45th Infantry Museum in Oklahoma City. It has a lot of World War II memorabilia, including the monster of Germany's cape and cutlery, silverware, phone, mirror, and things like that. But it occurred to me, and if you go back through the history and you look at the population of people and what their nationality is, you will see that there was not even 6 million of those in Germany at the time. There wasn't even barely 1 million, So I don't know where they got 6 million, but something interesting to note. Are you ready for this? Okay, guys, we the devil likes 666s. He likes the number 6. Okay.
Well, do you like a new?
calling card.
Do you like somebody that's new in the chat that's possibly a Glober?
Say that again?
Copper? Yeah, there's somebody here that's new. We would like to greet him.
Oh yeah. Let him on in.
Plain Gopper.
Plain Gopper.
Hello, sir. What brings you to the flat Earth topic?
I'm not new. I've been on and off for quite a few years now. And I'm definitely a flat earther. Always have been.
You were born here.
Yeah.
On a technicality, right?
Yeah. Had no choice. Just
no
going into it.
Technicality. Just it is what it is, and if
yeah.
Mattson, you're a Glober.
Yep, of course.
No thanks.
Yeah, if you want to think about it, technically we have always been flat earthers, but we were indoctrinated to believe a globe.
Yeah, never had a choice.
We have another.
Yeah, except when
we
I
do
was
have another
younger, I read the freaking one of the 1940 something encyclopedias in like
Yeah.
elementary school, and it talked about the firmament, and voila, never.
You know, even better about the firmament. Guys, let's talk about the firmament real quick. Since you brought it up, man, let's do this. I love this. Operation Fishbowl, a series of launches at the sky. Clearly, their projectiles were crashing into something. It's like an invisible force field barrier of some sort. Honestly, I think these guys know the Bible inside and out, and they were scientifically testing God's work. They were scientifically testing that firmament in the Bible.
There's also Project High Jump with getting over the ice wall.
Well, here's another thing. Let's look at this. This is a fun. The clues are everywhere, right? It's not just like, I don't know. It's not just like flat around, but the clues are everywhere with the firmament. Werner von Braun, okay, being the rocket guy that we all know. I would hope that everybody here knows who Werner von Braun is. He worked with Disney. If they're shooting rockets at the sky, then Werner von Braun, being the rocket guy, had to have known that there was a firmament. Now it gets even better because on Werner von Braun's headstone, he has Psalms 19:1, which, if I'm remembering correctly, that verse says, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." Why would Werner von Braun, the rocket guy, have such a biblical verse on his headstone? Now, here's the thing. Another connection. He worked with Disney, right? And we're all aware of the Disney logo that has the ark over the castle. Any coincidence?
There's dogma that is being followed because we also can't actually go out and test all of these claims and falsify them, or they're unfalsifiable. They're just claims that are being, hey, this is something, and you have to believe it without any evidence whatsoever.
What's
like
crazy
we're
is
having to accept this.
Yeah,
And
they don't. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You had a thought. We're like colliding thoughts right here.
We're going ahead and we're just accepting this because they tack the word science onto it, which has nothing to do with what they're doing. It's actually the opposite.
Right.
Which is infuriating because you tell people this and they're just like, no, there's different versions of blah, blah, blah. And there's not, though. It's rigid for a reason, because if it's not this, then it's pseudoscience.
Right.
Period.
And I mean, if we go and we can backtrack, we can do some serious digging. See, the elite of this world, the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, I believe one of them was quoted saying that the worst thing they ever did was let us have access to the internet, because all of the information was dumped onto the internet. And when we started digging up CIA files and government files and military files, and they keep repeatedly saying flat, non-rotating Earth, flat, non-rotating Earth, firmament, 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 flat, non-rotating Earth. I don't know how many frickin' times through multiple different documents from multiple different branches of government. Well, then,
yeah, but they all say assume. They never claim it's actually a firmament.
That's fair. They say they assume a firmament, okay? They assume a firmament. But why would they do that? They're the ones that have all the money.
To make the calculations.
But if they assume it, hold on a second, Matthew. If they assume it, because they're given another paradigm of something else that they would have to account for. They don't account for it, so they assume the latter. Why would you think that would at all not falsify your globe?
Oh, because they're just assuming it for simpler calculations. They're not actually claiming that it is flat.
No. Pause right there. I'm going to stop you right there. Okay. If you go back and you really do your research about Copernicus, he was the one who decided to throw the sun at the middle and make this heliocentric, sun-centered model because the math was easier. But here's what's really screwed up about it. The variations all come to 666 of some reason.
No, they don't.
Why? 66,616 miles around the frickin' sun. Like, what's going on? When we start doing the calculation for curvature at 8 inches per mile squared, we start getting these, 0.666 and so on numbers in just vast categories. And I don't like that. I don't like that.
Well,
why do all of these numbers for the heliocentric model come up?
8 inches is just 2/3 of a foot, right? 2/3 is 0.6666.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah,
is a pretty common name.
Yeah, it'd be. Yeah.
So you think 2/3 is somehow satanic?
No. I'm not saying 2/3 is satanic. I'm just saying it's kind of really weird that, we would just assume a firmament for easier calculations, but that literally means that we're at the center.
2/3 is just 0.666666. That's what 2/3.
If you have to believe one thing and assume another, isn't that kind of weird?
It's and see, here's the weird thing about it is all of these government
weird.
branches.
Hold on a second. It's not weird to you, Matthew, that you have to believe one and assume the other. That's not weird.
No, so they say the Earth is round and rotating, but sometimes it makes it simpler for some calculations to assume it's not. If you're looking at the small scale,
why would you?
That's not unusual.
Why would you have to do such a thing?
Oh, you don't have to. It just
the
makes
dimensions of the globe are, supposed to be measurable. They are measurable, but they seem to be so elusive that you can't actually measure it. So it's never been measured. So this is the assumption without any evidence.
So and they say an assumption of
the other assumptions that they're using to utilize the Earth is to assume it is something that it is because they utilize it as such. Somehow that makes it a globe.
Think about it, guys. Okay, I want to bring this up. Okay, because
I want him to answer. I want him to answer.
No, okay. Yeah. Just assuming things doesn't make something true. But if you're calculating the radius, you have to assume that it's a sphere before you can calculate a radius. But then you use other ideas.
So you need to actually directly measure such curvature to establish such radius.
Just because you can't directly measure something doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
That makes no sense in science.
Hold on.
You can't directly measure something. Yeah, just because you can't directly measure it doesn't mean it is that either. So what's this do exactly?
Okay, so I want to bring up something real quick. Can I bring this up? With all of these, to go back to all of these documents that assume a firmament, okay, and assume a flat, non-rotating Earth, the whole thing behind it is these guys know that they're under the scrutiny of the Freedom of Information Act. So they know how to carefully pick their words because they know that they're going to have to release these documents. And it's exactly what Flat T. Klein was saying, that it's just part of the subversion. We add the word assume into the documents because they know about the Freedom of Information Act, and they know that they have to put these documents out. They know. If you had a $19 billion budget and you could probably get as much fuel as you needed to go as high up as possible, you'd probably find out that there's a firmament. And I think that that's what they've done. They want to talk about we can't get past low Earth orbit.
You would have to use legalia to prove that it is what people think it is.
Wait, so it's okay to assume that there's a firmament without testing it?
Hold on, pause. It has been tested. It has been tested. I just talked about this. Operation Fishbowl.
Have you ever given
Operation
us?
Fishbowl.
Have you ever given us any proof that you can have gas pressure without containment?
Sure, the atmospheric pressure gradient, sticking your hand out a window when you're driving down the freeway.
That's a false, very
like
false statement.
leaf blowers, like there's lots of
That just disproves gravity because these things are going up.
I mean, if you open your car window while you're moving, your drinks and your lunch don't go flying out.
No, I'm saying you put your hand out the window. There's pressure against your hand. Wind
resistance, air resistance. Yeah.
Hold on. That's also the pressure that's in question. How do you have that without containment?
No, the extra pressure that's on the front of your hand and not the back of your hand.
That's still not the same thing. It's not analogous because it's actually due to the pressure in motion. That's the pressure in question. That's still the pressure in question.
It is still the pressure in question, and it has to do with the fact that you are in motion and you are feeling that air resistance due to contained pressure while you're in motion. I don't know how to better explain it. I'm pretty good with words, but that's the only reason why you feel that pressure on your hand when you're putting your hand out a moving window. You're in a moving car. You are in motion.
So it's okay to assume that a pressure requires a container without, and you can use the
that is the pressure in question, Matthew. You are not using. You're using the same pressure. You're using circular reasoning.
No,
you're using the pressure in question as the pressure as your evidence.
Matthew, is my soda bottle going to maintain its pressure when I take the lid off?
No.
No, it's not. So how do we have a pressure system that's, not in something, but on the outside of something adjacent to this no pressure, this zero?
Because of the weight of the air.
Because of the weight of the air. No, because hold on. Different gases, okay? Different temperatures can expand and contract different gases, okay? And it does different things. We can observe this in a balloon filled with oxygen and a balloon filled with helium. If you make it hot, if you make it cold, it does a rise, it does a fall. So that argument there is invalid.
Yeah, so all the things you say are true. Of course, the temperature and pressure are all related to each other and different gases act differently. But I'm talking about just the simple fact
it's not the weight of the air. I don't know what you mean, the weight of the air.
Matthew,
I mean, if you're...
Matthew, what do you mean? If the weight of the air is holding our atmosphere from getting into space, then why wouldn't that same weight of the air hold the air and hold the pressure in her soda bottle?
Thank you.
Yeah. So when she opens up her,
weight of the air heavier. Where is the weight of the air heavier? Way up there, or all the way down here?
No. I'm saying, for example, in the room that you're in right now, the pressure at the floor is slightly higher than the pressure at the ceiling due to the weight of the air.
That's because of ventilation, Matthew. That's because of ventilation.
No, it's not due to ventilation. It's like you could do that with the seal.
Oh, what is it then? It's not sealed.
Yeah. We understand that there's a pressure gradient, Matthew. You're basically saying that gravity is the cause of that pressure gradient, right?
No, I'm saying the weight of the air, and we don't even have to figure out why air has weight. So we can avoid the gravity thing altogether and just talk about the weight of the air.
Or you can talk about fluid displacement and how that applies to the atmosphere, but it's more dynamic and never settles.
The thing is, my soda bottle, when the lid is on it, has pressure. As soon as it's not closed in its containment, it loses its pressure. It goes from a positive to a negative.
Right.
So I'm just trying to understand how, if it has to do with a pressure gradient. So I mean, like, what goes up must come down, right? Like we were all taught that hard dicks and airplanes, it's all got to come down eventually. So how does what goes up go into orbit? That's not what we were taught. If you think back to the first basic things you were taught, what goes up must come down, not what goes up goes into orbit. That was a later indoctrination. Why is that? Why do when things go up, they go down? Because we are contained. It has to be contained.
Just because most things go up, also come down, doesn't mean that all things do. So, for example, the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecraft have never come down. They went up and have never come down.
Voyager 1 and Voyager... Wait, you believe we've been to space?
Those were unmanned, but they were robots.
So you believe we sent robots to space?
Yeah, the robot population of Mars is higher than the human population of Mars.
Stop right there. You need to go look up where is Devon Island, okay? And then you just need to look at the pictures. You tell me why in Greenland and places like Devon Island that look exactly like Mars, and I do mean exactly. The terrain is identical in these places.
There are zero pictures of Mars that look like Devon Island. Exactly zero.
Really? Do you want to place bets on that?
$100.
You want to place bets on that? Please go look up where is Devon Island, and you're gonna one of the first things you're gonna see is a little Mars-looking rover guy with a NASA sticker on it.
I'm talking about the pictures from Mars itself, not where they tested these things.
Yeah, no, Mars is not terra firma. It's a light.
Pictures don't prove anything.
Yeah.
Well, apparently pictures prove that Mars is Devon Island.
Mars is not terra firma. It is not solid land. It is not solid planet. Please hear me and listen when I tell you that Mars is one of the wandering lights in the sky. Everything else is set in its path and does not move. Yeah, Mars is a wandering light. These photos, all of these photos, I can guarantee you, come from Greenland, a spot in Greenland, and Devon Island near Canada. You have to go to Google. I did it. I went to Google and I said, where is Devon Island? Because a little piece of information came across my desk. And the first thing I see are what look like little Wallies with NASA stickers on them. And then we go searching around. You can use Gigapeg, and you can go and you can look under this cloud cover, this frosty, icy looking cover of Greenland. And then, what do we see? We see some base camps set up. What is this? A big ass, looks like an armored orange truck with NASA stickers all over it. You see ATVs and all kinds of gear, photographers out there. And the terrain looks exactly like what they tell us Mars is. So, dude, you would have paid me $100.
Yeah, so they tested some rovers on Devon Island, so what?
Oh, so now it's it went from they sent rovers to Mars, and it's to now they just tested them on no. So
before they sent them to Mars, they
really
tested
weird.
them at various places that were like Mars.
It's just I just find it a coincidence that these places happen to have the identical landmarks and terrain as Mars. Give me a break, dude.
They have similar.
No coincidences.
Yeah, there really are no coincidences. If whatever you think is a coincidence, it's really not. There's a good reason for it. They're not practicing. I can guarantee you they're practicing in a place that looks identical to Mars. What are the chances? What are the odds? The odds are like 1 in 53 quadrillion, dude. The odds are fucking ridiculously not there for Mars looking exactly like these places in Greenland and Devon Island. And the fact that there's all this base camp equipment set up there. Oh, but they're just practicing in Mars, right? Or they're practicing in Devon Island, which looks exactly like Mars Hills. No.
Exactly.
Basically, only $100. Look, I don't want your money though. Hold on. You keep your money, buddy. You keep your money.
Yeah, I didn't lose, so I'll keep it.
You didn't. No. You did. You did. You haven't. I mean, if you haven't checked it out for yourself, then you really shouldn't be placing bets.
Exactly, Matthew.
If you have not gone and Googled this shit for yourself and used Google Earth and your Google Maps to zoom in on these places and check out the terrain for yourself and compare them to NASA's official images of Mars, you're going to see that they're identical. And when you look at Mars with your own freaking eyes in the sky or through a Nikon P900, P1000, a really good telescope, it's sparkling. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. It's a light in the sky. It's one of the wandering lights. All of the planets are wandering lights. They're not terra firma. They're not firm land. I'm sorry to disappoint you, man.
Matthew, response?
So when amateur astronomers use large telescopes and see a round reddish-looking thing in the sky when they point it at Mars, they're faking it somehow?
It's still just a colored light. Oh, and you want to talk about planets? Let's talk about planets. Let's move to Pluto real quick, okay? Go look at, like, the most popular image of Pluto, right? They're fucking trolling us, Matthew. They're fucking trolling us, okay? The silhouette of Pluto the fucking dog, okay, the Mickey Mouse cartoon, Pluto the fucking dog, is in Pluto the planet. Do you feel like you're being trolled by your fucking government now?
No, I do not. That's just a coincidence.
That's not a coincidence. Oh, another coincidence, Matthew. Oh, my God.
Matthew, chill out, bro.
It's me. No, I need to chill. It's me. I need to chill out.
No, he's pushing me buttons. This guy is just sitting there smiling. Hey, man, curvature, remember? Can't have anything without curvature. You're not winning.
Yeah, Matthew gets a kick out of this, so don't
be
get
nice, dude.
Yeah, calm down, Matthew.
I'm just saying. Hey, Matthew, is he still in here? Is Matthew still in here? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you answer me a question? I have a question for you, okay? When you are observing, say you're out at a lake and it's nice and calm, the wind really isn't going, the water is calm across the whole lake, okay? When you're seeing reflections and things of in the water, is there any convexity, or does it look like a symmetrical reflection?
Well, it looks pretty symmetrical, yeah.
Okay, that's because water seeks its level. It's level. It's fucking flat. It doesn't curve.
I'd say it curves a tiny little bit, not much.
Yeah, maybe like a water droplet, but that's all about. That's about all you'll get.
Or maybe 8 inches over a whole mile. That's not much.
Or maybe a photograph at nearly 300 miles away kind of totally destroys that.
Hey, if it was 8 inches per mile square, we would be able to actually directly measure the curvature. Where's that? Where did we do that?
Yeah, it hasn't been directly measured.
Exactly. So if you're going to point at this physical horizon, where is it? Where can I find it?
I don't think you can see the physical horizon. You can.
So I just have to believe it.
You can see the effects.
Just believe.
The effects of a ball is a flat surface, right?
So it's not the actual thing; it's just the effects. Right.
Balls don't have effects. Balls look like balls.
I dare you to go walk onto a construction site and go find a lead foreman and tell him, "Did you know that level actually measurably curves?" And just watch his face twist at you.
Yeah, he'll say, "No, we assume that level is perfectly straight line when we do construction."
Yeah. So we're going back to assuming things. Got it. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I mean,
because they believe it's a ball. That's why they have to assume it's flat. It's a weird religion.
Yeah.
I mean, buildings are small enough; it doesn't make a difference. So it's just easier to say that it's level.
Yeah, it's easier to just assume it's not a ball, right? Yeah, right. I agree, 100%. Right. Of course. We all agree.
That's got to be easier for sure than assuming it's something it's not, right? Like that would end up being a mess.
I mean, if
Right.
water holds level in a cup, in your toilet, in the tub, in a puddle, in a pond, in a lake, out at sea level, chances are level doesn't curve.
Matthew has a hard time admitting he has to believe it because he has no evidence. So he does
Nobody's
these weird.
trying to convince you, Matthew. Nobody's trying to convince you to believe something over here. We're just stating the facts. We're just stating the facts.
I believe the Earth is a globe.
Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Logic, reason,
What can
strong
you
evidence.
No. Logic reasons is not a good answer. You should probably why do you believe
should know?
No.
Right.
What do you point at to prove that the Earth is a globe? Where do I go see this globe? Please tell me.
Yeah, I don't think you can prove it per se. I would just say that you can find evidence, and the rate of the evidence.
Can you do us a favor and can you give us 5 things that you count as evidence for the globe? Give us 5 things that you count as evidence of a globe.
Yeah, sunsets disappear from the bottom up. GPS receivers work in the middle of the ocean.
Wrong.
Satellite TV works, and they're pointed. The receivers are
So
pointed.
you're a teacher, right? You're a teacher. Wow. Wrong.
I got through 3. Hold on, and then the last 2 would be that there's the full moon is a constant size all night.
Yeah. So if any student out there is listening,
let Matthew say this last point.
Hold on. He's almost done.
And the full moon
Let him
is
say this fifth point.
same apparent size from distant cities at the same time.
Yeah, every photographer knows you're wrong.
You said the same thing twice, Matthew. So what are your last 2? Please tell me.
Sure. Number 4 is that from a single location, the full moon is a constant apparent size all night long. And number 5 is that from 2 distant cities, the moon appears the same angular size from 2 different cities at the same time.
Of the same thing as proofs.
No, they're different things, different observations. One is from.
I live outside.
Did you observe them?
Hold on. For a living. I'm always looking at the moon, dude.
Did you
Guys, hold on. Don't talk over top of each other. Speak in turn, please.
Did you observe this yourself, Matthew?
Yeah, I did.
With your own eyes and your own equipment.
Right. I took pictures several times throughout a whole night. A full moon a couple months ago.
But what? Okay, but from what you're claiming, you're using this information from what you're claiming, right?
Yeah, I was asked for 5 things that I count as evidence for me, and that was one of them.
Okay, but as it would turn out, realistically, that all 5 of those points have already been debunked, refuted, irrefutably refuted.
He doesn't care. He's one of those weirdos. Just sit there with their 5 answers and just repeat it to anybody who cares to listen. This guy.
Okay, so since those 5 reasons aren't very legitimate reasons, because in order for there to be the sun is setting, it's going down. Okay, no. What are you? Are you falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, my guy? Do you believe that? And you just don't feel it?
To the North Pole, yeah.
No. So tell me why Polaris stays fixed in position with the North. Why does Polaris never move from its position?
Oh, it does. What are you talking about? It has a proper motion.
It goes in its small little circle. It's a tiny circle in line with North.
No,
and
I'm
then
talking
the constellations stay
how
constant.
It moves in its position in the sky. Not the circle it goes around, but its position changes over the years. Same with.
So you don't want to be specific about it?
And what does that prove?
Are you trying to not be specific about it?
No, I'm being very specific. I just posted exact measurements.
I mean, have you ever wondered why astronomers call a star map the sky dome or the star dome? I mean, there's a really good reason for it. I'm just saying. And
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
our ancient ancestors, they knew this. They navigated via the stars. That's how they navigated.
Why did Polaris move?
What do you mean, why did Polaris move?
Yeah, you
Did it
said it didn't
move
move,
and
and so
it's
why did they find it moving?
Why shouldn't it move? What should Polaris do? Go ahead, enlighten us with all your divine knowledge.
Okay, but
I'm not saying
if
that
it didn't move
Polaris.
that much. If
I'm
it didn't
not
move
saying
that
that
much.
Polaris just stays in that spot. I'm saying that it makes an itty bitty little tiny circular path right where it's at.
Yeah, so why is that path smaller or larger depending on what?
Why is there no curvature? Stop
Yeah,
asking
why is
stupid
it no
questions, man.
That's a good strategy to stop
No,
not answering my
good
question.
strategy. A good strategy
But we
is you
do
not
need to come
looking
back
at
down to earth.
curvature.
To be real, we need to come back down to earth. We're trying to determine
You're
the
the
shape of
science-
the earth here. So yeah, I mean, like we
No,
can
no,
look up
that's
at
a
the
good idea.
sky.
That's
And
a
we
good
can
idea. If
stargaze
you look at the
and
sky too
daydream
much, you
all
may
day.
end up as a glober. So I would recommend ignoring all the evidence from the sky if you want to keep.
What evidence from the sky? How is the sky evidence of the ground? How is the sky evidence that water is not curving or is
in the
curving?
same-
Like,
in the
how is the
same
sky
way-
evidence of anything? Because you have to assume that you're moving, that you're spinning, and the sky is not spinning. That's why.
No,
Because
in
you
the
have to
same way
assume
that
things, right?
it's evidence in the same way that looking out of a car window is evidence that the car is moving.
That's not true.
Yeah.
You know you're in a car.
You know you're
you're in
moving
a car. You got in it.
You know you're moving in a car. You can tell that you're moving in a car. Period.
By looking out the window.
No, by
because you got in the
experiencing
car,
the
dude.
motion of your car moving.
Have you ever been to space? See, you've never
I've never
exited
been to
this
space.
car you call a planet, right? So you don't know if you're even in a car. When you get in a
Like, can
real
I just
car,
point
you
this
got
out?
in
I'm
a
just going to
car.
point out a couple facts real quick. I'd just like to point out.
Don't cut in over top of Bong. Just hold on. Let him wrap his point up, and like everybody go in turn. Yeah.
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
It's a
don't
false
overdo it.
equivalency. Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
okay. So, we've got a lot of physicists and astronomers that had already determined that no motion of Earth can be detected. And I understand that, the claim is, well, that's because it's from Earth. You're on Earth. You're not going to know that it's moving. That's crap. If you can't detect that the Earth is moving, chances are it's not moving. You've got Michelson-Morley. You've got Sir George Airy's failure. But these were failed experiments because they failed to detect rotation of Earth. And the best part is even Einstein, who contradicted himself as well, he said, by no observation can any rotation of Earth be detected. And then continued on to say that, but I still think I'm right about my special relativity crap.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
we should
even
at least ask-
even Einstein has said there's no rotation. Nikola Tesla called Einstein a fuzzy-headed crackpot. Appropriate. Even Nikola Tesla knew that the Earth was not moving.
Einstein
All I
never said
hear-
there was no rotation. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
he did.
All I hear.
No, he said
all
it
I
couldn't
hear-
be detected.
Did I not quote that? Did I not quote it?
I think Kim
All I
wants to
hear
add
is
something in here. Yeah, go for it.
All I hear is excuses of why something is happening that I can't experience. This is all excuses. It's not reality.
Well, I would call it the opposite. It's reality, and trying to expect that you're going to experience all of reality is.
Well,
Oh, so you can't experience reality? Are you kidding me?
The human.
So we're in Narnia. We can experience Narnia without experiencing Narnia, right?
No, it
Right.
sounded like, for example, you were saying that you assume that we should be able to detect motion, but human beings don't have senses for motion.
Yeah,
yes, we do. It's
We do not.
Hold on. Can I talk about this? I need to talk about this. I need to talk about this one. Okay. I spent 3 years in junior Air Force, and there's something in your ears they're called like cilia hair, which detect motion.
They do not.
They don't.
No,
They don't. I had to learn about this. I had to learn about this and go through different spin simulations for flight simulation, and I had to learn about those little hairs, those little things in your ears that detect rotate that detect motion for your equilibrium. So you're saying the body has no senses to detect motion?
That's right. The body does not detect motion.
You're wrong. I just proved you wrong. I just biologically and scientifically proved you wrong.
Could you explain to the audience what the difference between motion and acceleration is?
Oh, buddy, you know that the Earth experiences
I can tell you the difference. I can tell motion. Something in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an equal or opposite force. So they say. Okay,
right.
But acceleration is just a higher velocity of motion. Like,
right. and
but that has nothing to do. That has nothing to. So you're trying to you're trying to subvert. You're trying to divert this right now because I just proved. You said humans have no way of sensing, right? They have no way of sensing motion, and then what? Humans have no way of. Hold on, I'm not done talking. Okay, and humans have no sense of detecting acceleration. I can feel it when we speed up in a car. I can feel it when we slow down in a car. I can feel it when I'm going in frickin' circles. Like I said, biologically and scientifically, there are little hairs in your ears that detect these things for your equilibrium, for your balance. So you're wrong that the human body has no way of detecting motion.
I've been very clear about my words. Human beings have no way of detecting motion. We can only sense acceleration. We can't sense velocity. We can only sense acceleration. And in physics, those are different concepts.
Okay, so if they say that the globe Earth, let's go with that. If they say that, let's just say, okay, we'll go with it. Humans can't detect motion, okay, a constant motion, but we can detect acceleration. You said it. These are your words. We're going to go with it. So when they say that the spinning globe Earth is speeding up and slowing down, they say that the rate's not constant. Why don't we feel it?
It's below the threshold of the acceleration that we can sense.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, shit.
Below the threshold. I should be able to sense it. It's acceleration. If the Earth is spinning and speeding up to keep up with the sun and slowing down and speeding up, then we should all fucking feel it in its process of speeding up. Because if you can feel it when you speed up in a car, and then you can't really feel it when you're going just a constant motion in the car. It's the same relative principle.
Sure. And would you like the numbers?
Earth has a ball, but we're too stupid to see it or experience it. Basically, it looks flat, but we live on a ball, and that's just the way it is, right? Right, Matt?
No, it's that humans can sense down to 0.15
right.
meters per
We're not
second
aliens. It's not like we got Superman senses, right? Like now, if it was Superman, right? If Superman was here, he could sense it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably.
I posted. If you're interested in the numbers, I posted the numbers at 42 past the hour.
Yeah, and Superman has probably lived millions of years to be able to verify that.
Matthew, I'm going to reiterate something that I iterated earlier in here, and that's that the numbers. You're like, I posted the numbers, right? The numbers don't lie, Matthew. However, people lie about numbers. And if you're not checking their math and you're just trusting the numbers, then you're going on blind faith, my guy.
Don't let him his politeness fool you. He's here because he hates the idea that we exist, that we challenge.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
So,
he got straight crickets. Straight crickets, Matthew. Straight crickets. Crickets.
I posted the reference from the National Institute of Health where they talk about vestibular heading discrimination sensitivity of human beings, if you're curious about the numbers.
Again, numbers don't lie, but people lie about numbers.
Again, so
and
what you need to do, what I recommend is that you ignore the science that I posted and just claim that the numbers are wrong and they're lying about it, and that
I'm
these
looking
numbers
at
are
it.
meaningless.
I'm looking at it.
What this says is that human beings can sense about 0.15 meters per second squared, but that the acceleration due to rotation is about a fifth of that, 0.03 meters per second squared, at best.
So you're saying if the rotation is 0, we definitely won't feel it because that's below the threshold, obviously.
Right. So obviously feeling nothing doesn't prove one thing one way or the other. But when you say you should feel it, I'm saying no, we shouldn't. So not feeling it doesn't count as evidence one way or the other.
So feel what then? You spend a lot of time focusing on stuff that isn't evidence one way or the other. Where is the evidence?
Oh, I didn't bring it up. Jenna was talking about how come we don't feel it, and here's the answer why we don't.
Okay, but there's still a diversion from the whole thing about curvature, and that the physics and the laws of physics for water still remain that water is going to find its level. Like, you can't get around the physics, Matt. You can't. You cannot get around the physics that water will always find its level.
Matthew, you're not twisting it properly. You don't know how to twist this.
I mean,
I don't have to twist it. You know, that's the whole thing is when you're telling the truth, you don't have to twist anything.
Yeah, Matthew is trying to twist it, right? Brain's working overtime.
I'm just giving the sort of the mainstream answer to all these questions. If you're curious about what the mainstream answer is.
They never actually, these arguments actually ever provide any evidence, right? All of them don't say anything either way by your own admission. Like, what good does that do for your position?
But let's focus down. Let's focus down on the physics of water, though. Let's focus down on the physics of bodies of resting water. And how would you prove curvature? Knowing the physics of bodies of resting water are level? You can't get beyond that. This is basic physics.
Yeah, so we globers would say that the level of the surface of water follows gravitationally equipotential lines. And
You're asking? That's not the question. That's not the question, Matthew. Not the question.
Refocus him on the question.
Ruler on a bowling ball. Okay? Got that? Got that image? Ruler
on a bowling ball, got
straight ruler, you got a foot ruler on a bowling ball. And you blow both of those things up. Scale it up to the size of the Earth. The ruler included.
Got it.
Water. Water is going to follow this ruler, right? That's what we're saying. Water.
And that's where I disagree with you. We globers say that water does not follow a perfectly straight line. The surface of water does not follow a perfectly straight line.
Okay. If I have say I have a vase, and I've got the vase set into a pot, and I just start pouring water into the vase, it's eventually going to overflow into the pot. This is the whole thing with water flows. Where and how does water flow? Downhill, right?
Downhill, and it fills its container. Sure.
Okay. Oh, it fills its container. Okay. All right. Cool. So it flows downhill. Okay. So is the Nile River moving like 350 miles up a freaking hill?
No, it's moving closer and closer to the center of the Earth. So it's flowing downhill in that sense.
Oh, so it's flowing uphill, but it's actually flowing downhill.
I wouldn't call it uphill at all. No.
No, of course you wouldn't. Okay. Oh boy, water's level, my guy. I don't know how to help you. I don't think that you even want help. You're just here to troll.
No, I'm saying that I think that the surface of water on large scales
It's always
is not
flowing
a perfectly straight
downhill,
line.
Matthew. Always. No matter where it's flowing. That's how you answer on the globe. Because you're always on top of the globe at all times. Right?
Right. So for the globe, you would answer that basically all the water is flowing towards Antarctica.
On the globe, we would say that from our perspective, water flows towards the center of the Earth or towards lower gravitationally equipotential lines.
Okay, and do you understand what a false perspective is? And do you understand what actual laws of perspective basics are? Do you understand your horizon lines and your vanishing points?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, because the law of perspective says that things get smaller when they move farther away, and so they don't get cut off from the bottom up like the sun does.
Have you
Why
ever?
not? Why not? Says
Because
who?
the vanishing
Have
point
you
is
noticed
at
something
the
called the
horizon, not below the
horizon that's
horizon.
out there? It's a plane beneath our feet. What you don't see is a hump, right?
So is
or a
the
drop.
vanishing point below the
Or a
horizon?
drop. What?
Well, I can tell you that if I put some Legos on a flat level sidewalk for several feet and put a camera down at that level on like a hot day, for instance, the atmosphere, these heat waves and everything will distort the Legos further back from my camera view, making them completely disappear from the bottom up. This is just atmospheric distortion. This is something that is observable. It's not, this is why things look like they're disappearing from the bottom up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Does that help you?
So if there's some like heat waves right near the sidewalk, then things
Yeah,
get all
get your
wonky.
mind
It's hard to
wrapped
tell
around
what's going
that.
on. But yeah, the only way that the bottom of the sun could be blocked is if there's something physical in between.
You're wrong. Again, you're wrong. I just explained how things can disappear, look like they're disappearing from the bottom up through atmospheric distortion.
Sorry.
I just explained
I
that.
don't buy it. Yeah, you explained it well. I just don't buy it. Sorry.
So you don't, that's a reality. So you don't buy into reality. That's amazing, Matthew. That is amazing. You know what? You deserve an award for the most cognitively dissonant globe. Oh my gosh! Just let me not, dude. Just really, this is reality
Hey,
here.
Jenna, yeah, he's been in here like many times. Yeah, you're actually telling him the things that we always tell him like almost every other day. And so,
Golly.
like, I don't. Yeah, it's epic levels of like cognitive dissonance with them. So what happens is
I'm not saying anything unusual
even
here.
if
This is what all of mainstream science is.
it's par for the course with you, Matthew. I understand. So like what we're trying to, well, Jenna, I don't know, she's never really gotten into it with you, but she's starting to realize that people like you don't really realize that we all experience reality together. Like there isn't like one reality you're seeing and then one we're seeing. It's like everybody sees the same thing. So when you see something on the when you're driving down the road and it's on a hot day, you're gonna notice that you can't see the road past the atmospheric distortion. You can't see the road. It looks like water because it looked, like the
ripply looking water.
Right. So you can't see the road beyond that. So if you're gonna tell us that you can't buy that, then you're denying reality. In a sense, you can't come to your own natural senses, what we all can detect. We're all driving down the road, we're all seeing the same thing, and we cannot see the road past that distortion. Now, you're telling us that you can't buy that. How? In what way? We cannot see the road beyond that distortion. Why do you say you don't buy that? Now, can you explain that to all of us who can all see that together?
Sure. The road, the distortion you're talking about is due to mirages and heat waves and distortion and turbulence in the atmosphere. That's true.
Yes.
That does happen. But also what happens is if something goes behind a physical object, then it gets cut off. And those
terrestrial refraction?
Yeah, of course. That we understand that. But what she was describing to you was the very same thing that you just reiterated right now, which you just previously said you denied. So you just clarified the thing that you denied, and you agreed with her at the point that you just made, verifying the same thing that everybody in reality see, and you're agreeing with us now, which, I don't know, ironically is kind of strange. But I mean, just to Jenna's point, I just want to make so that she doesn't feel like she's losing her mind speaking to you, because we all experience what she's talking about, right? Just want to bring it back home so she can have all her marbles when she goes to bed tonight. She don't have to feel like, that you're denying it, like,
I appreciate
what
that.
I'm saying,
I'm very mentally strong.
You were right about this. The most disingenuous person. I was cracking my ass off when you said that.
No, I'm being perfectly honest here. I'm explaining accurately what I believe.
That's what a disingenuous person would say.
You number
You're
one.
explaining it. Yeah, the thing is, though, you explained it exactly how she said in different words, but you said the same thing. The very same thing that you were denying almost like maybe 2 minutes ago.
No, I was denying
So,
that's happening with
interesting.
the sunset. But on smaller scale, sure, that type of stuff happens all the time. But I'm
No,
saying that the sunset
listen,
is caused by
it can
physical
happen.
destruction.
Yeah, but like it can happen with the sunset. Although there's a GIF, and somebody can drop the GIF because I'm on the move right now. There's a GIF that you can see on the live stream. Excuse me, here in the Discord. There's going to be a GIF that you can see where the sun looks like to be setting far away, right? But as the camera takes a very enhanced image and closer look, you can see the sun looking like it's rising up off the horizon. And it's not really doing that. It's just that the camera's enhancing the zoom. So when the zoom actually happens, it looks like the sun's lifting off the horizon as it zooms in on the sun setting. Now
And that's the
very
atmospheric distortion from the bottom up.
Oh yeah, and that
and
phenomenon is they need to have a solar filter on that if they want to see where the sun is.
Well,
That doesn't mean anything without a
so
solar
Matthew,
filter.
but check this out. Our eyeballs don't have solar filters, right?
Right.
So when we're looking in reality at the sun, this is what we notice. So
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
start to use if you start to use a solar filter, right, and you can cut out some of the light that you're seeing, and it kind of like puts it into a perspective where you can, like, let's say you know like the glasses you can wear to see a solar eclipse, like those kind of things. If it has a filter, if it has a filter that's strong, you could probably see the sun in a different way. But in the way that we're talking about is the same way everybody can witness the sun. So they would claim that it's going behind the curvature of the Earth, right? And then we were going to talk about like, well, if that's the case, then we need to know how and what rate the Earth is curving. So that's a whole nother thing. But the thing that she's talking about, the thing that we all see, is the distortion that you mentioned as well. So we're all in agreement now, or at least hopefully we are, that this distortion does take place. So, and that also has to do with the angle at which you're viewing to the ground, like, let's say however tall you are, or whatever elevation you are, and then you take the distance, and then you're going to go ahead and do like whatever it is, the math that's going to find out the distance to the height you are, and you're going to find whether or not the Earth is curving at a set rate that it's supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, let's say. And then we're going to find out it also to deal with the distortion happening, because there's a bunch of variables that play in here. But then when you start adding up all what we see in reality, we find out that it's never going to be something that's static. You're not just going to look out into the horizon and tomorrow is going to be there in the same place, because it's an optical phenomena. You're going to see things differently tomorrow and the next day. And of course, the weatherman can probably be in line with, he'll say, well, the visibility today is going to be like 15 miles or whatever, and then tomorrow will be like 10 or whatever. But then that's going to be because you're not going to be able to see farther than the distortion will allow you to see, and also the vanishing point and so forth. So we have the law of perspective, we have the variables of like the atmospheric distortion. There's a couple of things
You have
in the
the
angle
laws of
view.
physics for level water. Don't forget the laws of physics for level water.
There's so much, right? But like what we're doing here is we're putting the things that are tangible in reality, that we all notice, that we all can understand that's happening, versus what you might think is happening, which is the curvature, which is not able to be measured anywhere. So that thing we have to toss out because it doesn't have any play in reality. What we do see are the things that we mentioned, and that is something that can be understood. Because, of course, how else are you going to be able to tell, like from a weatherman's perspective, what the visibility is going to be if you don't know? So there's things in the atmosphere you can actually, clarify to say, like, well, we can see this far today or whatever. But then the thing that you're talking about with the globe has another layer added to where, like, it's an actual obstruction of the Earth that's not there. So that's why we're in here, we're all discussing what we all see in reality, and how it's possible that we see things where they're not supposed to be seen according to the globe and so forth.
Also,
but yeah,
can I point out another phenomena that makes absolutely no sense for the globe? And that's if you are up at a high enough elevation point to watch the sun set, if you have a solar filter or the proper lens on there, you can actually watch the sun go way far away until it shrinks into a tiny little pin dot and disappears, which is a perfect example of the sun not setting, but going into the vanishing point of perspective. It doesn't go over a curve.
Oh, I admit that if that's what you see, if you see the sun vanishing into a little pinpoint, then that totally debunks the globe.
Well,
There's plenty of video
Go ahead.
out there of it. Lots of people are out there with their cameras capturing sunsets from all kinds of all everywhere across this flat level plain. People are busting out their cameras and getting amazing sunset videos, which don't show the sun setting, but it shows it getting really far away to a pin dot and disappearing.
So what's happening with the image that I posted at 59 past the hour? It doesn't look like...
Yeah, that's what I was going to tell you, Matthew. Here's the thing. Whenever somebody comes out with any evidence to say like what Jenna would say, and we can all agree with Jenna that people that are in here, but then you would retort with the Glober response, which is videos that show something opposite to that, which is fine, because like there's things that we can see the sun doing something as far as we know, a magnification, and also there's where it goes into a small pinprick, but at the same time it also magnifies. You can see the sun and the moon sometimes on the horizon looking like they're really huge, and at most times that's what we see, but then there's times where we see it moving into a pinprick size. And that just depends on the climate, because that's going to also tell us how we're going to see things anyways in the distance.
Right.
But that also changes. Sometimes it goes into a small pinprick. Sometimes it enlarges. Sometimes it looks magnified, like huge. And we have evidence of that.
I thought you didn't like the idea that the path of light can bend.
I've already told you, Matt.
It's not that it's bending. Hold on. Can I just clarify what he was saying? Is that due to atmospheric distortion or magnification, okay, because depending on the atmospheric conditions, it can cause magnification, right?
Right, of course. So what are you saying?
So of course, okay, so we all agree. We all agree. Well, I mean,
the path of light bends.
All right, hang on, Matthew. You don't put words in people's mouths. But the thing is, if you want to talk about there's instances where light bends, I would say there is. But here's, you got to hear me out on this, right? So if the air in between, like you and the thing you're seeing in the far distance, is heavily clouded with like particles, the light will bend upwards. It won't, and sometimes it just depends. So the climate will also dictate how, like, let's say if you shine a laser through that much distortion, it could bend upwards. And it has done that, and people, like, what lake was it that they did this test on?
It's not that it's bending per se. Wouldn't it be more like refraction from the bottom?
But here, I like you guys, and the reason why I'm saying this is because maybe you guys haven't heard of this before. But on the this isn't an occurrence like an everyday, like you're going to shoot a laser and it's going to bend upwards. That's not what I'm talking about. On certain instances, you can actually change the way light moves through the air, but it has to be heavily done in with like particles in the air. So you have to, there's got to be specific times where it can actually do that. Now, the instance where light is bending downwards can only be done if you've affixed a medium, such as a fish tank full of water, and put sugar in it. It can bend the light downwards. But there's only you have to arrange certain instances where light can do certain things with the mediums that you're using. Who keeps coming in and out? You're gonna get kicked. All right. So anyway, So
Yeah, no,
just
the only reason I bring it up is because you said the words magnification and distortion, and that implies that the light is bending if you have magnification.
Well, think about it like this: when you see something and everybody's seen this, so no one can deny this. If you see something really far away and it looks like it's wavy, what do you think the object that you're seeing is? It's not clear, right? It's the atmospheric distortion. Of course, it's going to look that way. So, have you ever seen Skunk Bay? Of course, you have. The time lapse footage will show over time the air in between you and the thing you're seeing in the far distance will look like it's like really like squishy and marshmallowy. It's going to look like it's wobbly. So if light is playing a role here, it's going to not give you a static perspective on the thing that you're seeing in the far distance. And that's everybody understands
about that. Yeah, that's why I don't think it's helpful to like try and measure things at far distances like that.
Well, that's the point, though, Matthew. But see, here's the thing: with the globe, that has already been said that these numbers, these values that are given to us, like everyone, right, in the whole world, we're given these values that have been, measured.
Well, how do you do that,
and people have been taking a look at like the horizon and making these ideas and claims about like how far the horizon is due to the fact that the Earth is a specific set of size of dimensions. So now what we're doing with these values is like, well, how'd you get that? Because Matthew over here is saying it's pretty hard to do if you have like a atmosphere that's malleable. It's wavy. It's doing. So how are you going to know what distance you're working with here? And how did these people figure it out? Because obviously Eratosthenes would have been, you would have just been like, dude, you can't measure anything. The shadows are not going to, you're looking at something in the far distance. How do you know that the Earth is curving? Because you just looked at shadows on the ground. But if you're thinking that light bends, then that's just going to, you're not going to be able to do anything with that. So I agree. Right. So then Eratosthenes is just, that's garbage. You might as well chunk that in the bin because we can't use it.
Those are two separate things. I would say you can't measure by looking at the horizon because of this, like you said, Skunk Bay. I agree. Everything is wavy.
But see,
you can't measure anything specific based on the horizon.
Matthew, light is bending. Eratosthenes says that the light is coming in parallel.
Right.
You know that, right? Okay.
Right, yeah.
So your light can't be bending if it's coming in parallel. Eratosthenes would then be incorrect on its face if you're agreeing with us saying the light bends, which you did.
Yeah, so I would say it this way: the light bends at the horizon as you get higher and higher angle of elevation.
That's not going to work, my friend. That's not going to work.
Wait, why? Because mariners only shoot stars at 20 degrees.
Right, but it's either bending. It's either bending with the atmospheric distortion, or it's not. You can't play both sides. Say it's bending, but it's not.
It bends more.
No, you can't do that. Yeah, but you're saying that it bends more. So in other words, it is bending. The point is, it's bending or it's not. That's the question. Is it bending or is it not?
It's bending quite a bit near the horizon, but as you get above 20 degrees, then it's not bending above 20 degrees.
Yeah, but the light isn't coming in parallel to see the shadows on the ground. Then you have to you're either going to claim that light is bending or it's coming in parallel, and you can't say both. It's either going to be doing one or the other.
Both. No, the light is bending at the horizon, but at noon it's coming in almost parallel. Like higher elevations.
Parallel. So it's not parallel. Almost parallel is not parallel. Right. So almost parallel. So then it would still be bending, because then if it's not parallel, then it's almost, then it's bending. So we just, you're admittedly saying the same thing we are. And then hopefully you can catch yourself, because when you say almost, you're being correct, because any glober that would stick to it is parallel, they're going to get burned up, because he can't say that. So almost is the same as saying that it's bending. So you're not saying anything that's going to be like, parallel. No, it's not parallel. I can't say a car's making a curve, a turn, when it's actually going straight. It's either going straight or turning. You know what I mean? Like you can't say you have to say it's one way or the other. Like if you agree with like Eratosthenes and what they were saying. And that's why it's like, the demonstration that Eratosthenes had was showing these like angles to the sun. They were showing them like on this model that looks like it's coming in directly parallel onto the Earth. And so you can't use that, like I said before, because even if you said almost, you have to throw it into the bin. Like,
Why?
You have
what if
to.
it's close enough?
It's not. That's the point.
Parallel.
Well, that's the point, Matthew. You're trying to get. It's like reaching. You're grasping at straws at this point. Like if
No, I'm
either
talking about
Eratosthenes
numbers.
was. No. I'm talking about Eratosthenes because we're going back to primary source. You got to go
We
back
have
to the
to
beginning.
walk to primary school to understand this, kiddies.
Are you
Yeah,
aware of the number that we claim?
Listen, this is being taught to everybody, so everybody has this. Like most people that come in here will claim, well, some Greek guy did it a long time ago, some Italian guy. They don't even know, but they're referring to Eratosthenes every time they do. And so when they do that,
Africa, by the way,
that's probably it just complicates things. But like, if people they don't know the background story to who he was and if it was primary source or what, you don't know this. Like as far as the information goes, but. They're coming in here saying a bunch of things about it, claiming that because of this is the original reason why people would claim the Earth is a globe, and so
that's not right.
I'm not the one that's claiming this. These guys are right. They come in here.
They shouldn't claim that. Eratosthenes didn't prove the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but who taught them that though, Matthew? Because we're not telling them that. They're coming in here saying that, like all of them, everyone.
Hey, Matthew.
Why?
Yeah,
Hey,
Eratosthenes didn't prove that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead, Jenna.
Well, that's what everybody's claiming. Go ahead, Jenna.
You are aware that flat geocentric Earth, stationary Earth, was being taught in schools up until about the 1920s.
Oh, that's false.
Oh, is it?
Right,
is it? You should go. You should go look at when the Rockefellers came into power and took over the school systems.
I would say if you went to school in 1880, you would learn about the spherical Earth.
No, you wouldn't have, because even in 1880, there's physicists that go as far back that say that the Earth wasn't moving, that it's level and stationary, even as far back as 1880. I've done my research on this. I have spent countless hours and sleepless nights on this, dude.
I'm pretty sure Jenna can bring up.
Huh?
Well, there might be some citations coming your way. Jenna, if you have any citations of what you looked into, so you can show Matthew, put it in the live stream voice text. If you want to dig around, for stuff. But I'm getting to the point with Matthew so that you can see that these guys that come in here, they're all claiming that. So who's teaching them this? It's not you, obviously. It's another teacher somewhere, but it's everywhere, on every place. So everybody's coming in here from everywhere on the world, and they're coming in here saying that Eratosthenes is the primary source of why they understand the Earth to be a globe. But they never cite him as if it's something they understand completely. So they're always going back to like, who told them this, and why is this information being put out there if it's not the correct thing that they need to know, right? So they're coming in here saying that Eratosthenes, and they talk about light and shadows. They're doing the whole, the song and dance with Eratosthenes, and they're coming here and making it sound like they know what they're talking about. And when they're done with it, we tell them why it's not the evidence for it. But still, I guess the fact remains that they're coming in here saying that about Eratosthenes. So if you're saying that's wrong, then why is everybody else coming in here saying that? If you're saying it's wrong,
I think they just don't know history very well. So
I'm a history buff, actually. I love history.
That's fine. I don't listen. If you say it's wrong, okay, then why do they say it's the way? Like I'm trying to tell you is that somebody's giving them those answers.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know where that's coming from.
Why the hell are there two Matt GPTs? What's going on?
Imposter here. Some new guy just showed up and just gave me a P to Matt.
Listen, guys. It might be funny to impersonate someone, but it's not when it's concerning like the person in here. So I don't want to get somebody banned, even if they're a Glober.
Just change my name back to what it's supposed to be. Matthew Learns.
Matthew Learns. I'll do it. No, I'm not down with that. Whatever it is. Give me a second. Anyway, let me just go over that. Yeah, that's the reason why, and I'm trying to tell you that because people come in here and they say that. So.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I would put it this way: Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth is the globe, and based on that assumption and the assumption that the light from the sun is parallel, he used those two assumptions to calculate a size of the Earth. That's what I'd say.
Okay, but the light from the sun is not directly parallel. At high noon, with the light rays that are casting directly down would be parallel, but there are also light rays casting out at other angles. So what Eratosthenes' observation only proved was angular light rays.
Yeah,
told you that he just assumed it.
He was close enough. Because the
I'll play
heliocentric
horseshoes and hand grenades.
Okay, so he was saying that the sunlight coming into Syene and the sunlight coming into Alexandria, he was assuming that they were parallel, but in fact they diverge at most by 0.00497 degrees on the modern understanding. So that's pretty close to parallel, and it's close enough for like a rough estimate.
What?
Yeah.
Rough estimate of what?
A calculation of the size of the Earth that Eratosthenes was doing.
Where did you get that figure for how much light diverges by from the sun?
It diverges by 0.00497.
Yeah, I heard the figure. I'm asking where you got that from.
From the modern heliocentric model of the sun being 93 million miles away and the diameter of the Earth.
Okay, assumptions. That wasn't a measured value.
That was the issue, though. He didn't have a value like that. So his value was unlimited. There wasn't any limit to like his knowledge of like the distance to the sun.
Right.
Like I want to know who's gone. I want to know who the sorry son of a bitch is that went 93 million miles away to determine that.
Oh no! Yeah, nobody's done that.
Right.
Ludicrous.
Like, can't really prove 93 million miles away.
I don't know. It's just it's a bunch of hooey.
Yeah.
But,
and I mean, the one thing, ultimately, the one big thing that really, it's a reality for everybody that we notice just perfect symmetrical reflections on calm bodies of water. There's no convexity. You should see some sort of stretch or convexity in the water if there's curvature at all.
Oh, well, the amount of distortion you would see would be relative to how much convexity there is.
Yeah, that's not what we see, bud. You want to say this is relative to that, but they tell us that go ask Google what's the real shape of the Earth, and Google's going to be like, it looks like a perfect sphere from space. Nobody's ever been able to go up high enough to see the Earth in its entirety. That's been completely debunked, demolished. That's out the window. That was dead 10 years ago.
No, there are 24 people in the 60s and 70s who said they saw it.
Who?
The 24 Apollo astronauts.
He's talking about the astronauts.
The actronauts, the frat boys, the Masonic kids. Okay.
I thought you said nobody had claimed to see the whole Earth, but I just told you 24 people did. Are you willing to concede that it's
you
no
trust
longer
them?
nobody?
You trust they saw the whole Earth in its entirety, and they just know that it's a globe?
Them.
You know what's really retarded? And I mean absolutely globe-tarded, is when I go and ask Google, what's the real shape of the Earth? And Google's like, it looks like a sphere from space, but its true shape is an ellipsoid. I'm like, oh, wow. All right. So cubes can be rectangles, left can be right and up can be down, and, fuck it.
Straight can be curved.
Yeah. And level curves. Yeah. And curved is level. And black is white.
It's like,
and short is long.
So everything's topsy-turvy in the globe. Also, the Earth. Yeah,
do you want the skinny fat chick, or do you want the fat skinny chick? Do you want the hairy bald one or the bald hairy one?
Jeez, neither. But yeah, like the Earth is moving, you just don't feel it. The Earth is curving, you just don't see it. Well,
I'm sorry, I had to pop off. Right then. I'm just like, damn, Matthew.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of like mind tricks that these guys are. And I mean, Matthew has been steeped into this, so he's drenched in it. Like, it's all about what it just can't be anything else. Like, he just won't settle for it. So
Like, the funny thing is, why is he here? Why is he here? Why is he here? There's got to be something in the back of that brain of his that has led him here to hear us talk about this, because something in his brain wants to know, but his cognitive dissonance isn't allowing it.
Well,
I suppose it might be a personality flaw to go into a server like this where everybody disagrees with me, but it's not because I haven't.
I told you.
Yeah, we're just disagreeing to disagree with you, but that's not even it at all. That's not even it at all. We're simply pointing out things that are tangible, things that everybody can see. We all share the same reality, whether you know it or not. We all observe things the same way. And it just so happens that this group of people over here called flurfs or flat earthers are like, yo, wait a second. So they taught us that, like, in physics, that water seeks its level. So, like, how is it curving? Like, how does level curve, Because these things contradict each other. And we're not about contradictions. We like to keep it consistent.
Yeah, sometimes logic and reason trump what we actually see with our own eyes.
Logic and reason shrinks what we see with our own eyes?
It trumps it. Like, it's
what you talking about, Willis?
What? I was like, what? Wait, what?
Right?
No, it trumps it. But he plays a sarcastic game here. It's like, dude, seriously, man. Logic and reason go hand in hand with how we discern with our, how we discern with our with our abilities to like see and hear and you know what I mean. Like, that's all to do with how you be able to perceive something. How are you then able to perceive? What do you mean? How?
Sometimes we see one thing, but our theories and our logic and reason say something different, and then you have to decide.
No, they don't.
Give me an instance. Give me one instance. Like, give me an example of what you're talking about.
Wi-Fi. You can't see it, but we have the electromagnetic theory that says that Wi-Fi exists.
Fine, I can see my Wi-Fi server box, so I know where it's coming from.
Yeah, but you can't see the radio waves coming out of it.
That's not the point.
Radio waves.
That's exactly the point.
Demonstrable.
You can't see radio waves.
You can't see
How
radio
about wind?
waves.
Can you see wind?
You can feel wind. You can directly feel wind.
Okay, you can feel wind. So with radio waves, Wi-Fi transmission, like data, like, when it gets transmitted, how do you transmit something if there's no receiver? You have to have a receiver, right?
Yeah, you have a transmitter and receiver. My point is that human bodies cannot directly sense Wi-Fi signals. You have to use something.
That's because, that's fine. Wi-Fi is not necessarily a natural thing for us anyway.
No,
so.
It's not. Exactly. Yeah. That's my point.
And
but other things, but these other things,
example of where our eyes contradict our theories.
Because we're pointing out things that are natural. We're pointing out things that are.
We're talking about natural stuff, dude. Like nature. Like you're
talking about Wi-Fi. I'm talking about, and I'm saying that's not Wi-Fi is not even fucking natural anyway. We're talking about natural, observable things, my guy.
I was talking about a simple example of when what our eyes tells us is different than what our theories tell us. We have
not an
theory, and it's
not analogous.
The theory more than our eyes.
None of your arguments, Matthew, do anything to establish your case at all, because we could equally say that we don't see ghosts. Right? We don't see any ghosts, right? Same way we don't see a globe. We don't experience fairies, elves, right? We don't experience all sorts of folkloric fairy tale stuff.
Narnia.
Like that, right? Yeah, so it doesn't do anything to further your case at all. You're just talking about stuff we don't see, most of which isn't real, and that's why we don't see it, right? So why would you spend your time focusing on that instead of just coming with the proof?
No, I like your example, fairies and ghosts. By saying we don't see fairies and ghosts, that is not a argument that they don't exist.
So are you arguing that, like, fairies and leprechauns exist?
No, I'm saying that the fact that we don't see them is by itself not enough to say that they don't exist.
So why wouldn't
you can't prove a negative?
So why aren't you arguing in favor then that they do exist?
I'm not. So
The geometric edge of a ball is not like a ghost. You silly person.
You
Point
silly,
to it
silly
and
glober.
give me where I can see it
You
in
guys were
reality,
saying the globe
or
doesn't exist
no.
because we can't see it, and I'm saying that's like saying
No,
God
you're a
ghosts
silly
don't
boy.
exist.
No, no, no. We're saying that you silly boy. We're saying
I'm
that
not silly. I'm wise.
the globe does not match what we can observably see, what we know in physics, things that are tangible. It doesn't
The globe
add
is as
up.
real as Santa Claus. Dude.
Physical horizon. Tell me where it is curving anywhere, please.
Every time you watch a sunset or a sunrise, if you wake up early.
Oh, Matthew, come on.
No.
Why are you lying?
I think that you guys should ignore
Hey
sunsets
Matthew,
and
have you
sunrises.
noticed?
That's
Have
strong
you
evidence.
noticed have you noticed when it looks like the sun is like peeking up above the water and it's all ripply and stuff? You remember
Yeah,
that just goes back to that atmospheric distortion we were talking about earlier. I just wanted to bring it back to that, but that's okay. The Earth is pretty. The water is level, and Antarctica
All right,
contains it.
So, Jenna, he said that the sunsets are strong evidence for the globe. That's what he just said right now.
Historically, that's why most people in
Sunsets?
history have believed the Earth is a globe because
How
of
are
things
sun-
like sunsets and sunrises.
Okay, then
Go
then
ahead and tell
how
us
do you-
why.
Go ahead.
Go and tell us why sunsets are a great evidence for the Earth being a globe. Take it away.
Didn't I already explain this? Why sunsets are not good evidence for the globe? So I'll repeat it.
Let him hang himself. Let him go.
Yeah, let him do it, Jenna. Go ahead, Matthew. Why are sunsets a great evidence for the globe?
Yeah, you watch the sun from noon, it goes straight down towards the horizon, and then like within the space of 10 minutes, it completely
Vanishing
disappears from
point.
sight. And then all of a sudden, 12 hours later, it appears directly in the east. And so the most natural explanation is, it must have gone down, but it must have gone down below my feet.
Explanation.
That's weird. So like if I lay a clock, if I lay a look, hold up. If I lay a clock on my fucking floor, and I just say, the hour hand is the sun. It's heading this direction. Oh look, it's coming up in the east. Yeah, my clock hand is it's just like a hand on a clock, man, and it's moving over the face of the earth hour by hour.
Yeah, but your
Bong,
clock
did you
hour
like-
doesn't go straight up into the sky. It goes around and around.
Hang on,
So
Matthew.
you're not understanding is that the horizon comes.
Hang on, guys. Let me speak to Bong real quick. Hey, Bong, did you like that was a natural explanation to the Earth being a globe? Matthew put a nice little spin on it, but it's like lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. But he's like, it's the most natural explanation, guys. Like, you're so relaxed, right? You just, dude, it's so natural, man. It's just like such a natural explanation.
Yeah, you just sort of follow where the path of the sun and sort of assume that when you can't see it.
All right.
it
Okay.
follows.
So I noticed that the sun most of the time when I view it, it gets a little bit smaller as it goes down, and I've noticed that the horizon comes up to my eye level. And when the sun reaches that horizon, it's reaching the utmost vanishing point of your perspective, and that does not prove curvature. This is what everybody sees. Everybody has the same perspective. They see the same thing. Everybody's vanishing point is the frickin' same, unless you're literally
guess what?
blind.
Guess what?
If we look at a ball, Matthew, right, at an actual ball, like a bowling ball, right?
Right.
What is the most natural explanation? Like, what would you call it? This bowling ball, what shape?
It's a sphere, it looks like.
Are you sure? Because
Well, I mean, we see a circle, but we infer a sphere based on.
okay, it doesn't look flat at all.
Yeah, it doesn't look flat at all.
What about a table? Like, what would be the most natural description, explanation of its surface? Is it curving or is it
top of the table should be perfectly flat? I mean, maybe it's not, depending on how.
What about airplanes flying through the sky? What's the most natural explanation? Are they traveling in a straight line, or are they going.
Yeah, they're traveling in a pretty straight line now over large distances. I think that line curves a little bit, but yeah, straight level flight.
So you think straight lines are curved lines? Is that what you're saying?
I would say over the large distances, planes follow.
Yeah. So you're basically, are you saying, right, that straight lines are curved lines? That they're the same.
I would say that. Yeah, I would say that level flight is actually a curved line, right?
Oh, you're wrong. Actually, there's been some people that have they've taken, not only have they taken just bubble levelers, and they've also taken compasses on board, but the people that took, they've taken levelers on board and gotten them perfectly level in the plane, and never once did the bubble move to one end or the other of the level. It was a perfectly level flight the entire time, 6.5 hours.
Yeah, I believe that observation. Sure.
So are you saying all straight lines are curved lines? Is that what you're saying?
No, I make a distinction between perfectly straight lines and curved lines. I would just say that level flight is the second one, slightly curved.
What's the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
A perfectly straight line never deviates and goes perfectly straight, whereas a curved line deviates from perfectly straight.
So how can you say? Yeah, go ahead. You go.
Repeat yourself. What did you say?
A perfectly
Matthew,
straight
about
line.
a curved line?
Yeah, a curved line deviates from perfectly straight.
Okay, stop. When you hear the word horizon, what do you think that word comes from?
Horizontal, probably.
Okay, all right. Which means parallel, straight, level, without deviation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But you're still not understanding how that doesn't curve. What is hanging you up on this? Or is something hanging you up, or like what's going on in your head?
Yeah, if you go to the ocean and look at the horizon, it looks flat and straight from your eye perspective. And I would say that the Earth is big enough that you don't notice any curve.
Yeah, okay. So let's go up at elevation, upwards of 120,000 feet. And I love that other flat earthers have done their own balloon launches and showed the difference between a fisheye lens and a regular lens. And up at these altitudes, you can see things that you shouldn't be able to see because they should be starting to bend down, drop down for curvature. But that never happens. It's flat, it's level, and the higher up you go, coincidentally, the flatter it frickin' looks, dude.
Yeah, I would want to see it myself to go that high. I don't know what height you'd have to be before you start noticing the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, approximately 90,000 feet.
Really?
You're not
And
gonna
you
see
teach people. You teach people that the Earth is curving, but you don't know what altitude somebody has to go in elevation that they can see the curvature themselves.
Yeah.
And a flat earther just answered that. A flat earther just answered that. Shameful.
Somebody's coming in.
Shame on you, Matthew. Shame on you. I'm just going to shame you, dude.
I reject that shame, but thank you.
Just shame on you, dude. Like, how are you not understanding this?
He's shameless.
Hey guys, the Earth is a globe and it's curving. Okay, I have a question, Matthew. Well, what altitude is it curving at? Well, we don't know, Sonny. Go and have a seat. We just think it's a globe. That's all. We don't have to know the elevation you have to be. Guys, trust me. They're astronauts out there.
That's what Matthew's doing over here. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look,
they see the Earth as a globe.
So you should actually, legitimately, you should be able to see curvature at regular flying altitude of 30,000, between 30,000 and 70,000 feet. So once you get a good 50,000 feet up there, you should be able to detect curvature. However, there are plenty of balloon launches at over 125,000 feet, and still no curvature is detected.
Well, let's be honest. You should be able to detect it. Hold on. You should be able to detect it 1 foot off the surface, right? You should be able to see a geometric horizon only a mile away at 1 foot off the surface. That's as high as you should even need to go.
Indeed.
In all technicality, right? All realistic. Yep.
But we thought that boats are going over the curvature of the Earth. I guess they're not, because you can't even. Matthew. So here's the thing, though. Matthew doesn't even know at what elevation you can see this curvature, but people every day are talking about they see boats going over the curve. Well, that's a mystery. What curve are they going over if you can't see it?
Hey, you know what I like to say? I like to say that Aristotle didn't have a Nikon P1000. Yeah. Aristotle didn't know shit about curves going over the frickin' edge. He didn't have a Nikon P1000. He didn't have a badass telescope. He was like, I don't see it anymore. Therefore, it went behind a curvy curve.
Show me where this curve is.
We having fun yet? Probably. Who else we got in here? Plain Gopper? Who's that?
He's a flat earther. A little bit.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because, like, Matthew, like, for the most part, like, he'll agree with something and then he'll turn right around and try to refute it. And it's like the weirdest shit, dude.
He's like talking to himself, really, is what's happening. This split personality, perhaps? Who knows, man? He's like, yeah, totally, man. This is the way it works. I'm like, dude, you just disagree with that, like, in your previous statement. He's like, that's okay. That's all right.
Niggas in my butthole. Niggas in my butthole. Niggas in my butthole.
Circular reasoning.
Damn,
circular,
Matthew,
yeah. Yep. Circular reasoning.
So, who was that guy? This guy?
The one on server mute. The imposter. The other Matthew.
Did you ban him, Rudy?
Yeah, he's gone.
Matthew, why can't you see the bottom of these windmills? Maybe it's because the waves in your foreground appear higher than the waves in the background. And so if you understand perspective, you understand why you don't see the bottoms of the windmills.
What if the camera is higher than the waves?
Do you know how high the waves are? You'd actually have to go out and test that. Have you tested it?
Yeah, in this picture, I don't know the answer.
No. Got him.
Anyway, I mean, just point after point.
Typically, waves are what, 6-7 feet high at most, and it looks like the camera might be higher than that. So that's what I would assume.
Well, what was that?
Yeah, but you think that tiny deflections in light distort what you're looking at so badly that it looks nothing like what it actually is. So why would you present us any visual evidence?
Indeed.
Yeah, I think that those can deflect what you're looking at, but there's still a physical blocking at the bottom of those windmills.
Measure it.
Gosh.
Yeah. So why don't we have measurement?
You know what's weird, though, is that he said earlier, because I got to remind people, Matthew, that it's too hard to measure anything from the ground level because there's too much distortion.
Right.
And now there's a way to do it? What?
No, I would say you can't measure this well. I'm just saying it's distorted, but you can still see that the bottom isn't visible.
Believe it. So just believe it.
Believe it, man. Is that Sasha? Sasha.
I want to say only something.
Just Matthew's here, so just believe the Earth is a globe because that's all you got to do.
You can't measure it.
No.
Declare it.
Thanks for the link, Sasha.
Matthew,
Just believe it. Just believe it.
There is a video Nathan Oakley and Q evaluated you. That means now you need to make a new video to evaluate them because they said so many lies about you.
I wish that I had known he was going to do it. I would have appeared on his show and like talked with him. Maybe I will.
Yeah, I can arrange for that if you want that.
Elijah asked you directly.
But Matthew, look at this.
Elijah did ask, but
I posted the video. There is a video. Now you take that video
and now you evaluated them, and then you pointed out, okay, Nathan Oakley here it's taking their time saying fallacy. That's not true. I'm not saying. And then you explain every moment when Nathan Oakley telling you that you are telling fallacy. And then I watch your video, and then I say, okay, the Nathan Oakley is lying, Matthew's right.
Well, so it's a 2-hour video, but it'll take me a while to kind of analyze
but
it.
they took time to analyze you. And that's great.
Well, I feel honored.
Yeah, I feel honored also because now people, if you want to know who is Matthew, watch the video of Nathan Oakley, and that's all. You don't need to speak with Matthew. You only need to watch that video, and you will and then you will make conclusion. Matthew is okay, Nathan is fucking liar, and that's it.
Wow, I'm scrubbing through it. It looks like he analyzed the whole video. Good for him.
Yeah, he did.
And look at the devil. That's flat earthers. What you describe it, they are not that flat earthers.
You're just a believer though, Matthew. So I don't know, man. Like you just believe the Earth's a globe. There's people that actually say they know it is. Those are the ones I go for. I'm just not too. I mean, you're in here. I don't take. It's just like zealots that love to claim certain things about a belief. So it's like, that's fine. You can believe whatever you want. The Earth's a donut.
Yeah,
It's
I would say they're being sloppy with their philosophical language in that case, and their epistemology.
Yeah, well, you're as philosophical as they come.
For sure. But, I'm not mad at it. Just like, go ahead. I mean, you could, although, the only thing I do get upset is when you start to sandbag my conversation with somebody else. But other than that, like, I don't care. Like, anybody who's a globe believer can be in here. They can say what they want. Obviously, the panel will have some questions for you, but, I mean, there's no bones to be picked here, for sure.
It's just about pointing out just obvious things. That's all we're doing. Is just literally pointing out the obvious that, like, I guess for some reason just kind of goes unnoticed by most people.
Yeah. Well, Jenna's. I haven't seen you in here too much, so I could. It's kind of cool hearing somebody's fresh perspective talking to you, Matthew. Like they haven't been in here, so.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, this is my first time in here.
So where'd you come from, Jenna? Like, did you hear about us like on YouTube or where?
I am constantly digging like you wouldn't freaking believe to find legitimate flat Earth content that isn't like gaslighty and retarded. Like I'm trying to be as far away from the Flat Earth Society crap and the Professor Dave crap. And I really don't know how I found the Flat Earth Live like this. I don't even remember what channel it was connected to, but I found a whole lot more channels that are pretty awesome since then.
We are proudly the creme de la creme when it comes to Flat Earth. So the people in here are top notch, I would say, when it comes to like we invite actually any staunch globe earther to come in here, anti-flat earth or whatever. They have a forum in here, but they do have to answer the questions. This isn't like for our stance, Jenna, for like this forum here, there's a little culture we have. So there's people that have been in this forum for quite some time. And then there's some people that are coming in brand new. And so we'd say, if you've been out there in flat earth, but you haven't been in here, it's a whole different thing going on here, because of the fact that we have like the people that are very knowledgeable, like myself, like Heretic, like Indio, like Elijah, like there's some big name people that we are like in here, and we don't let like the Matthew Learns or like them kind of guys get away with like saying things. So we actually will give them questions that they have to answer. I don't know if you've heard of the 3 questions that I ask people like all the time. I came up with these 3 points that I put to all Globers. It's been a couple years already. So, and it's
is this the Miggy 3-point takedown?
That's me. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I've got your video on my playlist. Don't even play with me. Don't even play with me. I've got your 3-point takedown in my list.
And
Awesome.
and that's the
Yes, sir.
the
Yes, sir. I
format
came
for
up in
my
this
video.
Discord
I
and I
use the
started
same 3
wrecking
points.
it.
Hang on,
It's
Matthew.
fantastic.
Sorry.
It's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, I actually changed my name to Mayhem because that's what I am to these guys. Like, I'm complete destruction to them. They don't like me at all. Like, and also,
You're me. I wondered why your voice sounded so ridiculously familiar, dude. I'm sitting here going, what is going on? It's because I have your 3-point takedown in my playlist and I often use it, and I'm like, here.
yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? Did you hear the guy,
That's
the way he sounded all
fantastic, my guy. That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, if that's the case, if you're going to be a regular here, I mean, I have some sound clips for you. Whenever, like tomorrow, I'll do some catching up because I just got off of work and I was listening in and I heard Matthew and a new person. I was like, who's this new person? So
yeah. This new person was wrecking it today, dude. Like, you can ask these guys. I came in here and they're like, dang, like, vetted day 1. Let's go. 10 minutes in.
Could we count on you being a regular here? I mean, what is the
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Cool. We do like people being vocal, and it's like the more the merrier. But like the thing is, we like to have people in here who like to get on the mic and say, "Hey, let me take this one." You know, like, and the excitement that you have right now is great. I mean, the energy and everything is there. So, we're gonna have a blast. You know, like with the other people that come in here, and you'll get like to see a veritable potpourri of different kind of like people that come in there with the different levels of global mentality. So we got like the beginner globalist who doesn't really know anything, and you kind of go easy on those guys. But then you get like the Matthew Learns kind of like guys who think they know what they're talking about, and then you get the sophist guys, the real dug in anti-flat Earth people who just love to hate flat Earth. And those are my favorite because I love to like crush their ego. Like I love crushing those egos, you know. So for me, I take those. Like I'm like, okay, guys, allow me because let me get in here because I got to, man. This is my thing. It's what I do.
Like honestly, I think honestly, Matthew is not only a bit of a tool. Okay, but a perfect tool in setting this kind of example on how this is what Globers believe, and this is how we're tearing it down. And so he's pretty useful. Like, you know, he's kind of useful to it.
Definitely,
he's a useful idiot.
I'm not an idiot, but I do try to accurately represent mainstream science.
Well, hey, look, you can be smart, but it doesn't equate to like knowledge, wisdom, and intelligence. Like, you know, you can be able to regurgitate stuff, but
though, Jenna, you do sound seasoned. So, have you been doing activism like in another place, or like is this just like the only forum? Like, because I don't know, it sounds to me like you've been in some type of arena.
I Battle Royale, my guy, Battle Royale. I actually got my last YouTube channel. It got deplatformed for a lot of this stuff. Because I said the and Jews and flat and earth, and YouTube said, yeah, no. So I started up another YouTube account, and I've got some videos and shorts on my account, and I do the shorts because, you know, it has to do with, you know, it's quick, it's a little thought, it's a question, it just plants a seed in your mind for anybody that watches the short. So if you want to go and subscribe to my channel, please feel free to do so. But yeah, I'm pretty seasoned. I'm pretty freaking seasoned.
Sounds awesome. Yeah, we need more people in the fight here because it's a tough road, but for the next generation of critical thinkers that are going to be challenging the status quo, we need people that are pretty strong-willed against this because we're the few against the many. So it's going to take a lot of us to like stand together, and it's tough, you know, because everybody's coming at us with this cognitive dissonance, this like just not knowing what they know, like sort of thing. So we have to undo the it takes sometimes. It's just like I always say, it's a case by case scenario. We don't know until we start having a conversation with the person what application we're going to use for that person. Sometimes it might be the soft kid glove, and sometimes it might be like a sledgehammer. So we don't know yet. So it just depends on however the person is and responds. Then we go and kind of be appropriate to like their reactions. Like
so Miggy, would you be okay with giving Jenna the link and image roll so that she can post her channel and stuff? Grim was asking about it.
Oh man, I thought she had that already. Hang on, let me hook up some rolls actually.
Word. Okay, sweet.
VC
I was gonna
verified.
say, if you go to my channel, I've been making my playlists that I've compiled and just put together from like other YouTubers. I've been putting that together. Like, if you want an idea of how seasoned I am, I got 41 videos called Flat Dynamics, 40 videos called Wild Science that makes Flat Earth make sense, 78 Space is Fake, 53 Bright Observations of a Local Sun, 47 videos of flat mapping, 54 videos of moon madness showing how the moon functions and how it's local, eclipses and whatnot. Over 403, a list of like all of this is like 403 facts called Flat Facts. I've got, what is this? Flat Flights with 40 videos in it, 39 videos. Perspective Basics 28.
Well, give us the link in the chat.
So
I've given the link permission. Also, Jenna, I would say because you're coming from a wide variety of like different like flat Earth content, I would say that like because I mentioned the culture here, we've advanced the argument so far forward that it's levels beyond anything you've probably been exposed to. So you might still have like outdated information with like the flat Earth content, and we have here just the people that have been in here, like every single day that you'd hear something, we always make sure that we're on top of our game, so we're not giving out some outdated content. And sometimes you get caught in the crossfire if you're listening like to us speaking here. And you're like, wait a minute, I thought we were talking about the AE map. We're not doing that now. So like, if you're not up to date, you're going to start thinking like, well, whoa, these guys aren't flat earthers or what? Like, so.
Well, no. I mean, I'm pretty up there. I understand. I understand.
So we don't subscribe like the ice ring, kind of the dome, like there's this kind of like flat earth model idea kind of thing that was first it took off when really started to know about flat earth and stuff. So like there's a lot of like things that don't go with like what we do in here, like there's a map of the whole flat earth on the moon. Like that's just not, there's speculation. And then there really is level. And what we do here is we stick to the facts and what we can actually have somebody go and verify. That's how we always make sure that we're doing things the right way versus us just getting caught up in this like whirlwind of like, well, what do you think flat earth is? Like it's more of to the point. We're precise with our fallacies. We're making sure that we're catching them like when they're saying things they're not supposed to. It's a bit of a, like I said, it's a bit of a culture. So I would say,
and I mean, these are, like I said, these videos are things that I've collected. However, I do use a keen amount of discernment in these things, and I don't go into things blindly believing. I actually go into things with the intent of picking it apart and figuring it out, and making it make sense. So
yeah, I'm just and then saying all of this. It's just like to be aware. Because we do dive into some conversations with people, and we do like to have give people the floor. So if you're one who's outspoken, please get the mic and have a conversation with somebody. But because we have a lot of chiefs in here, there's a lot of chiefs. We do have to kind of allow the others to like, if I'm in here and Elijah has a point, I have to make sure that I don't overtalk him and I allow him to make his point, or you know what I mean? Because if you're on a point, I gotta allow you to finish, or I can kind of boost your point and I can be like, yeah, so this thing that she's talking about is such and such or whatever. But I can't override you and say no. What did you think about gravity? And that's like totally not your point. You know what I mean? Like take you off of the
Yeah, and that's kind of what Matthew was trying to do. Matthew was trying to, like, pull on different subjects to try to get away from, water being level. Just observable things. When Globers ask, well, what's your map? What map do you use? Where's your model? And I'm like, I'm not going to claim a model because right now I'm debunking your model.
Yeah, exactly. Where is the curvature? Point to
Where
that.
is it?
I want to
Yes.
see that.
And, so that's, I'm on that level with you guys, is where I'm, the moon map, it's cool, do I necessarily believe it? Not really. It's a speculation, stuff like that. So, I'm right there along with you guys. Absolutely.
Yeah, but like throughout the day and even in the night, because I just got off of work and it's like 2 or 3 in the morning over here where I'm at in the Midwest. But usually during the day, that's my time that I'm on because I work nights. But we have, like I said, the bigger names of like a part of this group, and we do things in just so I want you to be exposed to that, so like kind of get to know everybody in here, and it's great to have somebody else that's outspoken. That's why I'm kind of like taking a bit of time to kind of like welcome you to the group and whatnot, because hopefully you stick around.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. I'm still
great.
kind of geeking. I'm like, holy crap, that's Miggy.
Yeah, dude,
I was like, I got your 3-point takedown, my guy. I was literally clapping at it the first time I heard it.
It was great, wasn't it?
I was like, because the guy goes, wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody heard it. That was too good.
It was
too good.
Well, yeah, just anyways, I gotta get going though, because I gotta go to bed and whatnot. But it was good to see you, Jenna, and also like just don't be a stranger, stick around and whatever.
Yeah,
Likewise,
absolutely.
It was nice to meet you tonight, Jen. I hope to see you in here in the future.
Yeah, excellent, awesome. I'll probably see if I can. I probably should get some sleep too, because I'm also in the considered Midwest. I'm in Oklahoma.
Well, you're right near Helio Skeptics, and he's in Arkansas. Never mind.
Yep, I'm in the G. I'm in good old Muskogee. We don't smoke marijuana in Muskogee. They're lying. We have dispensaries. We don't get high on LSD. Well, there's some.
All right. I gotta get going. But I'll see you guys mañana. Later, guys.
Yep.
Peace out, Miggy.
Adios,
Good
Miggy.
night. Talk to you later.
Later.
Hasta luego.
I like to say hasta lasagna, don't get it on ya. Kind of weird. Ooh, what's this? Platform, Grace, what is this?
Just another black swan. So 1.5 foot elevation, 32 miles is the observation. There's a rock there at 32 miles. It's 85 feet high. Should be obscured by something like 600 feet curvature from there, from that vantage point.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm already seeing the math lining out right now. Okay, wow, yeah.
Just 1.5 miles away, right? But we're seeing the surface of the water all the way to 32, pretty much, and some clouds and stuff. But yeah, seeing the surface for way too far.
That's the whole thing, is, we can literally see a bit too far to account for this calculation of curvature, which is kind of funny. They tattled on themselves anyway, like Professor Dave did, and he tattled on himself when he's like, that's just a parabolic approximation. I'm like, that's just fancy words for a bullshit calculation.
Faustanos, tell us why angle measurements to horizons that aren't geometric tell you that they're geometric.
Repeat that?
Well, he's just posting Al Baruni in the chat, right? He did angle measurements to horizons, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, horizons that are not geometric, right? They're too far to be that. So why would measuring an angle to a horizon tell you that it's geometric when the thing is too far to be geometric?
If you
Oh,
have the
man.
way to debunk all irony, I'm all ears for you. Just show me.
Well, look at the horizon I just posted, right?
No,
What?
I want you to debunk all irony.
That's the whole point of what we just did here. His method uses the horizon, right? His method uses the horizon and assumes that the horizon is Earth curve and all that, right?
Yes.
Well, we can measure a distance to a horizon. Well, it's an apparent location, so we can't actually get like a specific measurement, right? But we can measure it to further than the distance it should be geometrically on the globe, right? So if that's the case, why would measuring an angle to this thing that's too far to be a geometric horizon anyway then tell you that it is a geometric horizon?
So you are saying that's no way to know the shape of the Earth by measuring.
No,
Well,
there's no way to actually
But you guys
measure curvature.
said it's flat. You know
No,
the shape.
No,
How did
there's
you
no
get the shape?
actual direct measurement of curvature.
And how did you get
what
the
a shape
shape?
is though too? Could you just draw me the shape flat real quick?
I'm asking you, if we cannot measure the shape of the Earth using the horizon, how did you guys know that it's flat?
How do we know it's a shape?
Finding no curvature, right, which just rules out the shape claim of globe, right? Because that would have to have curvature. But that's not us making our own positive shape claim. That's just saying, well, it can't be this because that would have to curve, right?
Yeah, I'm sitting here going, like, how do we know it's a shape at all, period?
What?
What? What do you mean, what? The Earth is... You claim that it's a globe, right? Okay? You claim that the Earth is a globe? Okay, the claim is that the Earth is a globe, but that it's also an ellipsoid or an oblate spheroid. But that's not what NASA shows us. So where's the curvature? Where's the proof?
Yeah, where can I see this in real life? Point to it, please.
Yeah, level equals curve.
Go
Makes me
ahead.
want to smack someone upside the head with a leveler so hard.
Come on, false Thanos. Please show me where I can view this curvature, please.
What's the highest point I have to go to view it? Mount Everest? Oh, that's right. People die.
If you haven't seen yet, the curvature is not my fault. It's just there.
Show me the curvature for Mount Everest. Go.
Oh, because okay. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat this like I did with Matthew, and when you look at a reflection of like mountains and trees, and you look at this reflection on water, is it perfectly symmetrical, or is it convexing, bubbling up, curving? Is the image on the water stretching at all, or is it perfectly symmetrical with the scenery?
It's symmetric.
Oh, okay. Well, that would mean that there's no convexity to water. That would mean that physics is correct when it says that water finds its level. So that would mean that there is no curvature.
No, that just means that we
can be detected
are
at
not
all.
living in the Little Prince world.
Debunk what you're saying right now.
Your
Oh
allegation
yeah, heck
just
yeah.
makes it like the
Susan, that
globe.
was great proof, actually. Are you a globe?
Just
So I
tell me
take you're
when
a
you
globe
finish.
believer, right?
So why don't you give us the method that you claimed, Faustanos? What's your understanding? Why do you think horizon dip tells you that a horizon is geometric and that we're on a ball?
You want me to answer your question?
Yeah, like just elaborate on your claim a little bit, you know?
Yeah, answer questions and whatnot.
Tell us why you think this method establishes the Earth's geometry as spherical.
I have no intent to change our mind, guys. Just be cool.
Or do we want to
Well,
change yours?
you see,
But
Fastianos,
you
we
need to
already
stand
had to
behind
change
Asking
our
about
minds
the
for
globe,
ourselves.
I don't want to teach anything. You guys just know
You
everything,
need
so
to
it's
stand
fine.
behind your claim.
No, we don't know everything, Fastianos.
What
We don't
claim?
know everything.
Well, I want
What
to learn,
claim?
Faustanos, so that's a shame. Come on, teach me.
No. Sorry.
But if you know enough about the globe, then you should be able to accurately teach it, Fastanos.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know how to teach it. All we're telling you is that you have a belief that you can't prove.
Well, I
That's
mean,
all we're saying.
let's try to give him some credit and see what he can do. Maybe let's play around with it. So, Fastanos, you agree with me that reflections on calm bodies of water are perfectly symmetrical and not convexing, not curving, not stretching? So that would mean that if water is level in that much of a lake, then it's going to be level everywhere else across this planet. That's logic.
Well, plain, but yeah.
Yeah, plane it's a plane.
Yeah,
It's
not a
like
planet.
inertial plane. Level inertial plane. How do we get around that one, Fastanos? How do you justify curvature
And
when we can see perfect reflections, symmetrical reflections in water, which would prove that water is level?
This is a oversimplification fallacy. Just keep going.
No, it's not an oversimplification fallacy at all.
Yes,
It's
it is.
literally that simple. It's literally that simple.
Okay.
Physics dictates that water is going to be level in a glass. It's going to be level in a cup. It's going to be level in a bowl. It's going to be level in a puddle, a pond, a lake. It's going to be level in large bodies of water, except for where the rivers flow.
How much more complicated does it get?
Right. I didn't realize it should be complex.
Yeah. Like, what else does it do, Faustanos? Like,
Yeah, we always witness this.
That's the only way to prove the flat Earth, guys. Keep going with the fallacy.
Is
Keep
it?
going.
Is it the only way?
It's a fallacy. Okay.
Reversal fallacy, actually, there, bud.
Yeah.
Oversimplification fallacy.
You don't need to prove the
There's
flat
no
Earth.
oversimplification fallacy. It's literally that simple.
Okay.
You see it. You see it for yourself. I've seen it for myself. Everybody in this chat right now has seen this perfect mirror, this symmetrical reflection on water.
Yeah, but what's being oversimplified? Like, what else is there to it that she's missing?
Why did ships disappear on the shore?
That would be a burden reversal. So you were just talking about fallacies, and now this is one right here.
And now you want to ask me a question. I'm asking you to validate curvature when we see symmetrical reflections in water. How do you explain that if there's curvature?
I'm asking if there is no curvature, where the ship goes.
Out of your view.
Where?
It's called the vanishing point of perspective. You need to look this up. You need to look up vanishing point.
What I'm going to tell you, Faustanos, is that we don't directly measure any curve of any body of water anywhere, right? So I'm going to say it's not due to a curve when a ship disappears. What do you say?
That's a lie.
That's a lie. So it's due to a curve when a ship disappears.
I ask you the same question you said me. It's the vanishing point of the perspective.
It's the vanishing point of the perspective that has nothing to do with curve then. So why would what I just said be a lie?
That's what I said.
Because
I said
it is a lie.
go look up vanishing points and perspective.
Where's the lie? What part's the lie?
Everything in flat Earth is a lie, guys.
If everything's a lie, then you can be specific and tell me what exactly is a lie.
Okay, I can be specific, but I need some time to say.
You need some time to figure out what you just lied about me lying about.
I'm just asking not to be interrupted. But that's okay. You guys can talk.
Yeah, you need to figure out what you were just lying about me lying about. Okay, I'll give you some time.
If there is perspective making things, ships, the sun disappear on the shore, why this did not change the size?
Okay, so you want us to answer more questions. Is it because you're saying that there's a curve that makes all these things disappear?
Wait a second. I'm asking everything.
Well, we don't know everything about everything. I've already given you a position.
I cannot ask anything.
I've already
Can
given you
I
a
ask
position.
something?
We don't know everything about everything in existence, right? But what we do know is when we directly measure bodies of water, we don't find curvature of them. So anytime you want to come to me with something like a boat or a sun disappearing or whatever, right, and say it's got to be because of curve, my answer is always going to be we don't directly measure curves, so it can't be that. Unless you're aware of a measurement of a curved body of water, then I guess it could be that. Are you?
No.
Then what are you talking about?
I'm wanting to learn about the flat Earth. Can you teach me?
I did. I just
you
told
know
you
something about the
Literally
flat
just
Earth
told
to
you.
answer my question.
Literally just told you, buddy.
So if
He literally just told you everything you needed
So
to know.
why the sun don't change the size if he's going by perspective in this
What?
vanishing point?
The sun, excuse
the
me,
sun don't change the size.
excuse me, the sun does change in its size, and this has been observed and it's been recorded. At a high enough elevation, the sun will go so far away that it looks like a pin dot and it disappears into the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
This has been observed.
Faustinus, why would you go back to another thing, though, that you're invoking curvature for? Because I just told you that when we try to directly measure for it, we find none, right? So whatever's happening out there, right, it can't have anything to do with there being curved bodies of water on the face of the Earth, or else we'd be able to measure those, right?
You are desperately trying to get back to the curvature because it's the only
That's
point
what
that
you're
the
trying to
flat
get
Earth
to, you fool. That's what you're invoking with the sun going away and stuff. You're trying to say it's because of
I
a
want to
curve,
see
right?
that
So that's what
perspective.
you're getting to,
My
and I'm just
perspective.
going straight to your
This
point,
object.
right?
But this perspective don't make the object change the size. If he's closer, he's bigger. If he's far away, he's smaller.
That's great. Can you measure the curve that you think blocks the sun?
Yes.
Okay, then get us that.
What better than
Yeah, please point us to that curvature.
Eratosthenes,
That's what we're asking.
Albiruni, which one?
Eratosthenes. Okay.
Good grief.
Okay, sure. So shadows diverge on curved and flat surfaces. How did he know which one he was on?
If you get the size of the shadows that it casted by the
No, I just told you they diverge on both curved and flat. So how did he know which one?
But you make I will give you a device. Just take some model of the flat Earth, do this a small and close sun, measure the shadow, and make on the globe Earth and see.
So Faustinus, why are you coming in here straw man and us telling us what the flat Earth says? We're not telling you what the flat Earth is. We're destroying the globe Earth, right? And you coming in here presenting no proof, no evidence whatsoever for your claim, other than a couple of names and a couple of non-experiments, which these guys have already explained to you are not experiments and doesn't prove the globe by shadows and sticks or by Al-Biruni and his imaginary horizon that he's measuring to. So get out of here. Where's your proof for the globe? Give me some evidence for the globe before we answer any other of your stupid questions.
I
just want to point out real quick, okay, that you said something about like when you do this and this on your flat Earth model. No, like I said, we're not trying to claim that we have a particular model or a particular map. We're trying to point out that there is no detectable curvature and there's no detectable rotation of Earth.
Don't let them build a straw man. We're not answering any straw man questions of your perceptions of what we may think. We're trying to get answers for your globe. That's what we're in here doing. And we're asking you to bring some evidence for what you believe in. And right now, you don't have anything but questions. So where's your evidence for this globe that you believe in other than Al-Biruni or Eratosthenes?
You need to prove two things, Faustinus. You need to prove curvature and rotation. You need to prove those two things, Faustinus. Curvature and rotation. How do you do that?
Why did I need to prove those things?
because that's
Because
what
you're
holds up
making
the
a positive
globe.
claim for the
Period.
globe.
You guys are
Well,
making a
hang on.
positive
Can you prove
claim
No,
the
no, no, no.
saying
globe?
there is no
We're
proof of
asking
Can
it.
you prove
you.
the globe?
We're
If I may.
asking you to prove the globe, to teach us
And I'm
and
asking you
and make
guys
us
to prove
understand,
the
right?
flat Earth. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's
No.
a roll. Ooh, that's a burden reversal.
Also, good morning.
It's not the same thing. We're not making a claim. What we're doing is we're destroying the globe, the heliocentric model that you guys say you claim it. We
So,
took
Mac,
all the
if
math,
I ask
all
you
of the evidence
something
that
about the
no. You don't ask me anything. You present your evidence first. That's what
but
you come in here to do. You come in here to present evidence for your globe, and then we start to tell you why your evidence fails, and and then we can go from that point. But if you don't have any evidence, why are we going to keep entertaining answering your questions?
Yes.
if you ask me, I need to bring the proof, right? If I ask you, you don't need to
Evidence.
show another proof.
Because we're not making a claim. We are not making a claim of flat Earth. We're saying that the globe does not exist in the way that it's been described,
Exactly.
in the way that we've all been indoctrinated with. That's what we're saying. We're saying they do not allow us to go and find out what the shape and levels of this Earth is. I'm saying that there's restrictions by government agencies, have been so for a long time, that restrict any normal person from going to explore any part of this Earth. Period. So
Yeah,
we
you're not
can't
allowed
gather
to ask
any
the
more evidence. But what we can do is we can destroy the evidence that you've given. What we can do is we can test and experiment with the information that has been given. And if it fails, then the globe fails. So again, I ask you, what evidence do you have?
So I can do the same metric with the flat
No,
Earth.
you
I can
cannot.
ask
No,
you
you
for
cannot.
proof,
We're not
and when
making
you
a claim
show
of
me,
the
I
flat
can
Earth.
rebuke
We
them.
are not making a claim of the flat Earth. We are not showing you the flat Earth. We are not presenting a model for the
You
flat
just
Earth.
make a bunch of
No,
claims
what you've
like
done,
the system is
what
hiding
society
something
has done,
we can
has
ignore.
presented evidence, has taught it to children as facts, and brought no evidence for it that can be verified. So, we're not teaching anybody of the flat Earth in school. We're not indoctrinating anybody. We're telling you that the information you've been given is wrong. We're asking you to verify if that information is accurate. And you're asking us, oh, can you prove the flat Earth? I told you we are not allowed to explore this Earth. We can't prove anything right now to anybody about anything. All right, but what we can do is we can deconstruct stories that were given to us and provide evidence that that story is a falsification, period.
Yep.
So the only type of argument you guys have is create a lie about the globe and claim it's a flat.
It's to falsify.
Wait. So what lie did we create about the globe? What lie do you think we created?
One. Choose one.
Let me ask you one. You pick one. You pick one.
Choose one and two, okay?
Like the
And
sun is going by perspective,
one
the
we
ship
chose.
is going by perspective. It's all lies.
Okay, so one, I guess. So we chose curvature is as the lie, right? And we chose rotation as the lie, right?
Okay.
That's no curvature, no rotation. That's what we chose for our lies. If that's
And
what you want to
pressure
go on.
next to a vacuum as well. We got a gas pressure next to a non-pressurized system as well.
So that's impossible, right?
No, I mean you just said that. I didn't say that. You just said it's impossible. I would agree. I would agree unless you can dispel that.
Everyone here would agree.
I'm asking you, it's impossible.
No, you're not asking me if it's impossible. I don't know what's impossible and what's not impossible. What I can tell you is that we don't have any experimentations on Earth to prove that gas pressure can stay next to a pressurized system can stay next to a non-pressurized system without any containers. We don't have any evidence of that on Earth.
Really?
Really?
Really, we don't.
Now, if you want to go into a falsification fallacy and say, well, we're on the Earth, we'll go for it. But out of that, there is no experimentation of this.
Facts.
What is rarefied air?
What is an experiment to you, False
I don't know.
Thanos?
Tell me
What's
what
an
rarefied air is.
I want to know what
You
an
don't know?
experiment is to you.
You don't know, Max?
I don't know
Do
what
you
rarefied
know?
air is. I need you to tell me what rarefied air is.
Just take a look.
No, I need you to tell me. I need you to explain. What's rarefied air and what does that have to do with your claim of the shape of the earth?
I have a picture of the moon that I took through a telescope. Should I be a globe earther because the moon looks round?
I'm kind of lazy to explain for people who don't want to understand.
I know
we
we're
still
not
your
here.
answer. Just a cop out. You don't have anything. You come here with nothing, and then you talk condescendingly to us. Like, come here with something if you think that we're wrong, or else like what's
You
the
ask
point?
the question. I don't come here to talk. I
Well,
just post a link.
Well, you
call
come
my
here
name.
telling us
You
that there
call
are
my
curved
name.
bodies of water outside on the face of the earth, right? So we ask you for a measurement of one.
Right?
That's like,
You make
I
the
don't
claim.
teach
You
people
make
who
the
don't
claim.
claim.
I
No,
don't
I
make
don't
the
make
claim.
So Al-Biruni made the claim, Eratosthenes made the claim, and you're
You guys
supporting their
deny.
claims with no evidence.
Made the claim.
And you guys deny it.
Deny what? What did they do that we deny? Explain.
Everything. You
No,
guys
everything. Okay, that
completely
doesn't tell me
deny the
anything. Tell me what
scientific
specifically
method
they did that we're
in general.
denying.
What's up?
I cannot talk anything if I can ask you guys
Oh,
something.
listen, you just said we
I'm
deny
just here
everything.
to
If we
No,
deny
let him
everything,
ask
be
me. Let him
interrogated.
ask me.
That's it.
Let him ask me.
I'm fine.
well, I want to get a specific example of what we're denying because that's what he just said. We deny everything.
Yeah.
So
Let him ask me.
You guys deny the sunset.
No, I don't. Nobody
Okay,
here denies
all right.
sunset.
Fastanos. We are
You guys
not
just say
denying a
perspective.
sunset.
Nobody
Fastanos, are
denies
you listening?
Yes,
Are you listening?
guys said the sun is go by perspective, right?
Okay, can I speak?
Well, I'm just trying to handle him for a second.
Okay.
So nobody denies sunsets, Faustanos. What are you talking about?
Yeah, nobody denied a sunset. We're saying that it appears to set due to perspective. But if you go up at certain places at high enough elevation, the sun will go so far out of your view that it looks like a pin dot before it just disappears into the atmosphere, and it doesn't set. It just, like, from your perspective at high altitude, the sun won't like look like it's setting. Okay, when you're on the ground, when you're at lower altitude, it's going to appear to set due to your personal perspective. However, it's still going into your vanishing point. If you're up at higher elevation, you can observe this. You can observe the sun going further away into a perfect circular tiny pin dot before it vanishes. This has to do with elevation and perspective and vanishing points. We are not denying that the sun sets. We are saying that it doesn't actually set behind any curvature. We are saying that it appears to set due to perspective. Do you understand?
The main part, though, is that we don't measure curvature on the surface of the Earth. So whatever the sun does or whatever anything else does, it can't be due to curvature that isn't there on the surface, right, Faustanos? That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
But did you understand? I want to know. Did you understand what I said, Faustanos?
Yes.
Okay, and do you deny any of that?
I will compare the denied with don't look like is setting that you said. That's why I said thank you, because you make my point.
So what was your point? Repeat your point.
When you said don't look like it's setting, that's denial.
No, it's not denial.
Yeah,
I'm
it
trying
is.
to explain to you what it looks like to you, to anybody, to all of us. It has to do with the laws of perspective.
Okay, and you guys have some qualifications to talk about the shape of the Earth or to make some experiment to check the
Yeah.
curvature.
Yeah, but do
There's
you?
been many experiments done, Fastenos.
Yes, but do you?
Constantine, you don't seem to
Yes, but do
understand.
you?
You don't seem to understand the references that you bring to us. Like you cite Al-Biruni and Eratosthenes, and you don't seem to be able to tell us anything about those things. So, are you qualified to talk about this, or maybe should you sit and listen for a while?
So you guys are qualified to talk about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
I think you should ask more questions, Fastenos. I think you need to ask more questions.
We're also not going to go ahead and assume something that can't be apparent that's in reality. So,
So
if you
you
can't
guys don't look
present,
and don't
yeah,
believe
but
it?
if you can't present the curvature of the Earth to us, why should we believe that there is?
Okay. I don't need to prove anything.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
somebody needs to prove
Right.
something.
Actually,
If the Earth
I'm
is
gonna say
curving,
something. You
there should
are
be
our
some
adults.
actual proof.
I can see that you are adults, and you guys get in the flat Earth by yourself. So if you want to get rid of it, it's not me who's gonna prove something for you. Sorry,
Well,
guys.
listen.
Okay, well,
You
you're
guys
here,
get in this
buddy, not
craziness by
us.
yourself.
Where you are, you're here
Okay.
where we
I don't
are.
have nothing to do with that.
Thanos, if you are near water and you're able to see a boat go across the water by standing on the beach and it disappears from your point of view, if you pull out a telescope, why would it come back up? Why would you be able to see it using the telescope if it disappears over horizon?
You can see it forever plane.
Okay, so it's level.
What? I'm asking you. You can see the ship forever. He can
No.
go and go and go,
No,
and
there's
you
air.
keep it.
Air has density. You can't see forever through air.
Oh, so there is something that obstructs
Yeah,
your
there's something
view.
there. There's something there, and it's air, right?
Your field of vision.
There's something there, and it's air.
You guys want to say refraction, right?
No, air.
No, we don't cry refraction when things don't go our way.
I'm
Really?
saying
Just look like
lenses,
you're going
glass
to-
lenses that you can see through.
That
Are you mad with me, Jenna?
Glass.
I'm sorry.
Faustanos, have you ever seen a weather report before?
Yes.
Okay, you know where it says visibility?
Yes.
And it gives you a value. Maybe it'll say 7, 8 miles. On a really nice day, maybe it'll say 20 miles.
Yes.
Yeah, you know that's because there's air, right?
Yes. And then
Okay, so
change
have you
of
ever seen a weather
temperature
report? Hold on. Have you ever
is
seen a
there.
weather? Oh, I'm not done.
You-
Have you ever seen a weather report that says visibility 7,000 miles?
Are you done?
Have you?
Are you done? Can I talk?
Have you seen a weather report? No, not yet, because you haven't answered. Have you ever seen one that says visibility today 7,000 miles?
Yes or no?
Oh, it's not done yet.
No,
No, you have to answer yes or no. It's simple. Yes or no question.
Wait a
Have you
second.
ever seen
I
a
need to
visibility?
talk or not? I can be quiet.
Well, yeah, you
Just-
can talk. I'm trying to get you to do that by answering the question.
It's a yes or no
Are you done?
question, Fastenos.
No, I'm not done because you still haven't answered the question. Ever seen a weather report that said visibility 7,000 miles?
I'm
We'll
not
wait.
here to prove any global.
So is that a
That's
yes
what
or
I'm
no? But you're just here to sit here and look silly? Well, can you just answer the question?
You're not
I want
here
to
to
learn
prove the
about the
globe,
flat
then
Earth.
Okay, I'm
Are you
teaching you
Sounds
about it.
schizophrenic right now.
There's a thing called air density, right? I'm telling you about Earth right now. You wanted to know. There's a thing called air density. This is the reason you've never seen a weather report that says visibility today 7,000 miles, because you can't see through that much air. It's too dense to see through that much of it. So you don't
You're
live in
not
a vacuum.
Superman.
You can't see forever through this stuff. Get with it.
No one sees forever. You're not Superman.
Okay, so the stars can follow the same rule.
Measure the distance to a star.
I need to measure distances. You guys don't know anything
Verify a
about
distance
the.
to the star.
And how did you verify that?
I didn't. You're the one making the claim about it, right? You're trying to tell me that the stars are light years away and we can see those, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that.
Yeah, you're saying that. So you're the one making
I'm
the
saying
distance
that.
claim. Okay, so now how are you going to verify the distance?
No, I'm not saying that. Sorry.
Okay, you're not. You're going to just make the claim, then you're going to run away from the
Which
verification.
claim? Which claim did I make?
Well, I asked you if you were making a distance claim about the stars, right? You said
No,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
ask you guys why the ship goes away. Just that.
Well, not because there's curve. Because
You already.
Claim. No claim.
yeah, not because
They
there's
already
curve.
told you why the ship go away.
Whatever.
The ship goes away because of air density and perspective.
Nice.
Okay, next
So
question.
you guys just ask me what is denied and what did you guys lie about? Just an example.
Oh, you're trying to understand like the whole. I don't know if you're trying to just understand the debate or what, Fausthanos. But the positive
I'm being
claim.
honest. Jen, I'm being honest. Really, I'm being honest with you guys.
All right, and I'm trying to take you as a genuine person, and if you're not here to prove the globe, then what are you here for?
To listen about the flat Earth.
To listen about the flat Earth. Okay, but you're doing a lot of talking and not a whole lot of listening.
Okay, I'm mute myself. No problem.
Okay, you don't have to mute yourself. All I'm saying is we've already explained how the sunsets work. We've explained how water is level, horizons are level, they're parallel. We've explained exactly why boats appear to disappear when they go, too far out of your view, and because of atmosphere. We've already explained these things. These are basic, observable, provable things. And they're only possible. These things happen because the Earth is level. No curvature can be detected.
I'm just gonna say,
So and if you're not here to try to prove a globe, then are you standing on the fence of you don't know what to think? Because we're just pointing out real things here. We are just pointing out things that we can see, things that we can observe. We are pointing out the laws of physics. We are pointing out the laws of entropy, thermodynamics, things like perspective, all of that. These are natural, physical laws, observable. And that's all that we're talking about here. So we're not lying to you. We're not lying about anything. We are stating known facts that are tangible. Okay? That's why when I asked you earlier, when you see reflections in water, the reflection is perfectly symmetric, right? It's perfect symmetry in reflections on calm bodies of water. This would prove that there's no convexity. There's no curvature to the Earth. You can argue against that if you would like, but these are just things that are real that we're pointing out, which make the whole globe thing fall flat. No pun intended. Go ahead.
Okay.
So, what are your thoughts about the Earth? How about that? We'll go with that. What are your thoughts about the Earth, Fausthanos? What are I want to know. I'm curious.
Okay. But there are some lies that the science tells us, but the shape of the Earth is not one of them for me. That's my opinion. And
So in your opinion, the shape of the Earth is a globe, or the shape of the Earth, Earth water has curvature? Is that what you're saying? In your opinion?
yes.
Okay, well, is your opinion based on any verifiable, provable, observable facts that you can
Yes.
name? Okay, can you name 5 verifiable, observable, provable facts that will back up your opinion of Earth being a globe?
Actually, Jenna, I did that the last time I was here. I said I said 5 things, and I need to go because it's time for me to work. So Coriolis effects, the midnight sun in Antarctica, the
No,
eclipse
no.
of. Let me finish.
Midnight
It's
sun
just
in
five. Just
Antarctica.
five.
Okay, can you
Jenna,
stop right
Jenna,
there?
let
The
me
midnight
finish.
sun.
Okay.
All right. Well, you have a good day at work then, because the midnight sun in Antarctica already got debunked.
Yeah, but also when he starts doing that, it's just a gish gallop, and we got to just stop him right away and just say, okay, just pick the point that you want to go with, and let's talk about that.
Right.
He's just gonna try to list like 10 things and then just dip. Like that doesn't do any good for any of us.
Yeah, for real. I got to go to work. Here's my scatter gun.
Yeah.
Spray and pray. Spray and pray. Run away.
Yeah, I mean, if any of those were proofs, he could just pick one, and we could just talk about that this entire time, and that'd be good enough.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I was thorough and consistent there, you know. I really got in and I tried to make him understand.
Yeah, he's bricked, though. It's just...
Well, the first thing I realize is that this guy comes in with the reversal of proof, trying to ask us for proof of the flat earth, which is something that is not allowed. That's not allowed. We do not entertain that. That's not a tactic. That's not something that we can prove. All right? So we're not going to let anybody come in here and flip the reversal of proof on us as if we need to provide some, a burden of proof on us, as if we need to provide a burden of proof to them. No, we do not. You've given us some information. We went out and we tested and verified this information, and it all comes back false. That's where we start, and that's it. None of us can explain the flat earth. We don't have a map, a model, or anything else like that, because that's not what that's about. We can't explore it. We can't see it for ourselves. So we're not going to let anybody come in here and do any of that garbage on us, period.
Yeah. He got pretty quiet there. Like, he was really thinking about this. Like, you could kind of hear it, but ultimately, I really think it fell on a deaf brick. Everyone in the chat, like, brick, thick as a brick. Fantastic. I mean, I really couldn't have a brick wall. That's what it felt like. It was so quiet the whole time. Oh man, these memes are great. Oh, I love that. That's a great GIF. That's a great GIF. Donato. Fantastic.
Comes in here screaming names and not providing any evidence, not knowing about any of these claims have already been debunked and provenly debunked by their own scientists, as these things cannot lay claim to anything.
Right. Because, I mean, we really don't know. The whole thing is and you're right, when you bring up the fact that we're not really allowed to go exploring our world. There's no private independent travel allowed past 60 degrees northern or southern latitude. You get turned away by military or whatever.
Yeah, there's stories of these things on the internet. I think there's even a partial video of some guy getting turned away when he goes too far south near Antarctica or in that area. He's turned away by military vessels. So, we know these things. We know of the Antarctic Treaty. We know it's been signed by over 100 countries, and it's, one of the few treaties that's never been broken, if not the only one. And if these guys don't know of these facts, it's upon them to listen and to verify the information that's being provided to them, or to, just go ahead and kick and scream, because some of them just want to kick and scream.
Oh, yeah, it's like you're taking their Santa ball away. You can't take that from me. You can't take it from me. I mean, you never actually had it to begin with, Globers.
I'm sorry. Good morning, room, or good night, room, or something.
Oh, it's like good morning. 3:37 is good morning.
People are scattered around the globe here.
We can say they're scattered all across this inertial plane.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm very very selective on the words I use with people, because and I'll use these terminologies in just regular conversation with just regular people, and it's just a way to drop some seeds.
It is when you start to change your verbiage a little bit. Someone might cock their head and say, "Did you mean atmosphere?" No, I meant atmos.
Yep, I meant the atmos. Yep. And when I'm like, yeah, all across this inertial plane, and people are like, what? And I'm like, the planet. Anyway. And then I'll get back into the regular mediocre conversation. So, yeah. Well, hello, my dog. But, gotta go to bed. Flatsy Klein says good night. Good night. Sweet dreams. Don't worry, you won't spin off in the middle of the night.
Good night, Flatsy.
She's pretty cool. I just joined in today, and I'm like, y'all are some cool cats.
Yeah, Jen, I heard you speaking with Miggy earlier.
Yes, I was kind of fangirling. I was like, yo, why did your voice sound so familiar? Yes!
You're the 3 points guy.
I was like, maybe 3-point takedown? He's like, that's me. I was like, oh! I was wondering why your voice sounded so familiar. Because he started talking about the 3 points I used, and I was like, are you Miggy? Oh,
That's
it's
freaking
fantastic.
awesome.
Fantastic, I'm pretty well seasoned. I've been on this for a few years. I got a buddy of mine. I absolutely love him to death, and he thinks I'm crazy because he thinks he understands astronomy. And I was like, well, and he's like, but ultimately I don't, because I haven't been, to the south, like Antarctica. He's like, I want to go to Antarctica and observe the stars and try to understand. I'm like,
But
yeah.
he's not crazy.
You'll be met with some nice military.
Say that again?
He'll be met with the military if you go there.
Yeah, exactly.
Good luck with that.
Yep. You'll be met with the military if you try to go past 60 degrees northern latitude, too.
You mean I can't go to Santa Claus' house and pick up my gift directly?
Absolutely not. Sorry.
Shit.
I have to ask Santa for some sort of express delivery or something. I don't know.
But astronomy's great, and astronomy isn't a lie or anything like that. It's just something that they try to incorporate into their heliocentric model, but there's nothing wrong with astronomy. Shit. The stars are a map, the stars are a clock, the stars are a bunch of different things.
Yes. And that's what I've explained, The sun goes around like the hour hand on a clock. And that's a perfect description, And if the point from which your clock hands come from is the center of the clock, you can imagine that as north. Perfect center north. At least that's our magnetics. That's this, because we don't know much. There could be more beyond Antarctica that we don't know, and we're just kind of being kept in this little bubble. We don't know. But you can't go exploring past 60 degrees latitude north or 60 degrees latitude south. Get turned around by the military. It's ridiculous. We should be able to, explore our world and be able to do more research for ourselves. But they make that damn near impossible.
You know, it's kind of funny, Jenna. We need to explore our world, right? But we need permission to even leave where we are, right? You got to get that passport. You got to get your visas stamped up, you know, just to leave, right? Not even to say where you're going, but just in order to leave, you got to get these things, right? So, man, they really got us locked in here.
That's no joke. That's no joke. And it's funny because, like, and I say it all the time, I'm like, they have us thinking that we're free. The whole thing is the fence is just way the fuck out there. You know, and if you can't see the fence, I'm sure, you know, just like chickens or cattle, you know, they're free range, right? They're free range, yeah, free range, but there's still a fence. We're cattle, you know. That's what they consider us.
Right, sheep, right? I thought we were sheep.
Hey, no. You and I, all, you know, if we aren't them, we're considered goyim, which is the Jewish word for cattle. Slave. That's what we're all considered by that one particular group of people. Rhymes with news.
Hey, hold on a sec.
Rhymes.
Yeah, we got to stay off those topics. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's just there's so many servers getting nuked and stuff like that.
That's why I'm being very careful with the words I use.
Well, like your YouTube channel and stuff got nuked and whatnot, right? So a few
that's why
I've been stuff like that just got taken out for discussing similar topics, and like I'm not like taking a shot at your position on anything. I'm just saying for the interest of the server, let's just stay on the other thing. Yeah.
But yeah, we're, for, you know, lack of a better term, fenced in, and the majority of people don't see the fence. You know, they call it your news feed. You know, like a cattle feed. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
The fence is psychological in a large part as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the globe only exists in the mind.
You know, the conditioning, you know, creates the illusion, you know, that they want the narrative to be. And so, you know, most people aren't even interested. And, you know, most people say, you know, when you start to take down their arguments, well, what does it matter? And that's what it ultimately comes down to, and where they have us right now in the psychological bind, where even when you start to unravel all of it to a logical, rational person, ultimately their final response will be, well, what does it matter? Right? And that explanation is so deep, so long, so, you know, so faceted that you couldn't even begin or know where to begin to answer that portion of their question, you know. But that's ultimately what they always, you know, reduce it down to when you start to, you know, explain and show them, and they're logical and they're rational, and they're like, wow, you know what? Yeah, I don't know why the moon is not full in the daytime when the sun is up. I don't know why we could pull the boats back into view when it's supposed to go over a curve. I don't know how, you know, we can have a pressurized system next to a non-pressurized system without, you know, equilibrium being set. I don't understand that either, but what does it all matter? You know?
That one gets me a lot because, you know, and I said it earlier, you know, this is more than just the shape of the earth. This has a lot to do with the freedom of humanity, okay? And especially mental freedom and the individual autonomy of people. Much more than the shape of the earth. You know, when people realize this, you know, that the only laws that are real are, like I said, the laws of physics and the natural laws of man, more people realize this, I think more people will begin to actually break out of this matrix, this mental, and it's a mental matrix, is what I call it.
Would agree. And so, but what I find interesting ultimately is that everyone who reaches this point in their search for truth, no matter where they were in their former lives, they ultimately understand that there's a creator. And that's the weird part about this. whether they're atheist, non-atheist, whether they're on the fence, deist, whatever. They all come to the conclusion that there must be a creator. That there is, I mean, that is the only logical conclusion that one could make. And I find that to be very interesting.
And a good example of that with people who had been atheists. Let's go with there's a DNA scientist. This is really great. It's like 2 hours long. It's like a Project Veritas, like the language of God or something like that. But this guy was an atheist, and he was a scientist. He'd done a whole lot of different scientific research until he decided to expand his field into DNA studies. And it was then that, upon studying DNA, a cross-section of DNA, he sees this beautiful geometric flower of life pattern in this cross-section of DNA, in this little slice of a strand, right? And when he starts analyzing the code of the DNA, he's, finding a regular repeating 10-5-6-5 code in the DNA, in the double helix. 10-5-6-5, 10-5-6-5. And if you go to Old Hebrew alphabet, 10-5-6-5 is YHVH, or Yod He Vod He. And for lack of a better term, it's the signature of a creator. Yod He Vod He. Yahweh. Yahweh. God. There's a signature in our DNA. And I find that incredibly fascinating, that we have a creator. And this scientist was an atheist until he started studying human DNA. And I found that so fascinating.
That's very interesting.
So
in the sequence, he saw God in the sequence.
Right, exactly. He saw God in the DNA sequence, for lack of a better term. Like I said, the 10-5-6-5 repeating code, YHVH in Old Hebrew alphabet, or Yod He Vod He, Yehovah. And it's so amazing. This is, if you want to look it up on YouTube, it's called Project Veritas, the language of God, I believe. And if you know what, let me go. I can probably go to my list and find it and link it in the chat here. I think I'll do that. Because I've got a few things here. But yeah, I found that to be incredibly fascinating. Where'd it go? Playlist of knowledge, where I've got all kinds of stuff in here, from the Old Testament to the New Testament, the Apocrypha, Nag Hammadi, Numa Elish, all that stuff. It's just good to read. I think it was this one. I gotta open this up and find out. Oh yes, this is it. This is it. I found it. This is fantastic. I'm gonna go drop this in the chat here on the Discord. You guys get links in here? I don't know. There you go. So yeah, the Veritas Forum, the language of God. Francis Collins. This guy was an atheist, and it's just amazing what he talks about, in his research. Imagining that I asked a scattergun of 5 irrelevant non-points. You're still at it with, still at it with Fox Thanos. Oh, dang. Poor Fox
triggered.
Thanos.
He leaves the VC just so he can skank up the chat.
Yep.
Should come back in here and talk, make his points.
Yeah, no,
Bring his evidence.
he's just triggered. He has no points or evidence.
Which, I mean, that's kind of funny because he's like, I came in here to learn. But he wouldn't shut up.
Yeah. Just hurls a few insults, but he wants to learn, then runs away.
All I heard was a bunch of
Right.
You lie.
You lie. Santa Claus is real. Poor Foss Thanos. Hey, Foss Thanos, can he hear us? Can he hear us in here?
No, he can't. Well, unless he's listening on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Golly. Yeah, if any of you guys want to, listen to that Veritas forum, save it to a playlist. It's pretty fascinating. As far as, proof of a creator that comes from a once atheist scientist.
Sure, I'll throw it on.
Into it.
Or, wait, sorry, what was it again?
I dropped a link in the chat. It's called the Veritas Forum, The Language of God, by Francis Collins. It's a couple hours long, but it's amazing because this guy is a scientist and he was an atheist until he started studying the science of DNA, and he found just codes that were so distinct that led him to, this research where he's like, I was an atheist and now I can't even deny that there's a creator. So it's a UC Berkeley event. It was really, really fascinating.
Might actually just put that on for myself and pass the hell out. Sounds good.
Yeah. That's, part of my list of that I will turn on and pass out to.
Still go fuck yourself.
Say what now?
I said, yeah, that's actually a video that I have in my list of things to put on and pass out.
Somebody else is mumbling like "go fuck yourself" or something. I was just wondering what that was.
That was weird.
Yeah. Maybe a hot mic, actually. I don't know.
Could be. Could be.
Oh, it's Satoshi. Satoshi, you hot micing? No, whatever.
He said the Earth is not flat. Prove curvature. We'll wait.
Yeah, just emotions. No evidence, no proof. Just lots of emotions. And he's the one talking about how we're all adults here. Well, not him, apparently.
He said,
"Why so emotional about your ball, buddy?" Yes. Okay, great. Let's see it. No problem. Looking forward to it. No. Okay, stop having a meltdown about it. It'll be okay. Like,
this is pretty funny. How do I... You know what? I'm still figuring out the word. I suck at this.
The nihilist.
I gotta send him away. He's just not gonna stop. He's too triggered.
Oh, man. Oops.
Boring.
What happened?
I like
No.
to type, and you are wrong.
Oh.
You are denialist. You are denying that water seek level. You are denying of what? What I'm denying? Water is there outside. I'm not denying anything.
You're denying sunset, Sasha.
Oh, sunset. But
Yeah, you deny the sunset.
Sunset, it's every day. If you see the sun and when it's setting, we call that sunset.
You heard him say that before, right?
Yeah.
So stupid.
But that's the thing. I don't know. You know that people saying how sunsets work on the flat Earth. Like, look, every day it's working the same.
Yeah, pretty dang simple. We measure no curve, and the sun does what it does. Problem?
Yeah. Or that how you have horizon on flat Earth.
Prove curvature. We'll wait.
What is curvature?
You tell me.
And it's necessary. It's like a. I can explain like with airplane. If you don't have
okay.
Airplane, if airplane has no wings, we don't call that airplane.
No, it'd probably be a submarine.
I don't know.
What's the point?
Could be car. My point is, if I show you the airplane and I said, "Look, this is the airplane," and you ask me where are the wings, I can say if you take the stick and put on the front of the airplane. And
That's not the point. We can see an airplane with wings and know that that's an airplane and it has wings. And we can look at an airplane without wings and be like, that's an airplane that's not done being built yet. You don't have a point here. You're straw manning.
You don't see the wings because of refraction. That's the problem.
Okay, so make up some more stuff. I'm trying to get through to you.
And you
prove
cannot
curvature.
Trust,
when I say prove curvature, is not the same as airplane wings.
And you cannot trust your senses.
Oh, I can't trust my senses? I guess not.
No. Yeah.
Nope. Yeah. You know, they've been telling you that your whole life, buddy. Don't trust your senses. Don't trust what you see. Right? Don't trust your own eyes. Look over here.
So if I see a guy with a gun pointed at my face, should I not believe that?
Right. He's handing you a pet bunny.
Yeah, he's my friend, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I should say hello to him. Maybe he wants to hang out with me.
He wants to take you for ice cream.
Oh, that's the different. That's only because you see that about Earth is big.
All right. Well, there's no detectable curvature whatsoever. That's the point, and that's been determined. Time after time after time, 100-fold, no detectable curvature. So, you need to prove curvature. You're over here saying Earth is not flat. That's not what we're arguing. If you're saying Earth is not flat, then what are you arguing? That Earth is a ball? Well, then that means that there's curvature. So now you have to prove curvature. However, you can't prove curvature because it's already been debunked. It doesn't exist. We can see way too far out for that to even calculate correctly. And water is always level. And your whole thing about an airplane, think about it. This is the inertial plane. Go look up the word for plane, and it's level.
Jenna, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Brick.
You need to know that if you don't see the wings, you can see the effects of the wings.
Oh, this is like some weird sci-fi you got going on here, dude.
Because it's the same thing like in nature. We can see effects of curvature.
Okay, like what?
Oh, I don't know. You need to ask
Well,
people who claim that.
then you just made a false claim.
No,
I say you can see the effects of the wings.
You said you can see the effects of curvature, and then I said like what? And then you said, "Oh, you don't know."
Wait, he said you can see the effects of the wings if you don't see a wing on the plane. Is that what he said?
No, I'm pointing. I'm pointing out that he said you can see the effects of curvature. I said, like what? And he goes, I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
this is a
exactly how that
comedy
went. We
show. I
all
love
heard
it. Oh, let this guy keep talking. It's a comedy show. I love it.
Which guy?
So where's the curvature?
Whoever said you could see the effects of the wing, even though you can't see the wings on the plane, you can see the effects of the wings.
I don't even know what that.
I only make that in comparison with the effects of the curvature.
Okay, what are the effects of the curvature? And you said,
It's a stupid analogy. It's not analogous. It's stupid. But go on. It's funny.
I know it's stupid because in the first place I don't have even effects of curvature.
So you don't understand that there's no measurable curvature?
I understand there is no measurable curvature, but there is a people who are saying there are effect of the curvature.
And you believe those people because why?
No, this guy, he's a flat earther.
Jenna, do you think
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Jenna, do you think that I'm Glover?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think that I'm Glover?
Are you a Glover?
For God's sake, no.
No? Sorry?
No?
No?
I can see the effects of the wings.
Who said the effects of wings? I'm not understanding this effects of wings thing.
Because you need to be more here to hear what people saying here, Globers. And I was only just a second want to explain what I cannot explain. That means that's what you see, what we have observation, that we cannot observe the curvature. They are saying we see the effects of curvature. You are asking me what is that? I don't know.
Look, are you saying my second grade teacher lied to me?
They are not lying to you that it's an educational program and they are only following the program.
She was just wrong.
Why would they lie?
Lie to me?
Yeah, they are saying the lie, but they are not maybe even they didn't go into that like us.
Nobody's teachers lied to them. They're misinformed. A lie is with intention.
I mean, they taught us the basic things were taught. You know, what goes up must come down. Water seeks its own level. Things like that. You know, these very basic things that, you know, that I feel like we forgot them for some reason. I think that just as more indoctrination was stacked on top of our brains, we just kind of forgot it.
No, we are programmed because of this. If somebody say Earth is big, and if you think like that, all the time it was big, you know.
Wait. What about Uranus? Do we still have Uranus?
Uranus thinking.
Don't take Uranus away, man. Favorite planet.
I don't know what Uranus. Uranus cannot do anything. It can. And for example, Uranus if Uranus change the color, if Uranus move left, right, up, down, whatever, if Uranus shows like 6 months and then don't show 6 months, whatever you want with Uranus, then what that fucking has to do with the shape of the Earth?
Why are we talking about Uranus? Let's talk about Neptune.
Neptune can prove the shape of the Earth. I believe that. But Uranus, no.
What happened to Pluto?
Pluto, that Walt Disney character.
Yeah, and the shape of Pluto is in the picture of the planet, or the image of the planet Pluto, the most popular image of the planet Pluto. There's a silhouette of the dog.
If all planets are spherical, why Earth is not spherical? Now, my question is, how do you know that all planets are spherical?
Yeah, I was just, how do we know all planets are spherical? We
Well,
don't know.
I have big telescope, and
I
I
can
can
see
see.
multiple
Are you
angles
saying that?
around it.
Are you saying that Saturn doesn't exist?
No, it's a wandering wonder. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. It's a wandering wonder.
And what shape it is?
What shape? What shape is what?
What shape is Jupiter?
I mean, it looks round, but roundish, I guess. I don't know. It's got light coming off of it, all kinds of different, like,
but not spherical.
Different patterns. So I don't know. I mean, it looks somewhat round. I mean, when I'm looking at it from the ground, it looks like a tiny, itty bitty, twinkling round dot.
Yeah,
but not a sphere. Just looks like a tiny little round dot.
It could be. Nobody says that he's not.
I think they're just like gas pockets in a liquid.
We are not 24/7 planets. We are 24/7.
I think that's kind of beyond, what's here on Earth. I don't think that we have a full and complete understanding of it. But we have a full and complete understanding that, there's no detectable curvature and no detectable rotation of this purported globe.
Everything in the sky you saw was a globe. How does that tell you what you're standing on?
Telling me anything. Telling me that it's moving.
What?
Doesn't telling me anything. It's up there and it's moving. It has nothing to do with the Earth. It has to do with the Earth. We can I think measure time. It's a clock. It's one big clock in the sky. Nothing else.
Basically. You got different constellations through different seasons. You tell the time just by the sky.
And repeatable every year.
Yep. Every year. It doesn't change. Doesn't change at all. The constellations stay constant. They don't change their form, but they move their positions like the hands on a clock, season to season, And it is. I feel like the Earth system as a whole really does function like a perfect clock.
Yeah.
It's a perfect clock. Like, there's no way that such a precise, and it's very precise. There's just no way that something so precise just came from nothing. Like, it hurts my brain.
But how do you know you're not just an intelligent rock?
I mean, technically, man came from the sand, right? God made Adam from the dust.
We are speaking about complicated rocks. We are simple rocks.
Like asteroids? Are asteroids considered complicated rocks?
I don't know. You need to ask that woman. She knows. Maybe she can. Because if you have complicated rock, for example, must exist also simple.
I mean, mathematics is just a method of measurement and calculation.
Yeah.
It's
Math is pretty simple. Like I said, the problem is with with numbers is that the numbers don't lie, but people lie about numbers.
Yeah, that's the problem. And people lie about water, and water behaving like behave.
Yeah, what the
Because
way you
sorry, some people, not some people. People are saying that water is curving, but water will not do that.
yeah, it looks level in my glass. It looks level in a bowl. It looks level in a puddle. It looks level in a pond. It looks level in a lake. Chances are it's level
And
all
look at
over
the
the
devil.
place.
We will call that sea level. And look at the devil. Everyone will call that sea level. Even the countries who don't have the sea, they will call sea. We have the mountains above the sea level.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And I point that out all the time. Like how you see, that's one thing that really dawned on me very hard. Is I was like, hold on, we have points above and below sea level.
Yep.
So the level, period, level.
But the guy came here and asked, "What is the mountain in Holland?"
He said, "What?
What is the mountain in Holland?" Like in fucking Holland, it's under the sea level. Maybe you have some points, but it's not mountain. Maybe some hill or something.
I mean, the Dead Sea is oddly below sea level. Like it's its own sea. The Dead Sea is its own sea, and it's below sea level.
Oh, you have the lakes in the mountains. They're above the sea level.
Right. Yes, and the lakes that are above the sea level. I've pointed that out too, and I'm like, and it all it runs downhill. It runs downhill. Thy cup floweth over.
But that stuff, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, and all seas in Europe and everywhere, that fucking thing, that is level.
I observe water being level, so it would just dictate that, if it's going to be level in a glass, in a bowl, in a pond, sea level. Sea level. And, and I explain, it's almost like these words exist for a reason. Sea level, horizon, horizontal, air, plane. It flies in the air over a plane. It's like so crazy.
Jenna, yesterday we asked the person, what mean airplane? What that mean? And we're like, what do you mean what that mean?
It means exactly what it sounds like.
The English is my third language, and when I put that, I mean air, that mean air, and plane means plane. And they are put together, and now we have airplane.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know, like a kid 7 years old, not even 5 years old. Look, plane, airplane, and then you take the some model of, and you show your kid, and you go like this in the air, like look,
airplane. Yeah. Like it's some sort of like it's some sort of like preschool Sesame Street kind of like airplane. Yeah.
Horizon, horizontal horizon.
Horizontal means which is parallel, level, no deviation, which means no curving. But it frustrates me so much when they say when somebody says, "Oh well, level measurably curves." I'm like, what? How? If it's level, you need to go look up the definition for level.
Oh, they're changing that in 2023. Even now in Wikipedia, you can find some citations that it's curving somehow.
Oh yeah, I've seen these weird Wikipedia definitions. I've been watching as they change the definitions on things. I'm just glad I have an old dictionary.
Matthew Lawrence explaining that the guy who was here before 1 hour before, he had a video, and Nathan Oakley analyzed that video when he explaining how level it's curved.
Level curves. It's like the worst contradiction, oxymoron, like whatever you want to call it. It's nails on a chalkboard. Level curves. All right, squares or rectangles.
You need to deal with people who are saying like the evidence is not proof. That's Matthew, for example.
I had to explain that to somebody. I did. I had to explain that evidence is not proof. One piece of evidence is just a series of clues in proving or disproving something. This is how an investigation takes place.
Jenna, I can in 10 seconds prove you that evidence is a proof.
Well,
because
I mean...
because in my language, the both, that translation, it's a one word.
But if I have, like, if I'm trying to prove something and I only have one piece of evidence, does that make it inconclusive?
Listen this, when you are saying now this in English, when I'm translating in my language, I'm saying the both words what you use now in this sentence. I'm using the one word for both. You use evidence and proof, but in my language that means one word.
Means the same, so it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. See, in
my problem.
Okay, so the breakdown is, you know, if I'm an investigator and I'm trying to prove or disprove something, I'm trying to solve a case, I'm trying to investigate a case. If I find only one piece of evidence, it's not conclusive. But if I present multiple pieces of evidence, then it proves my suspicion. You see what I'm saying? So multiple pieces of evidence equates to proof.
Okay. In my language, only you will say the number now in front of that word, and it's one word again.
I completely understand what he's saying. That evidence and proof in his language is the same thing.
In my language, you will say you need to have 7 proofs, and then it's over, you know, something like that. But you will not say you need 7 evidence to have proof. You cannot say that in my language.
Right. Yeah, I totally get it, and you know, I wouldn't disagree with you, you know, at all, because evidence and proof are pretty synonymous in our language as well. It's just the level of evidence that's required for certain things, and so for certain things you need more evidence than you do for other things, which are quite more obvious, right? So, if the kid comes out the kitchen with, you know, frosting around his mouth, it's pretty evident that he ate the cake. You don't need too much more evidence, right? So it depends on, you know, what we're trying to prove, how much evidence is required for proof.
Yeah, of course. I'm telling you that in my language you will say, okay, I have 100 evidence, and that's it.
Well, it's the same as saying I have 100 proofs.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The thing is,
I understand what you're saying.
They have no evidence for the globe. What they have is imaginary evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, the English language is actually rather complex. It frustrates me. My own language is frustrating. And what's worse is my grandfather was an attorney, and he was also an English teacher for some high schools and colleges. And, you know, grammar is important. I feel like if I'm not wording things correctly and carefully choosing what I'm saying, then I'm not getting my point across as clearly as I could if I weren't using proper grammar. So just a thing. So yeah, you know, in your language, it's, you know, evidence is proof, proof is evidence, same.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about, the shape of the Earth, curvature, no curvature, rotation, no rotation, we're talking about stacking up pieces of evidence which equate to proving something or disproving something. That's how it equates in my mind. That's
I would
all.
like to hear again, Matthew, what he will say. What would be evidence then for the globe? Because that is not conclusion. I mean, that is not proof. What would be evidence? That means something what is in the air, but it's not still.
Right.
What that could be, I would not want to know. Stars.
The Matthew guy was really confused about the whole, why does it look like it disappears from the bottom up? I'm like, if I put Legos out on the sidewalk and I put a camera at ground level, the Legos in the back, on a hot day, furthest from the camera, are probably going to look like they have disappeared because of the atmospheric distortion. The atmos.
Also because of your angular resolution, if we put the camera on any field, what we is a little bit it doesn't need to be so flat. It's a little bit flat. I don't know, any field, outside, and your feet will go. You will disappear from bottom up. That's true. Reality.
That's
Oh
the
my
funny
God.
part. Everything disappears from the bottom up. That's the funny part. Yes.
Yep. Boats, the sunset, the moon, even a moonset. You guys seen a moonset? Moonsets are cool. But yeah, they all look like they disappear from the bottom up. And what's crazy is sometimes you even see what looks like an invisible line down at the bottom that almost matches the color of the sky. Right there at that eye level point of the horizon. And it's pretty fascinating because I actually noticed this about the NASA Center in Cape Canaveral. There's a picture of the NASA Center way off in the distance, but the bottom of it, because of the atmosphere, appears to be it appears to make the building look like it's floating. Like the top half of the building is just floating in midair because of the atmospheric distortion. I was like, Cape Canaveral NASA Center looks like it's floating because of the atmospheric distortion. That's cool. Yeah.
And then people were saying I saw the curvature from airplane. And the first thing in my life, that was I will say live 5-6 years ago when I get into this stuff. But the first thing was I want to look now very carefully, and I want to watch for 1 hour. I want to watch all flight. I want to see that horizon, how it is. And oh my God, what I saw, it was okay. I don't need nobody to tell me anything anymore.
My dad, he made that fallacious claim that he's seen curvature through airplane windows. I'm like, really don't think you have, but and I've been up in a few airplanes too, and I didn't detect any noticeable curvature.
Oh, you can if you get that beautiful day.
It was a clear flight.
I remember now the picture, but it's coming only to the mind because it was 20 years ago. Because I was not in this, I was not looking for the, I was only, I remember only the picture in my mind, nothing else. And it was Ireland, and horizon. It was incredible. You could see this all sea, it was no clouds that day, not even one cloud.
Just perfectly clear.
Yeah, but I didn't get it that time. I only remember now that picture.
You find yourself taking pictures of things. You're like, wow, how am I seeing this right now?
Oh, Jenna, my God. I have so many flat earth. I have so many black swans that you cannot imagine. From 2000, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, because that was pictures I was making. Not because I was flat, not because I didn't know about flat earth, because of no flat earth, because of making pictures. Now I have them because I look them now and I said, my God, I cannot see that fucking island.
You're like, there's no way I should be seeing that, but I'm seeing that. Yeah.
And then, do you know what the beautiful story was? I'm with my wife 3-4 years ago in Ramsgate, that it's the east of the England, and she's saying I was here 99, and I was studying here, and when it's clear day, we could see the Belgium, and you could see what? I said Belgium, and with what? I said. She said with my eyes. I said, but how?
That shouldn't be possible. We live on a globe.
I didn't say anything about flat earth. I only, what are you telling me now? That you saw that things, people using some Nikons, you're telling me that you saw with not you, the other people. And then I go to the beach and that mall, or how you call that, you have that kind of concrete stuff going on the beach.
Yeah.
And it's written like a graffiti. People, the earth is flat. I think that all that people there, they know.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Because they for sure see one day Belgium, or the Jedi, he is leaving, the guy who is here almost every day, he can see the France every day. Very clear. Good day.
Yeah, when I started noticing things that I shouldn't be able to see if we live on a globe, my gears really started turning. So I've been a geocentric flat earther for probably about 4 years now, a little over 4 years now.
I'm 5, and I don't know even, maybe even 6, because I don't remember when was. I don't remember. But
once you go flat, you never go back.
5 is for sure, but I don't remember before that how, because I was watching a lot of documentaries about ancient civilizations and stuff, and I saw that flat earth title was coming on YouTube it was coming, and I was like, nah, but I don't want to look at that bullshit.
Yeah, I remember having that kind of cognitive dissonance, that disconnect, where I was like, don't fucking tell me about that. But there was one particular time, and I was out in the middle of the desert in Arizona, and I was with some friends, and it was a full moon, and we were walking back to our camp, and the sun was coming up, and we could see a full moon and the sun in the sky at the same time. And I was just so fascinated by this, like absolutely fascinated by this. And I was like, why can I see? And I expressed this out loud. And I was like, dude, why can I see the moon and the sky at the same time? Like, what is going on?
I saw that last year. I was also fucking excited.
It was like so, like, I was so dumbfounded, and my friend Destiny, she just kind of stops and she looks at me and she grins with the side of her mouth and she goes, "'Cause the Earth is flat, man." I was like, "Shut up, Destiny. It's not flat." So I was in that like kind of denial phase, but I was also in that shit, it might be flat phase.
I think that I was a little bit like when somehow I was on the end of my researching of ancient stuff, and I was like full of that. I wanted to move somewhere or to watch something else, and I said to myself, "Okay, let's fucking see what the fuck is that." And I started, and then I started, and I had maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe
You
not
know, and
more.
that's how it went down for me too. That I finally I broke down and I said, you know what? All right, fuck it. Let's see what all these fucking flat earthers are talking about. What the
You know
hell
what
are
I did?
they blah blah
You
blah
will
on about,
maybe
right? I found out
laugh now.
very well, and
Listen
and
this.
and I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry to tell you. When I go into but it was like maybe first 3-4 days. I don't know. It was like curvature, everything, and I started to realize in my head, and then it came also that rotation stuff. I went out, really, like went out and looked at the sky and clouds, and I said, "Sasha, you are so stupid."
Oh man.
I was so angry on me that was so incredible. I was, how the fuck's sake you didn't realize this? Why you didn't ever ask a question about this? Because this is so obvious. You are fucking idiot.
Oh man, I wasn't as hard on myself, and I've heard it from a lot of other flat earthers, the same as you. They were just like, why the fuck didn't I notice this? Why? Why was I so dumb? And a lot of us go through that. But I wasn't so hard on myself. I was just I accepted it actually, surprisingly, rather easily. I was like, well, that fucking makes sense. It's fucking flat. And that was that. Once you go flat, you never go back. That's crazy.
I can go back, but you need to show me all fucking, I don't know, curving everywhere.
Yeah, I say, show me that reflections in calm bodies of water have convexity, and I might go back to being a globe believer. Maybe.
Maybe, yeah, because there is other things to resolve.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So.
If it's only that one, but it's so many of them.
Yeah, like I said, there's so many different points, and then when I decided to compare notes and see, like, how many points there are that would, prove the globe, and then I was like, well, how many observable things can we see that, like, might prove flat Earth? That stack for flat Earth, that list was just, oh my god, it dwarfed the list that I had to try to prove the globe. It was just, it was a very very revealing kind of, revelation. It was a very big revelation in my life. It's the bottom of the rabbit hole. Like, it's the last thing. It's the final key. At least I think so. To people's, humanity, their mental humanity.
It's programmed like that.
Yeah. I've told some globe earthers that when I'm debating with them, I will state a very obvious, relevant, verifiable, proven point, and then I'll follow it up with, but I'm sure that doesn't quite compute with your programming,
I don't care for that people who are fighting, that mean globers, who are fighting for that program, because they have that
crazy,
number.
yeah. Like they're fighting to protect it.
I only have to tell other new people, whatever. Look, you have nature here, and live with that, and explore and see what you can realize with your senses about nature. And that math, that program, what are telling you, whatever, you can choose that, believe in that, or you can choose and believe yourself.
Right. Yeah. Trust your senses, which is something that they told us not to do. Don't trust your senses, you know. Why would you ever trust your senses? Trust the media, trust the government instead, you know. Don't trust your senses. Trust this programming that we're giving you. And that's how a lot of people that's how how they operate, you know.
I will trust the how to say the authorities if I can take ice and put ice, you know, under the some things, and then water above that thing will boil, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, I don't know how, but it will. And if I do that, and if he's really doing that, that means I will trust that.
Right.
Why I will
If
not
I can
trust
see
something
it.
what I can do and what is obvious and what is like that?
I'm gonna, you know, that's the thing is, I'm only gonna trust what I can observe with my senses. You know, that's the most logical thing. That's the basis of physics, really. It's
Yeah.
observable, it's testable, it's repeatable. You know, it's physical.
Or I will maybe come here because I was learning Newton and apple fall from the fucking tree, and then I will tell you what about apple falling down, and you will say this is the program again. You want to protect your program. All the apple is falling down, and who is saying that is not falling down?
Right.
But
I think Newton would have been very surprised if he had watched that apple fall into a you know, big puddle of water. If he had watched that apple float, he might have had a different idea about gravity.
But Newton even didn't describe gravity to him. The people describe it to him. He didn't want to have anything with that thing.
They were like, maybe it's this. Maybe. A theory based off of the opinions of others.
Or like people, normies, do you believe in NASA? They're asking. I will say no. There we are. And I ask them, do you believe in NASA? Of course. Why do you believe in NASA? Well, because they are sure. Did you ever saw any video about NASA that it's something, it looks strange? No. If you didn't see anything about that, of course that you believe in NASA.
Yeah, why? Yeah, why do why do they believe in NASA?
Yeah, but Jenna, if you didn't see any video about NASA, you know.
Right, and you know, I've seen actually a lot of like comments from people who were like, my aunt or my family member so and so believed the Earth was flat until they saw the moon landing, and then they believed it was a globe, just like that. You know. So like that quick is how millions upon millions of people were indoctrinated. Was that first moon landing? Most of them up before that point believed the Earth was level and stationary.
Yeah.
And I find that's just wild. That's just so super wild. Just up until that first moon landing, and then just as quick as it happened, everyone that saw it on their TVs, they were like, "Oh, the Earth is a ball."
It's
just
programmed like that. I'm born in the 70s in the socialistic country, and that the same. Let's say it came from US. We know that moon landing and stuff and blah blah blah. But the things about flat Earth, I know that every time that was something, put it like that is retarded, you know. That is something immediately retarded, and everyone who I remember that we used that like I remember the story about elephants and bringing the earth onto some plate, you know, or something like that. You have some ancient picture about that. or turtles, something like that. And that was like, look at how this is ridiculous. Some turtles is bringing on their back some plane, and that is the air practically. And all that idea was put it like it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, yeah, and it's amazing just how quickly, and I've seen it, the programming, it happens very quick.
And in other case, nobody taught how sphere is fucking retarded. All the time. No, really, like a water ball spinning in this.
Yeah, I'm like, well, when I throw a wet tennis ball, the water comes off. When my clothes spin around in the washing machine, the water comes off. I don't know.
all that speeds, measuring distance to the sun 30 times, changing the distance, then realizing, assuming the size of Venus, assuming here, assuming there.
Yeah, assume this, assume.
Put in the vacuum, then vacuum is next to us, then what the fuck you're saying? Vacuum is next to us. Vacuum is so big that we are nothing. And we have that so small little piece of gas in that thing. Do you understand how small it's Earth atmosphere comparing to all this vacuum?
Right.
That is like I cannot compare that I don't know.
It doesn't quite it doesn't quite register in the mind.
Like a lighter on the bottom of the ocean, Atlantic Ocean.
It just never registered really with me. How are we on a spinning ball covered with water? Like, this thing is, fucking spinning. And I remember being a kid and just sitting there being like, wee! I really don't feel anything,
Yeah.
Yeah. How is the water not coming off? I'm pretty sure I asked some of these questions when I was like a little kid, before all the programming happened.
If you are a global believer, you need to understand this, that in 1 hour, you are 66,000 miles left.
That's fast.
All right, you can choose whatever you want. But you are 66,000 miles in 1 hour. In that distance,
Yeah, that doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
And if I tell you in other direction where you are, you will not believe me. when you're following the galaxy and blah blah blah.
Can you put it in the chat so I can visualize it?
Oh yeah, wait.
Oh yeah, the chat exists.
Wait, I have problems. I have glasses.
But then she'll go and big things without asking your check before, right? So
I'm still looking.
What do you tell a glober when they say that level means equidistant? What?
job in his office.
I tell them in 3 languages that is the same thing, and it's telling that it's flat.
Equidistant? Oh, so like this point over here and this point over here.
There we go. It will be dizzy a little.
Oh yeah, this whole model.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so like, I thought that.
And now look at that.
Loaded.
Look at that. They are saying that Earth is existing like a 4.5 billion years.
So yeah, so
And
they're saying,
let's say,
see, this isn't even like what I was taught. You know that?
no.
I was taught that the sun basically is just floating, standing still in the middle of everything as all of these like planets and moons and blah blah blah, they turn in their paths around the sun. And then we have this that you just showed in the chat here, which shows the sun in motion in an unknown direction in the vast expanse of expanding nothing, with these things just chasing around it, speeding up and slowing down and speeding up and slowing down.
My question would be also, because in the past I learned that we have more solar system. This is only one, and there have billions.
Yeah.
They're
And
doing
then-
the same thing.
Yeah, and you can see like in the animation, there's like all these further out like stars, and I'm like, well, what's stopping any of these other galaxies? Like, what's to say they're not turning like this? And what's to say they're not heading in our direction? What's to say that two different galaxies aren't going to cross paths?
Yeah, that I wanted to put you mathematically now. Look at that picture now. And now that add 4.5 billion years, and this speed of sun, I think, I will tell you a lie, but I think it's something 1 million miles or something.
Yeah, so you mean to tell me we've been existing for billions of years, just churning and burning through space like this, and not another single galaxy like ours churning and burning has ever crossed paths?
You need to now to multiply that 4.5 billions with that 1 million, and we are there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How are we not bashing into other stars or galaxies? You know? Is there one simultaneous direction that these, other galaxies, because like if we're considered a galaxy around the sun, then we're just going to go on that theory. Like, where are these guys? Where are the other ones moving? Are they crossing paths? Are they going to cross paths? We've been doing this for billions of years and nothing's collided? Amazing. Sounds like just...
Who can perceive more? Can you perceive more than that? Can you get
I
more?
mean, like if I wanted to envision more, like if I wanted to imagine more than the sun, like I could imagine that this galaxy that we're seeing, as the sun is moving and all of these planets are chasing around it, I can imagine that there's another galaxy just like it, but it's traveling towards us. And they could meet at a certain point. Who knows? Or, maybe the sun will get sucked into a black hole. Some stupid excuse. Like, why don't other go, like, this is, what? Yeah, look at it. Round and round and round and round and round and round for billions of years, and everything's been fine. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. That's the story.
Yeah. Yep. That's the story.
Now it's on
Look,
you.
I don't even believe in the whole, like, billions of years thing. I don't even think Earth is that old, if you want to get into it.
No. I don't know, but I don't think I don't know. It's not so old.
I don't think it's all that. I don't think it's like, millions or billions of years old. It might be close to like a...
I will put in thousands, but I don't know what that... I will not say number. It could be 100,000, could be 20,000.
Yeah, I do believe it's in the higher up thousands. If I, just by looking at, archaeology and geology and all that stuff, it's not that old, and we're finding more and more proof that it doesn't take that long for a fossil to form. It doesn't take that long for wood to petrify.
Maybe because of if because of some ancient if I don't know if that's true, of some calculations, if he's there that cycle of the signs, they need to pass, I don't know how many, 25,000 something years.
Possibly.
But I don't know. This is still math. It could be math only. I don't know.
I mean, I can only go as far back as, like, you know, DNA lineage and, you know, that kind of research will allow. And I mean, it goes back several thousands of years. I mean, we're talking well over 50,000 years. Well over. I mean, like you said, up into the hundreds of thousands. Yeah, just about. But it's not millions. It doesn't take that long for trees to petrify and fossils to form.
Cats, I don't know. I said it could be 2,000 and 100,000, but that is only speculation. But I don't think it's million. That's the only part. It's not that it could be also 700,000. I don't know. But for me, 1 million is something. I don't know. Too much.
I could blow everybody's minds and be like, you know, the year is actually 1023 and not 2023, and they think that, like, Rome sat abandoned for 1,000 years. Well, there's your 1,000 years. Somebody some time ago started putting a 1 or a J or an I in front of the date, and it moved us into this, like, 1,000 years into the future, but we didn't go anywhere.
We have problem with history. We don't fucking know.
Oh, history's fucked up.
Yeah,
History is
there are
so
other things. We don't know who built the star Tartaria. There is people thinking there is 1,000 or 500 years maybe deleted or whatever. Blah blah blah.
I mean, yeah, there's theories out there that say that it goes back to that Tartaria goes back to King Solomon. So I found that interesting. That's a really interesting one. If you ever decide you want to do some research on that. And that would mean that it wasn't all that long ago. Like, they had these guys, these ancient people, the people we consider, you know, ancient, they had probably more advanced technology than we're even holding in our hands right now.
Oh yeah.
Like, incredibly. I mean, like, people today, like normies of today, probably wouldn't be able to fathom the type of technology that the ancients had. Like, the old world, the horse and buggy days, like, before that, there were electric trains. There were electric and steam trains. There was free energy. And beyond that, it gets weird.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, the technology that our ancient ancestors had was, yeah, well beyond what we hold in the palms of our hands, for sure. And they did it because of they were able to draw this energy off of, you know, Earth's electromagnetic field, you know, off of the electricity in the air.
We had 2 world wars in between.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That was basically the I call it a 100-year reset. Like, there's basically a reset every 100 years, you know, because everybody from 100 years is gone, so they rewrite the history, and then the next 100 years, and so on and so forth. So, like, 100 years ago, things were reset completely, you know. In the 1920s, you know, geocentric stationary Earth was being taught in schools. You know, here we are, 103 years later, things aren't the same. Everything has changed. It was a reset. A new reality, a different reality. But it's not a real reality.
Because you don't believe in space.
We don't live in space.
Because you don't believe nothing.
we're just
Why
we're just a bunch
all
of
government lie?
yeah, we're just a bunch of globe apes, right? Space apes. Yeah. People get kind of confused when I'm like, oh, so we're just space apes? What? Yeah. Like, I don't think that I came from monkeys. At least my DNA doesn't say that.
Do you know what is the problem? It is not nice to find out that evil is leading the world, but
Yeah.
but it's true.
Yeah. Finding out there's a lot of evil in this world.
But I mean, all this is pure evil.
Oh yeah. No, I know how deep it goes. We're not going to talk
This is
about
not.
it, but
This is not like, you know. This is having with your mind. It's not only having with your taking your something, or taking your property or something. This is taking your mind.
oh yeah, and it puts people at a lower vibratory frequency too, which stops their ability to really think. Use a higher energy and actually free think. Something I've noticed.
I'm thinking that we have better book than 1984.
There's a lot of really good books, from as far back as the 1800s, and when you go back through all of that history, and you have to go through it with a fine-tooth comb, you're gonna find that they all knew that the Earth was, level, geocentric, stationary. They all knew that, Things changed. Things definitely changed. It's like this is the alien ant farm, which makes me wonder what the band knows. I don't know.
Some zombies.
What?
Some zombie era is coming.
Oh, people are already turning into zombies. Like,
Oh,
I don't
you
even.
need to follow also the how to say movie industry, because at least 20% what is moved will happen also in reality.
Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. I say that all the time. They make these movies, and they make us believe that it's only movies. It's not real. But what they're showing us in the movies
One day will
is
become
some
real.
real stuff. It's really real. But they put in the movies and they make us think that that's not real. It's just Hollywood. It's just sci-fi, or whatever. But they're putting the truth right in plain sight, and people are just so blind. So blind.
I can see in movies so many black. I can see in movies so many black souls that you cannot imagine.
Oh yeah. In Back to the Future, they had a little flat Earth map hiding in the background. In
Not
Men
that
in Black.
I'm speaking about any movie, But the point is, if they had some kind of scene where they need to with aeroplane or horizon, you can see, so far.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, I know. They put it.
Movie has nothing to do with nothing, It's someone, but the scene is that he's taking a flight or something, or they are on the.
Look, in Men in Black, there's a line in Men in Black, okay, where he looks at Agent Smith or whatever. Sorry, excuse me. And he says 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah,
they
yeah,
said
yeah,
that in Men in Black 1500 years ago, everyone knew the Earth was flat.
yeah. I remember that scene. Yeah.
And I don't know how that slipped by all of us before, but yeah. You go back and you catch it. You catch everything. You go back and rewatch it all. You're like, wow. It's kind of overwhelming. You know, when you can see all that subliminal crap in it, it's very overwhelming.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. It is 5 o'clock in the morning. I have got to get to sleep.
I'm going to sleep. It's 11 in the morning, but I didn't sleep all night. Not all night, but I slept out. Not a lot.
Well, I'm gonna go to beddy bye. I don't know how to do any of this because I'm new to Discord. So like I'm here and then now I don't know how to like go night night.
Nice to speak with you.
Nice speaking with you. And your name
Did you
again?
understand, Sasha?
Sasha. Okay.
Did you
I'm
understand my
Jenna.
accent?
Where's your accent from?
If Croatia.
Croatia. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I can hear it now.
Okay. Because many Globers, when I put the argument or something, when I'm saying a drop over distance or something, they don't understand my accent.
Okay. Yeah, it sounded like you had,
Every time when I ask for
somewhat
curvature
of
or
a
something,
Russian
there is
accent.
there is a language barrier. Every time when I speak about curvatures, there is a language barrier.
See, I can understand. I for the most part, I can understand you, so that's good. That's good.
Jenna, take care.
Awesome. What's your name again?
Max.
Max. It was nice talking with you, Max.
Absolutely.
And I'll be in here. I'll definitely be in here. I'll probably get some sleep, and then I'm gonna wake up, and I'm gonna probably be back in here.
If you learn how to disconnect.
I learn how to disconnect. Yeah, that's facts. Hold on. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm really. Oh, hey, is that it? Hey, I just have to click on my bubble, right?
That red thing if you want to go out.
It's the red phone.
Red phone.
Look, I'm kind of dumb to this at the moment. Red phone. Blue flower, red thorns. Blue flower, red thorns. This'd be so much easier if I wasn't awake at 5 a.m.
And go to sleep, but stay here.
I can do that. You could mute me out. I'll just wake up and be back on it.
Don't hot mic input, and because you can, don't hot mic.
Oh, can I mute myself? Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Just mute out and go to sleep?
Yeah.
Perfect. Then that's what I will do. Good night, everybody. It was good talking with everyone. I will we'll chat later.
Good night, chat.
Awesome. Good night,
Yeah.
morning, whatever time of day it is.
Howdy.
Morning.
Does anyone have access to the music bar?
Do you have anything that wants to be played? Checkmate.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, have you got any of those audios of Indio debating?
Ooh. I have to look up. Maybe if I check the log history, maybe I'll find it.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Yeah, I'll check.
Thank you.
If I drop a bar of lead and say mercury, or no, let's use water. If I drop a bar of lead in water and then an egg, why does the bar of lead drop faster than the egg? They're both denser than water, but one falls faster than the other. Why don't they do that in air? I mean, that's perceivable. You can measure that. So if it's density that's causing the speed at which it accelerates, we should be able to see that in air as well as in water and any other.
Holy crap, dude! Dude, I could have sworn that I already gave you props that you were intelligent, but now you're going backwards.
You did give me props that you were intelligent? I thought all of you guys were telling me I'm a fucking.
Were you not paying attention? I mean, dude, look, the problem here is that you're not paying attention to what me and you are talking about. Me and you both agreed that those two things are separate. We already agreed that things go down because they're more dense, period. And we already agreed that the acceleration is separate. So when I'm saying things go down because they're more dense, I'm not explaining the acceleration that you allege exists and that people generally agree happens. They're separate.
Okay. All right.
What I'm telling you is that everywhere we go, we experience down. Everywhere. Ubiquitously, we experience plumb and level. That being said, if you create a matrix of plumb and level, right, you have two axes where one of them is a flat horizontal plane. Therefore, the Earth's a flat horizontal plane. I rest my case again. So my case is rested 3 times, and I'm very well rested. And so now it's fresh and ready to take on the day.
You must be rested as hell, dude. I wish I could get that good of a night's sleep.
Yeah, so what we're all trying to wonder here is why the heck in the God's damn earth are you talking about gravity on a flat Earth server?
I don't know. I like talking to you guys. You guys fun.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, brother. Nothing,
All right.
period. Nothing. Zilch.
I'm still going to do this experiment, though, just for the fun of it.
You can do whatever you want, bro. Then I behoove you to do so. But simultaneously, you need to work on your logic skills in understanding why things are or aren't relevant to the point. So gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. Things falling down has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. Why they accelerate has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. So unless you can present a logical contingency of a necessity where the conclusion follows from the premises which are proved in the first instance, that the necessary contingency of the phenomenon of things falling down requires a globe Earth, then my premise stands that plumb and level prove we live on a horizontal plane. Because that is ubiquitous human experience wherever we go. When I go to Florida, it operates the same way. When I go up north, it operates the same way. Where you live, it operates that way. Where homeboy in England lives, it operates that way. Where every single person present here today, whether listening or in the chat, it operates the same way. You admitted it operates that way. Therefore, you concede the Earth is a horizontal plane. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathroom's on the right. So who's next?
Coming over.